Good day, everyone. How are we doing today? Today is a beautiful holiday Monday morning. Good feeling good, feeling great. How are y'all feeling today? Awesome. This is the Wildest Wake Up Show. I'm your host, Sharon Bracey. Every single day, we rebel against remedial rhetoric, and today is no different. It's been a lot of shit, as usual, going on. Did y'all enjoy the All-Star Weekend with the NBA new whatever they got going on? It was wild. It was crazy. Was they wilding on the YouTube streets this weekend? I'm not really sure. I know one thing that was spoke about a lot in on these YouTube streets was that woman in Detroit. Good day. You know, I don't like to waste anybody's time. So when I say good day to you, make sure you say it back so I can feel that great productive energy. We don't wait. We don't waste your time. We get straight into what we are talking about. And I do want to talk about this whole Robert Brooks body cam footage. I think it was wild and crazy. I thought it would be maybe the outrage of young black men just getting their ass whooped just doesn't matter anymore. I'm not sure. Maybe the concern about a woman that is clearly is something wrong with her mentally is more important than talking about that woman where there's something wrong with her mentally and comparing her to majority of women or black women, to be more specific. What's up, Chuck? How you feeling today? Good day to you. Shout out to you for coming back and still being a part of the show, even though you got barbecued up. I really appreciate your insight. That was a really good conversation you had. One of the more informative conversations we had on the show. So I appreciate you, Chuck. Sure. LA, I got you. Let me I'll drop the link for you. There you go. The link is dropped for you, beautiful. It's very simple. If you are there in your studio while you are live, you hit your edit button, you go to customization. Then you scroll down just a little bit and it says redirect and you hit the add button. It's that simple. Good day. Let me make sure that's you. Okay. Oh, okay.
So my Tweety bird for a second.
Almost got you, right? Sorry.
No problem. Yeah, I just don't know how to do this. I want to make sure that I do it right.
So it's very simple. So while you live streaming, you go to your YouTube analytics.
All right.
Are you in your YouTube analytics while you live?
Like on the actual click on the analytics or?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So once you get in there, okay, you in there. Now you go to edit.
Okay. Let's see here.
Yeah, you hit that edit button. You got it?
You
should say details, customization, and monetization.
Jesus Christ. Goodness gracious. I might be slow.
It's okay.
Yeah. All right, so I went to the analytics. I see like the little graph chart,
and on the top right corner, you should see a little button that says edit. Right next to goals, right next to your chat button, right next to your top chat. It should be right underneath the dollar signs in your analytics.
All right. Oh, okay.
Okay, then now you go to customization.
Okay.
And then you scroll down just a little bit. You should see it say redirect.
Okay.
And then you hit add.
And then your show?
Yep.
And that's it?
And that's it.
Awesome. Okay. Thanks, Sharon. We'll see you later.
Appreciate you.
All right. No problem.
Good day, everyone. Good day, Giggles. Black and Proud, aka Black Hawk. What it do? What's up, young? Yeah, so I wanted to have this conversation about it because I think it's just weird what's going on outside in the world today at this very moment. This whole MAGA situation, this whole DEI situation, and things are just getting very the whole FBA situation. Things are just getting very, I don't know what to call it. I'm not sure what to call it. How should we call it? But it's getting weird. So it's just like when you see this disturbing video, it's probably one of the worst videos in a long time. It's very brutal. And then you would think that it'd be more of a uproar about this brutal video. It was about 9 different correction officers altogether, totality that was involved in it. About maybe 4 or 5 was involved in it physically. The other 5 was the other 4 was just watching while all this was being taken place in a correctional facility. And they literally physically beat this man to death while in the care of, in a correctional facility. Yes, he is a convicted criminal, even though it's not really clear on what he was convicted of. I'm not actually sure what he was convicted of. I'm just trying to find it, but I could not. And it's just a weird thing to see in this day and age that they will, like, the man was literally handcuffed. Literally. And he still was he was not even resistant. What up, Jay Travis? He wasn't resisting. He wasn't doing anything because he was handcuffed and about 4 or 5 people was manhandling this man. Where is, I don't know. It seemed like it's more outrage talking about a black woman that is clearly something wrong with her, homeless, and there's something wrong with her mentally. You can see how she dresses, something wrong with her. You can see how she looks, it's something wrong with her, literally. Which is a great story to have a conversation about as well. Because where was her help as well? And it's just sad to see that we do not care about our young black brothers like that anymore. That's a good point, Mitt. He probably wasn't. That's probably why it's very difficult for me to find what he was actually convicted of, because he probably was still waiting for trial. That is a very good point, Mitt. Very good point. Very good point. He might not even be convicted yet all the way. And I just don't understand how. You know what? I got another person that want to hit the link. He probably got some information. I know what things like this come about. This gentleman, even though we don't usually see eye to eye many things, but you know what? Let me not jump the gun because he might just be cursing me out. I'm not sure. Welcome to the show, Big J. Good day, sir. How you feeling?
Doing okay.
Okay.
I got something to say.
All right.
Are we on this Robert Brooks thing? You got beat up on that video by
yes. I wanted to
eight,
talk about
people?
that for a little bit. Yeah. What's your thoughts on it?
When did this happen? This happened like last month, 2 months ago, something like that. Yeah.
But the body cam footage just recently came out, though. I don't know if you've seen it yet.
I saw stills. I didn't see the full footage. I remember.
Yeah. So the full. So right now, though, I can't even. Hey Jay, the video is so graphic. I can't even play it.
Okay.
That's how graphic it is. Right. If we want to see it and we want to really break it down, we'll have to do members only, and we can watch it there. It's about 10 minutes of them beating this man until he passes away.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah. That's all I gotta say. Oh, let me ask you a question though, right? Do you think that a person is a bitch if they hide behind other men like a pack of bitches? It won't show up on other people's platforms.
I don't know. I would need more context. Just general what you just said. I would say no. That person might not be a bitch. No. Off the general sense, I would need more information. From what you just said, I would say no. Why you ask?
If they're SYSBM and if
Mm-hmm.
they're we got a coon ass nigga who's married to a white woman, yet though he talks shit about black people all the time. He's a coon. So
Mm.
he only fights people if there's only 4 or 5 people in his squad. So wouldn't that make him a bitch?
I don't know if that would make him a bitch, but we could have a conversation about who is this person.
Somebody not even important. He's just somebody who's supposed to be a fucking coon. But anyway, I'll come back. I just want to know. So I just came to ask that question. Anyway, you have a good one.
Okay, if you say so. I wonder who Big J was trying to reference in that American Negro News. Who do you think he was trying to reference in that? Very interesting. Hit that like button, please, and I appreciate y'all. So I think on this Robert Brooks situation, we do need to have more conversations about it in the opening. So it's just like, here we go again. It's another body cam footage release, and it feels like it's a rerun on a very dark, tragic TV show. Like, we remember Rodney King. Huh? Do y'all? I don't know. Maybe y'all too young to understand what happened with that. So this stuff been happening forever. It's just now we have it on tape, and you just can't argue with this shit anymore. So all the people that saying that nothing is happening to us because we are black folks and the bullshit that they keep trying to say that this shit is just I don't even understand how they could act like this shit is just by accident at this point. I do not understand how, especially when our black brothers is out here that defend this shit. All right, so Chuck says Robert was serving a 12-year sentence for first degree assault. A similar event happened with the beating death of Tyree Nichols. All right, so he was serving 12 years on the first degree assault. But the assault that he just got is on a whole nother level. It's on a whole nother level. What's up, Matt? Good day to you. And the footage shows his final moments, right? And it's literally like watching a horror movie. But the monsters have badges. And you literally can't. If this shit was a movie, it would be like a Tyler Perry movie that they always say we have over here, right? This would literally be like a Tyler Perry movie. And people are like, no, I can't believe this shit. This shit don't happen in real life. Like, the man was literally handcuffed and they beat the man from the because he's supposed to be getting transferred. So they whooped his ass from transfer all the way into the infirmary. And then while he was in the infirmary, they continued to hit and kick and punch this man, punch him in his. And the craziest part about it, the main place they was attacking was his genitals. Man, tell her I said what's up when she get back. Appreciate you, LL. And I appreciate everything that you do. And like the fact that they was punching him in his private part, that was a little alarming to me as well. I did not understand that part at all. Thank you so much, Matthew. It definitely had some kind of vibration of that. Yes, absolutely. Babylon, the great icons. And we need to be able to, even though this man is a convicted criminal, he still should have some kind of, he should not get his ass beat to death. LL, you's a fool. If she was, don't worry, I'll send her back a wife. You feel me, LL? That was a nut. LL's you's a nut. You just can't make it up. Like it don't look like it's real life, man. It's like, and if the body cam wasn't accidentally turned on, we wouldn't even have the footage, and they would make up some BS story about it. And I guess that is some of the importance of having the goddamn body cam. I know we don't want to get videotape with every situation that we do, but it might really be the only way to keep people safe. I got you. I'll drop the link for you anyway. I'll drop the link for anybody that want to have a conversation about their thoughts about it. And I'm surprised that this is not getting more coverage. And it shows that we have a mental switch in how we do things. Especially when we have all the news streamers out here doing body cam footage on a day-to-day basis. You'd think that more conversations will happen about this situation and holding somebody accountable. And it gets a little weird for me because it doesn't seem as if they really care about a black man's life, to be honest. Nobody. I just dropped the link in the chat while I'm going through these thoughts in my mind. The link is there for people to put they 2 cents in, and we can have a conversation about it. And it's alarming to me that the main conversations that was having this main weekend with black male content creators was about this woman in Detroit. And I think that is also a very important conversation to have. So let's not get that part twisted. I think we should be having that conversation as well. However, we should be having a conversation about not allowing people to just take advantage of us and literally beat us until we unalive. It's not a coincidence that the 9 men that was present in this whole situation, not one of them was a part of an ethnic group. Not one. You don't find that strange that they all felt it was okay to just beat this man, punch him in his private parts, punch him in his face, kick him, and just beat him until he just not alive anymore? Why he was handcuffed with his hands behind his back, so he had no way to defend himself at all. Where is the accountability talk for this? Where's the justice for this? God damn, y'all motherfuckers ask where's Waldo? Well, we're not looking for somebody with no goddamn striped shirt, but we are looking for somebody with some suits and ties to go ahead and hold somebody accountable. It was 9 different correctional officers that was in presence of this. About 4 to 5 of them actually physically assaulted him, but the other 4 was watching as well. And we have some systematic issues. Like, we need to have the conversation about it. This is not just about one incident, to be honest. It's about the system that's broken. And trying to just keep patching it up, like patching up a leaky boat. It's like we've been patching this leaky ass boat for centuries. This shit is crazy to me. What you say? Hold on. Let me see what Mel said. She said, we've been telling black men they lost their biggest and only allies with this newest stunt. It's unfortunate. Who's their biggest allies? Huh, Mel? We definitely need to talk about this. I think so. But even though I think it's an important issue that we should have a conversation about, we'll see if the people want to have the conversation about it or not. I don't know. What's up, Silent? Maybe the conversation is too heavy. Maybe the conversation is too honest. Maybe people just, maybe black males themselves as a whole don't really care. Maybe they care more about making black women look bad than they care about protecting ourselves. I don't know. I hope that's not the truth, because that would be crazy to me. Maybe they care more about talking about how much men earn and how women should submit to the average man than talk about actual men being looked upon as less than a damn dog. It was no different than they said it earlier in the chat. It was no different than when they was hanging right after slavery was ended. How they was hanging black men in trees, and a bunch of people would gather around and watch. I mean, young people would gather around and watch a person, blood on the leaves, strange fruit hanging from the trees. It was us, and they had children there watching this strange fruit hang from trees. This is what was going on. God damn it, Robin. God damn you, Robin. You are a mess. Good day, Natasha. This is absolutely a civil rights issue. We got to be able to protect human beings from not allowing police officers to be Judge Dredd, right? This is what this has turned out to be. They get to choose who and doesn't live. They don't need no court. Who cares? I believe this is my guy. Let me make sure it's him. Okay. Why don't your ass, stay your pretty ass on camera.
Oh, no Diddy. No Diddy.
Good
What's up,
day,
everybody? This shit, I'm gonna come up real quick. Shout out to Sharon and shit. Can you hear me? I don't know if my mic.
Yeah, you sound good, real good.
Yeah, I feel like JP right now. Fuck, I'm so close for it. So this shit, this is disgusting. Like, I've done some fucked up shit to people. I've done some foul shit in my life, but never have I ever tied a nigga up and not allow him to defend himself. So he's already in custody. I think the part that fucked me up the most. Are you allowed to show the video?
I did see it's on YouTube.
Yeah.
But it got like
No,
so many
show it.
disclaimers. Yeah, it got so many disclaimers on it. I'm like, maybe I should.
Don't even. Yeah, I mean, you could drop a link, in the chat there, so if they want to see it. But the part that fucked me up, Sharon, is when they picked him up off his feet on the wall. I don't know if you saw that part. They literally lifted him off his feet.
Right.
You know what I mean? By his neck. You know what I'm saying?
And his body was what? It was damn near lifeless.
Like
at
a noodle.
that point.
It was like a noodle, already like a noodle. You just dangling.
Right.
You're not a human. You don't have a soul. Something's wrong. Everybody that's standing around watching that's like a modern day lynching, if you ask me. Or when they used to burn them, am I allowed to say that? Or when they used to burn them on the cross, and everybody standing there watching. That's some scary shit that humans are able to stand there and watch that. The day we're 2025, and you're able to stand there and watch that shit happen.
Right.
I know they're gonna take all of them. Come on, all y'all. Come on, all y'all. I want all y'all. Come on, everybody, lay it down. Yeah. Everybody go to jail.
Yeah, every last one of them. That looked it looked absolutely strange to see, and I was just surprised that how many people are not covering it. That was another surprising factor to me. Yeah, so many people not covering it. Good day.
One dude came and put his foot and was like pushing. You know what I mean? Right. So I don't understand. What was he in jail for initially? Or
somebody in the chat said he was sentenced to 12 years of first-degree assault.
Like sexual or what kind of assault? Slap the shit out of somebody? Because
just that first-degree assault is what they said in the chat.
They didn't go all the way into okay. Yeah, that's not unless it was the R word. I just don't see that. That wasn't necessary. I don't think it was necessary. Even if you spit on a nigga, I'll beat the shit out of you. But they literally picked him up. I think was his hands tied behind his back when they picked him up off the ground.
Absolutely, he was handcuffed behind his back. Yes,
hands behind his back.
Yeah,
picked him off like. Are we in like a Marvel movie? This nigga think he Thanos? What the fuck is wrong with you? Then he just threw him, picked him right back up. I hope the family wins the whole fucking city. I hope the judge rules and gives them the whole city. That's disgusting. We have to watch this. How often does this happen? How many times have we heard some bullshit stories that they made up? Oh, well, we don't know what happened. He just died by the time what was the old man that a couple years ago, it was like 2020, another man, he got his ass whooped by the cops and they said they broke his spine or something. Remember?
Right.
Yeah. So that shit, this is crazy. How often is this shit happening? We see cops planting drugs. They beating the shit out of people. This is what we are seeing. What year is this? 2025. What the fuck was going on 20 years ago? You remember 20 years ago, the cell phones were shitty as fuck. Probably didn't even have cameras on it and shit like that. Right. Come on, man. And now all this shit, come on, man. And we supposed to be a little bit better, more civil today. Just imagine 20 years ago. Now imagine 50 years ago. Come on, y'all got it. All right, I'm done. I'm on mute. Thank you, Sean.
Hey, that was a good rant. I appreciate it. Good day, Saint. How you feeling? What's your thoughts?
Good morning, brothers. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we got you well.
All right. Peace to the panel and everybody in the chat. When you live in a country where 69 to 70% of all police officers are non-Hispanic white, when you look at most of the correctional officers and corrections, it's primarily one particular group and race of people. As the Black community, we have to make a decision. If we're not going to go and try to establish our own country and our own sovereignty, and we're going to still continue to live here, then it's something that we have to address. I don't think defunding the police department or defunding corrections is the ultimate answer, but there needs to be fundamental changes in both departments. Certainly.
I apologize. We have tried that, but I think it's time to try again.
And hold on, give me 1 second. Let me bring somebody into the show. I got you right now. Thank you for staying on camera. I appreciate it. Welcome to the show, Travis. Good day, sir. How you feeling?
What up, bro?
Black. Good day, sir.
What's good, my boy? How you, man?
I'm doing well. Thank you.
What up to the brothers in the chat, the people in the chat?
Good
morning. G? God bless you. Good.
Hey, what's going on, Travis?
Hopefully, it's a good day for everybody.
Yes, sir. How did you see any things about this story about Robert Brooks?
Well, the first thing that when I first saw it, it kind of like shocked me. Not shocked me in the fact that didn't think that it would happen. It was just in the fashion of the way it happened. And I was like, is this real? Yeah. I'm like, are we watching something that we've seen over and over and over again? And then as I looked into it a little bit more, bro, I was like, okay, hey, this some bullshit.
Right.
You got 5 officers, total of 5 officers to subdue a man who, and I'm gonna call Mr. Robert Brooks a man because that's what he is. God rest his soul. Hopefully, blessings and peace to his family. Hopefully, I saw an interview with his father. Hopefully, they get justice. And to actually try to subdue him when he's already subdued. He had his hands behind his back, handcuffed, not resisting in anything.
Yeah.
Foot on his neck. Kicking him in his genitals, kicking him in his chest, like full-fledged, punching him and beating him down. And then to my non-surprise, I spoke to some of my other fellow colleagues that nothing is going to be done. Yes, these officers have been indicted. Yes, these officers have been there. I will be not shocked that these officers will not be. There'll be no justice. Because we live in a world today where even with body cams, and you and I've seen it, I'm sure other brothers on this platform have seen it, that where you have body cams have shown what's going on, there's still no justice.
Yeah.
Hey, Travis, I wanted to add to what you said. Do you think that the history of the Black man in America has something to do with the fact that we just become desensitized to watching the destruction of the Black man? When you look at his history in America,
I don't think it's just the Black man. I think it's everyone. I think we're all desensitized.
I don't want to cut you off, but exactly what you just said is exactly what you just said. And 100%. We have been subdued to whatever our black stigmatism is for a black man in America. 100%. I am not going to disagree with you.
And I think that contributes to what the host, what Sharon was saying about how why isn't it being covered the way it should be? Because it's never been covered the way it should be concerning us.
Oh, of course.
That was the most alarming part to me about the whole situation is that this is like, even though he's a criminal for what we understand, it still need to be some kind of level of civil rights for this man that's in jail. You should not be able to just ragdog a man with his hands cuffed behind his back. And these men was punching him in his face, punch him in his leg, especially his grind. I didn't understand that significant of focusing on his grind because it wasn't like it was just a one punch. No, they continuously punched him in his private area. This was a very important part for these. I don't want to call them officers, but that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to hurt a certain part of him. And then the anger that they had to, even when he was knocked out unconscious or even possibly not even alive at the time, they're still picking him up by his neck and moving around, moving his lifeless looking body around is wow. This is how these people look at us when we walking down the street. I don't care what you tell me. This is not a one-off for those gentlemen that was in that watching that whole situation, about 9 different officers. 4 of them physically did it. The other 4 watching. This is not something new. It started with words, and then it
even watch.
Where was that?
My bad, Sharon. To even watch that shit, Sharon. To watch, to stand there and watch.
Yeah,
Travis, Sharon, y'all watching me get my ass whooped as a human. There's something wrong with you. You don't have a soul. I done seen niggas get their ass whooped in the club and things like that. But your hands are tied. I've literally seen a nigga get. I have the pictures. I can send it to you. Niggas bloody. Niggas trying to put his pants off and shit, like, just stomping them fuck. These are. I think so. Let me see. I think I'm not saying like this is the reason why it's so bad, because it's fucked up no matter how you look at it.
Right.
But one thing about it, that should never happen from a police officer, someone who's supposed to be there to protect and serve. You know what I mean? And I think we're all desensitized to all this shit. That's why we were able to look at it and put it back the fuck down. You know what I mean? I think that's just my personal opinion. I think we're all desensitized.
But LL, how do you stop something like that when more than half of the police force and more than half of corrections is one particular ethnic group of people, and it happens to be the ethnic group of people that have terrorized us since we've been in America? So as a community, what do we do about that?
That is a great question. I don't know. That's a great question. Do you have an answer for that question, Saint? What's your thought on that question?
I think we need to take a stand and propose that there needs to be some fundamental changes in the Department of Corrections and with all police officers all over America. 70% of one race cannot be corrections and not police officers. That's absurd. So, I'm not saying defund the police, because you have to have order and you do need peace officers, but we have to acknowledge the obvious. You can't have the same group of people policing everybody. There has to be a balance. There has to be some racial balance in our police officers.
They got rid of I believe they got rid of DEI, so we asked out in that department.
Yeah,
right?
we asked out in that department. We messed up DEI.
80% of the police now.
So a lot of the Black MAGA supporters, they was like, yeah, DEI is not us. But hey, listen, it was kind of important, sir. Believe it or not.
Well, I know I gotta give an uncomfortable truth right now, Black people. We might have to establish sovereignty in another place of the planet, or we got to do something about it. If we don't live here and we're gonna be citizens and we're not gonna try to establish our own country, then we do have to address it. No matter how uncomfortable it makes America, we have to address it.
Well, we also I talk about just on the streets of where I'm from. I'm so-called involved in the politics of where I am. And when we go to these meetings and stuff like that, and they talk about the police and the protection and these new people and the new candidates that are going, the number one thing that I always bring up, and I say this a lot, and I'm not the only one. I'm not going to say I take credit. It's not my slogan. But I always say like this, brothers. We cannot have police officers, correctional officers, or any type of people with law enforcement that patrol our communities that are not from our communities. You know what I mean? Because if you have some sort of some sort of a knowledge of what the dynamic is, or who these people are, or whether they inmates or criminals or so forth, they're still human beings, and there has to be some sort of linear. Like if I'm a police officer, I am not going to Mayberry. I'm not going to Mayberry and police. I want someone from my community. So when they walk down the street and they see a young black man doing wrong or something going wrong, and then your partner who's not from here is trying to subdue him in a certain way that he shouldn't, you should be able to say, whoa, whoa, I know this young man.
Yeah.
I know this young lady. Relax. I'll handle the situation. And so when you have these people that are in these correctional officers in these jails, they're not from Jersey City or Newark or wherever you're from, and they're aggressive. They're over aggressive. To every one of them, they're in this jungle. So it's like, fed or be eaten. So that's their mentality when they walk into these prisons. And when they walk out of these prisons, they go home with the same mentality. So I agree with you. How do we change it? We have to, change our legislators. We have to board as far as when the mayor elections are concerned, when the councilman elections are concerned, when the government elections are concerned. But that's how we change it. But the foremost, we have to start by talking about having our own in our own community and our own facilities of where we live. Because you got these outsiders coming in, they don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about
you. Out of curiosity, I'm curious if somebody in the chat or somewhere, anywhere, can pull up the stats on any kind of crime or corrupt shit in Atlanta, because I'm pretty sure them niggas look like, the people that they're policing, protecting, you know what I mean? And it sounds good. Okay, when they say defunding the police, I think that means the restructure. I don't think that just means get rid of them niggas. I think it means like
that's what it's supposed to mean. Correct.
Okay.
It's supposed to be restructure, yes.
Yeah. And then, there's something that's called the civil service exam. And I agree with you, Mr. Travis, that we need to get them, Congress and officials, them bitch ass niggas, everybody in our city, everything like that. We need to change that. That needs to change. You know what I mean? You have that one black woman who just got into it with the one white woman. She said, child, something. So I see where you're coming from, because they don't understand. They might not understand our lingo.
That's a congresswoman, by the way, sir. Her name is Jasmine Crockett.
Jasmine Crockett. Yeah, she was really looking out, trying to handle business, and the one white lady just going crazy. Like, and then they wanted to, I don't know if y'all know, they wanted to take it off the transcript. They wanted to take it out of like the chick didn't say it.
Oh, really?
Hey, Travis, if I say let's take this outside, what does that mean to you?
And also I want to say it happened to Jasmine Crockett.
Let's talk.
And I want to say with Jasmine Crockett, it happened to her twice. And people try to just sweep that under the rug. So it happened, and it also happened when a white woman tried to say, let's take it outside, and took it to a whole nother ghetto level.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
And we as a community, we supposed to be back at that moment, whether we agree with her policies or not, right? Like we can talk about your policies later, what we agree, what we disagree with, but we're not going to allow you to just disrespect it. Tomorrow you want to meet her outside when she's a representative. No, you cannot do that part. I don't care if I agree with Ms. Jasmine Crockett or not at that moment. It don't matter if I agree with her politics at that moment. You are not going to disrespect. She got elected in there for a reason. You want to respect her as an elected official.
They said, "Oh, it's not a threat. They could go outside and have a beer, have some coffee. Come on, bro. We all tyranny. If I say
we all know it. Let's take it out.
Yes, come on.
So they don't understand. So she took it as a threat. Like, yo, what we talking about? We know. So if you're not from that community, I agree with you, Travis. You shouldn't be in there. But there's something called a civil service exam that you have to take, to actually become an officer. You know what I mean? And they control that too. So until you tear that down and shit like that. Go ahead.
And let me welcome in Tierney. Thank you for your patience, Tierney. Welcome into the show. What's your thoughts?
How you doing, sis? What's up?
Hey, what's up? First, I want to say Black Power. Okay. The caucus lady name is Marjorie Green. Yes, Jasmine Crockett is from Dallas. We really don't play down here. So look, my mom is a corporal. She's a corporal for the Tarrant County Sheriff Department. And over 25 years. And they just went through the same thing last year with the police officers killing an inmate. He went AWOL from the Army, And not that he was psycho, but that's the title that they put on him. Not from Fort Worth. Okay, we better than Dallas. Okay, but and they stomped him to death. They did the same thing that they've been doing. I know you guys say that not all police are bad, but what do you guys think about those police that was sitting around watching them? They wasn't hitting them.
Just watching.
They just as worse. They just as worse.
Okay, and what y'all think immunity is going to do? This is the issue. This is the issue. And it's not like, oh, okay, you just don't like Caucasian people. Yo, I don't like what they represent. And they represent wicked power. I'm not talking about individually. I'm talking about as a whole. As a whole. They represent wicked power. Y'all beating this man. Look, when you're an officer, you're trained. You trained, Sharon. You got to go through tests. You got to go through all types of tests at least. You have to go at least 3. You even have to do the lie detector test. You have to take a test. So these people are trained. It's not like, I just lost my temper. Yeah, it's not like, I just got angry or he kicked me or she spit on me. They are trained to do this stuff. So did they get let go or are they getting convicted?
They got indicted. So
right now they're being indicted.
Okay, so they're going to court.
Yeah. That
in front of their peers.
That doesn't even mean that they're not getting paid.
Right. Gotta talk about that part. Come on.
So
Come
on. Just real quick. So I looked up something, and I have a couple of some friends, and 2 of my friends are psychologists, and they've always talked about this with white correctional officers or police officers. And she always said they are psychologically dumbed down and psychologically bonded, meaning these type of men who do these things to inmates or even black inmates.
Shout out to my nigga MIT.
They are not even, when they go home, they're not the head of their household. They are not in control of their household. They don't have a voice. So when they go to work, they become King Kong. They become Godzilla. They become the master. They feel like at work, they have to show their presence. They have to get strong because when they go home, they gotta take that armor off because she's not playing that. I don't care. I don't give a fuck who she is.
Wait. You think these men are being belittled by their wife? So when they get home, when they get to work,
listen, they don't have a voice. Not being, but what I'm saying, they don't wear the pants in their household.
No.
Correct. So when they have to go, and I'm telling you, when they have to, she was telling me this, and I was like, how do you go? She's like, there's been tests that shown most of these correctional officers or cops that come out and do this stuff to people are the ones that's mostly belittled, like you said, or don't have a voice in their household. So when they go to work, put it like this. We all have jobs. You ever go to work and you get your boss that's a little bit extra sometimes?
Hell yeah.
But then when you see them with their wife or their husband, they don't act like that.
Are we talking about? Oh wait, okay. So
we talking about the psychology.
We're talking about the psychology
that
mindset
are
of
abusing the inmates. So the officers.
So when they get to work, they got to show their ass. They got to be the man. But when they go home, they put on their slippers.
So I feel like when they go home, you can't hit your wife, you get your ass whooped. I think that's common sense. And you're a police, it looks worse.
No, I'm not talking about hitting your wife. What I'm talking about is he's not the aggressor. He's not the aggressor. I'm not talking about hitting your wife. That's just stupid. I'm talking about like he can't make decisions. He's not the reason for the decisions. So he has to take it on the people at work.
Yeah, Travis, I'm not going to agree with that because we don't know how these people are at home. You know what I'm saying? A man ain't going to marry a woman that belittles him. I don't really see men putting themselves in marriages where your wife, bro, if you're in a marriage where your wife is belittling you,
where's Niders? Because he'll definitely tell you that white men don't have no power in their household.
If we're talking about Caucasian men, okay, because I'm only thinking black.
Not only Caucasian men, right? But the Caucasian man that decides to take their anger out on other individuals that cannot help by handcuffing a man, whether it's a black man or a white man, right? The men that do the abuse of power in these positions, those men, usually are belittled at home. They do not have the power at home. So you got to remember, he is framing it very specific to the men that abuse their power of authority. So the police officers that's quick to pull out their weapon and use it on somebody and say, and they have to have this structure of, I told you to do this. Then I tell your ass to roll down your window. So I don't have to roll down, and they don't give a damn about your rights. We've seen it. We've seen people get pulled out of their cars for a goddamn broken tail light. Acting like that's a criminal offense. It's not a criminal offense because the person got a tail light. So those people that have this certain mind frame to abuse their power, those same men, when they go through a psychiatric evaluation, they tend to see on a majority scale that those people also feel like they are belittled at home.
But
let me see if Saint microphone's working now. He was trying to get his microphone together. Go ahead, Saint.
Oh my God! You know what? I got to give a testimony just because what Travis said is so factual. When I worked at Macy's, when I worked at Hammer Made, which is clothing stores, right? The so-called white man can't even buy a shirt without his wife saying yes or no, even if it's his own money. Like it's so factual.
You sound a little bit far from your microphone.
No, I turn up his mic because I can barely hear him.
Okay, I'm gonna get Sam. I'm gonna try to turn up.
You guys hear me now?
Oh yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, I had to agree with Travis because when I did work at Macy's and when I worked in clothing stores, the so-called white man can't even buy a shirt without his wife saying yes or no. And even if he wants the shirt and likes the shirt, she will still say no, pick a shirt that he don't want because she wants the shirt. And he'll say, my wife is the boss. So I had to agree with Travis. The so-called white man, something happened to him after the 1400s. He went from conquering the planet to he can't even buy his own shirt. I got to agree with that.
Y'all don't understand that if the
I love that. Can you say that one more time? I loved how that sounded. Say that one more time. He went from
so-called white man, what happened to you, bro? You conquered the whole planet and now you can't even buy a shirt without your wife saying yes or no.
That's okay, but hold on. If y'all are married, y'all not buying clothes without your wife's. Come on, bro. When my husband and I go to the mall, if I don't like it, nah, babe. Okay, I'm sorry. You're not about to walk around looking raggedy with me.
I done seen pilots, sister. I seen pilots.
No offense, but a bitch not about to tell me what to wear. No offense.
Sister, it's not a
I done seen pilots.
Sister, don't y'all tell your wives what to
hold on, let's not break that. Yeah, we still early in the show. Go ahead, say the Teddy want a rebuttal.
Sister,
go ahead.
I done seen pilots that make $200,000 a year bring back a tie and return it simply because the wife doesn't like it. Like I was at work, so I couldn't say what I wanted to say. I wanted to say, motherfucker, do you like the tie? Like, sir, what the hell is going on?
Hey, do you like the tie? Damn.
Go ahead, Teddy. What's your thoughts?
Nah, I'm sorry, but as a wife, don't y'all tell y'all women, nah, baby, you ain't walking out the house like that.
And something inappropriate, that's different.
Okay.
There's a difference between inappropriate and just telling me what to wear. Like just telling me what to wear. I don't like the blue tie. Wear the red Hawaiian shirt. Attorney, you just missed what I just said. I can see it went in one ear and out the other.
No, I got you.
You got the difference?
I'm just being Gemini right now. I'm just combating. Okay, I'm just saying. But no, like I was saying, with these Caucasian men, if they're wicked, their wives are wicked. Please don't think that, you know what I'm saying, she's a good woman and he's just coming out bringing anger issues. They're both talking about Negroes together in the home. So ain't no difference. Like I stated, my mom has been up there for over 25 years. So I got a lot of insight on what goes on. These men, not just men, women too. The correction officer, women too. They are mean to people that come into jail. They treat everybody like they're murders. So, but they, like I stated, they have training. I watched this video, Sharon, before I came up here on your panel, and that was horrible. So you mean to tell me that after they beat this man, he died instantly? I'm asking, did he die instantly or did he go to the hospital and die?
Oh no, he died while they was whooping their ass. He died while they were.
So the thing is, they beat him to the infirmary. So they whooped his ass first, and then while they took him to the infirmary, that's where the nurses come and do their thing. They was whooping his ass in there as well, and that's when you get to see them pick him up by his neck, and you can see that he's either knocked out or maybe possibly even passed away at this time already. Right? He is lifeless. Like they are still like literally they picked him up like a rag doll by his neck and moved him around, and you can see that his hands and he have no functioning. You see he's not functioning, right? And they kept on punching him in his head, punch him in his legs, punch him in his groin, and and all the other people just watching as it, yes, just like that. That's how I was.
Boy, you got a daughter.
Yes, he has a daughter.
Damn.
Yes.
Sharon, if I put myself on mute and turn my camera off, it's because my kids. Okay, I'm just letting you know.
No doubt. You good. We don't mind. We don't mind no children screaming and yelling. We know it's a holiday weekend. We know
Exactly.
we know how it goes. It's all good. And that's the scariest part, that we gotta start having these conversations on what is the reconstruction part of this situation, right? And I think we hit some very good points that we have to pay attention to our local people. Say, hey, listen here, local, whoever you are that's willing to listen to us, because there's so many levels of the local branch of government that you could attempt to get in contact with, and whichever one you could get a hold of, you got to have that conversation. Like, hey, what are we doing about this? And we got to get we need to figure out a way to really establish a voters block and say, hey, this is one of the things that is our main concern, and this is me and my 1,000 votes. And we want you to attack this point today. Like, we might not agree on everything else, but this one thing we all agree on, and we got to get things that is for us, one thing at a time. We cannot just destroy the whole system at once. We got to do one thing at a time. So we need to get our voting blocks. We need to start thinking in voter block type of mentality, because that's the only way we're going to get things done. Go ahead, Black. You want to go ahead, Black? I think you back now.
Oh, yeah. No, I was going to say that's why I think I know the world is we have we just had elections. I don't even want to think about the dude people they put in on this seat. But I care about, this is why I always talk to my people about your local politics. You know what I mean? It has to work from within and then from without. We can't, we have to start looking at the people that we're putting in these seats that are making these decisions and going out and voting, because, for them to do this, because they put people in these powerful positions that has no knowledge and no and no nutrition about what they talk about and who they put into these positions to be in power. So now, of course, you have to go all through these tests, but your buddy works for the correctional officer. He's the head of corrections. You going for corrections, loose cannon, but you his boy, so he may look the other way. You may get get pulled in. You know what I mean? You got boys who's on the go. Hey, you took the police test? Yeah. What was your score? Was like 5th highest. Really? All right, well, I'm gonna bump you up to 2nd. I'm gonna pull you. I'm gonna pull your sheet in, and I'm gonna get you on the police. It's always what you know. It's not who you. It's always who you know. What you know. So we have to start with working within our politicians and our legislators to come out there and vote and put the right people in seats. We cannot turn our back on them.
This is why we didn't want to vote for Trump, though. This is why a lot of us was like, we don't want to put him in office, because we know what comes behind him. David Duke.
Well, I apologize, but as a black man, we had to pick between a bunch of homo shit and a racist. Me personally, I don't want a grown ass man wearing a dress pissing in the same bathroom as my daughter. So when it comes to this war, I guess I have to deal. I've dealt with racist people my whole life. In high school, I went to a white high school my last 2 years. You know what I'm saying? I have no problem with a racist. You can't be racist towards me. You don't have more money than me. You're a bitch. You know what I mean? My dick is bigger. There's nothing you can do to me. You know what I'm saying? So
that's why they was punching him where they was punching him, because of what you just said.
Feel me, Sharon? As a man, there's no reason why you're punching another man in the dick, bro. That's my joke on the basketball court. If a nigga start dropping buckets on you, I yell out, "Hey, punch him in the dick." It's a joke, because we don't do that to one another. We know,
right? But the problem is that like, yours is a joke, right? We understand that. However, the overarching problem is the men that's in these positions have a psychological problem, and they take in those stereotypes and they attack those stereotypes. So any black man, they put all the stereotypes in one bucket, and every black man that they come across, and whenever they can take their anger out, whatever the littlest minute thing, they're gonna do that to justify while whooping your ass and possibly taking your life, because we have the ability to take more pain threshold than everybody else in the world. This is why they have us at a different schedule when they goddamn put different kind of shots in us, and that's why we always get the shot first. That's why they test things on our community first. That's why we get sick first, and all these goddamn things, and the shit gotta stop. So the men that are psychologically wrong, we got to get them the hell up out of there. But at the same time, we need to set up a situation where we are policing it as well. Like, so if we have psychiatrists that literally say, hey, a lot of the men that's in these positions of authority have the same psychological problem, especially when they Caucasian, we as the people need to get their asses up out of there because they putting our black men in danger. Even the, go ahead, Tierney.
And that's where defund the police came in.
Right, but I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You good? I don't.
Yeah, no, because I'm glad you said, because I think it was just mistaken when they said defund the police. Like, people didn't understand. They used the word defund to make it so in your face and polarizing, but that's not what the sentiment was when they used the term defund the police. It was just reform the police. Right. Go ahead, Tana. I want to bring up two people to the show. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Because when you start talking about taking away your money, then they're gonna start getting their stuff right. I promise you.
No, that's exactly how you do it, Tierney. You hit it right on the head. That's the only way you can scare a white motherfucker. Threaten their job. The only time I've seen a white man act like a bitch is when another white man bitching them out or their job is on the line. That's the only time I've ever seen them act like a bitch or scared.
Damn. Exactly. And welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, Supreme Goddess, PhD. How you doing? While she get her mic together. Good day, Koja. Oh, there she go. Good day to you, beautiful. And welcome to the show, Koja. Good to see you, Koja. How you doing? What is your thoughts?
Hey, good morning. Hey, everybody. I want to point out something, and it might be unpopular. Okay. See, he only worried about gay men because and not racist because he only worried about his booty. He not worried about the community and the children and the women. But he's only worried about booty and his ego. F the kids and F the women that will be
talking about me?
Yes, that will be negatively impacted by racists. Just his booty, but these the protectors in the community.
She fucking retarded.
It is.
I literally started off. Hold on. She fucking retarded. Like most women, in one ear and out the other.
Hold on, let her finish. Hold on, let her get.
I literally started off talking about my daughter. This is in the bathroom. Come on, man.
Let's not break. Let's let her get a full thought out, and this way we can understand
her
thought. And don't look at it as just being attacked. She's attacking the overarching point.
No, she's
hold on, just listen for a second.
He's worried about his booty.
I understand. Just listen.
That's how black women try to emasculate black men right there.
Listen.
Why are you so triggered?
Listen for a second.
Because you're trying to emasculate me like I'm gay.
No, you emasculate yourself.
Please, just for a second.
I literally started off talking about my daughter.
But we saw what you ended with.
Let her finish her full statement. So this way we could understand the overarching point, and we could talk about the overarching point instead of looking at you just.
I gotta stop letting stupid ass people on y'all panels, bro.
Go ahead.
Because you can make laws keeping people out of bathrooms. You can do that, but there's lawlessness in racism and stuff. So you worried about them? You don't think they're gonna snatch your daughters up like they did in the past? You know, when they was raping them and making 12-year-olds have kids. So the laws, racism is lawless. You could control the bathroom stuff, but I get it.
Did you see the vice president?
I hear what you said in the beginning. That's like that supervisory thing where the supervisor call you in and correct you, and they always say something nice before, like it's a text. Say, let me say something nice what this person does, and then get to the point. So I understand you may have started out nice, but what you ended is what you meant, and where your loyalty lies. Your loyalty lies to your booty and not to the community.
You're a fucking idiot.
All right,
really fucking
okay. So now, hold on. Okay, hold on.
Yes, she is. She's talking about my booty.
I'm gonna ask you to do me a favor. Talk to her point and not attack her.
Okay, to your point, I started off by saying I don't want grown men in dresses in the bathroom with my daughter. That's the only problem. My little brother gay. I have no problem with homos. I don't care. But I do have a problem with niggas
And you using that language that communicates. You have no problem with gay people because the language you use is very respectful to them right now.
I don't give a fuck how you take it.
I don't care about your brother, but the overall message is you are really respectful of gay people and your brother right now. Because you're gonna talk to you're gonna address your brother who is not here on this panel in the same way that the way you're talking right now is how you would talk to your brother. You would be using the HOMO in front. Nah.
Him and his husband. Yes.
Maybe he was just triggered because his brother's that way. And maybe it was just a triggering thing.
My gay brother feels the exact same I do.
Like saying
they don't want grown men in bathrooms with little girls.
White person saying I got black friends so I can use the N word.
It's getting worse. It was getting worse.
Okay, hold on. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna bring you down when she's talking, so this way, and I'm gonna bring her down when you talking, so this way y'all can we can understand both parts of the argument. All right, so we can actually get an understanding. So what Koja is saying is that a lot of white racist human beings, they use that tactic as well, saying, hey, I have a black son-in-law daughter, I have a black god this, and I have a black grand this, or I have two black friends, and this is the same talking point that they use. And it's not, and so we could go ahead. I'm gonna let Koja build on that, and I'm gonna bring you right back, please. So we want to hear both sides of the argument. Go ahead, Koja.
I recognize the tactic very well, what he's doing, say, because my brother is GAY, so I can use this word, this respectful word, and I can say this. No different, but, that's what he's doing. I'm sorry you're so triggered and you have to be yelling and stuff, but, go ahead. Worry about your booty, not your daughter booty.
Okay, so go ahead.
Now you're starting to cross the line. Don't put my fucking daughter in it, bro.
You the one brought your daughter in it.
Yeah, shut up.
I'm gonna bring you down, Koja, so okay, get his thought out. Go ahead. Please talk to the point as much as you can, please. Go ahead.
She's a fucking idiot. I have nothing else to say to her, bro. I have nothing to say.
You don't want to talk to the conversation.
No, I got you, Sharon. You heard what I said.
I'm asking you. You could. You don't.
No, we're talking. Yeah, no, I got you. Okay. But I'm just saying, you heard how I started my statement off, and that's not why I get to say that. I don't get to say whatever. I don't disrespect nobody. I say homo. You're a homosexual. That's what you are. Homo meaning same. You dumbass. I just say homo. I didn't say the F word. I don't say the FAG word. I don't call people that because that's offensive. I don't walk around trying to offend people. All I said was I don't want grown men in the bathroom with my daughter. That's all I said. That's my only issue. The things that are pushing. Hold on, Sean. The things that they're pushing on our children. I want that to stop. The program, the television, propaganda, all that. I want that. I'd rather deal with a racist than that shit. I'm not worried about my butt. You must not know me. I let a white girl lick my ass. I have no problem. You know what I'm saying? But that I'm not saying I have a little brother, so I get to. I have a little brother, so I get to say degrade homosexuals. I know I'm a very respectful individual.
What does anything got to do with Robert Brooks, though?
Now we know where that energy comes from.
First it's
a tongue, then it's a finger, then it's a toy. I see the strong reaction you have. First is the tongue, first the finger, and you know what they say. You go to the white girls and then you go gay. So I love that for you. That's not why you have such a strong reaction.
God damn.
I understand it. It's okay. I understand. It's okay. Just leave your girlfriend or your wife toys alone and you're going to be okay. I love that for you.
That's a nice try, but that ain't got shit to do with shit. Anyways, back to the topic.
I did not expect that.
Okay, I have a question.
Sharon, if I could say something.
Was Robert Brooks was he in jail or prison?
I believe he was in jail getting transferred into prison.
Okay. And what was he in there for?
It's hard to find, but some people said that it was for first degree assault.
Right. Didn't he stab the mother of his child in the torso, in the neck, in the several other places too?
I have no idea if that's
okay. Well, I do. So that's what he did to get in there. Okay. And so, they took out the trash. What's the problem?
The problem is that he do have civil rights as well. So you should not be the judge. You got to let the law system handle that at that point.
Yeah, so he was convicted. He was convicted.
Okay, but he wasn't convicted to an ass whooping to death in jail.
Well, when you go into prison, you know that violence is a part of the landscape. And so if we want to be pacifists and shit, then we need to stay our asses out of prison, especially for violent offenses. Where's Brownsville? Because I know it. Where in the Bible it say, if you live by
the sword,
you're going to die by it.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Saint. I know you want to jump in and drop some things because I want to talk to what Piers even said as well. Go ahead, Saint.
I think that I mean, I could use
your microphone is messed up again.
Hear me a little bit better.
There you go.
I wanted to use my experience as a martial arts instructor in Leimert Park. You know, I would always talk to the young men about carrying themselves with class, staying out of trouble. So I think as Black men, we should definitely be very active in other younger Black men's lives. Number one, to keep them out of jail. And then number two, we do have to address the issue of 70% of all police in America being non-Hispanic white. So whether DEI is done away with or not, if we plan on staying in this land, and it is something that we have to address, even if we have to address it with the Supreme Court.
Okay.
This part was coming.
So he probably deserved that ass whooping, but it's about everybody else who's viewing it. Now the other cops that's viewing that, okay, now they might think it's okay to whoop some ass, and it just trickles downhill, PhD. Because if he really did what he said, hey man, whoop his ass, but you ain't got to delete the man. Would you say he deleted that woman?
No, he didn't. She survived, but he tried to delete her.
Yeah, you just give him an ass whooping, but this whole, I'm just worried about everybody else watching. Feel me? That's the only thing I'm worried about.
I have a problem that Black men, y'all will engage in the wildest, most, whatever you big and bad enough and grown enough to do. But then when it comes to people, how people respond to y'all, then now we need to erect some rules and, don't do it too much, and just go to this line and then, that's the line. Don't cross it. Right.
Wait, hold on.
And the reason why we got to have that line is because this is in a court of law, right? So the officers, they have a line that they are not supposed to cross, literally, especially when a person is handcuffed. So yes, it has a line for you. You have a line, and I'm sorry to tell you, but the criminal doesn't have a line. It's just what it is. And you, as an officer, you have to work within the guidelines of what you signed up for.
Okay. Well, overall, they showing you they don't have no line either. And so the best course of action is to stay your ass up out of there.
The overall culture is that it doesn't just stop there. That extends to all law enforcement. They take it on the street. Cops, they go past that line. Just recently, a mother called the police. The police went into the house, bum rushed the boy, which they had no authority because it wasn't a crime committed to go into the house. As a result, a female police officer who was Black fell, hit her head on a brick, and went unresponsive. They was not talking about trauma hawking her. They went up there and concocted their lie, was finna put the mother in jail, said she had attacked them and all kinds of stuff. It doesn't stop at just that, and it will extend to people who aren't being resistant, people who aren't doing that. And that's what it is. I work in the police prison, and I done seen, you don't really want that to be the culture because it gets out of hand really fast.
Okay, there we go.
For someone that's been through domestic violence, and I've wanted my ex-husband to get his ass whooped, I would never wish death upon him because he's the father of my children. That's a line that's, being crossed as well. Yes, relationship-wise, personally, I want somebody to slap the shit out of you. But I cannot wish that my children didn't have a father. That's why those police are trained to do their jobs the correct way, because, it's just not right. You're not God. You can't take somebody's life away. That's not your position. Your position is just to do the right thing, not fight evil with evil.
When we talk about, can I say something? Sorry.
And Brownsville, it's so pointless to try to put money up against me. You're a cop, bro. Just stop. Jesus Christ. Go ahead and drop
the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Sorry about that. I was just saying.
Hold on 1 second.
I understand both I understand both sides. You know what I mean? Because I do have police officers and correctional officers in my family, and I hear what they go through. Don't know the other side of the prison. So, they tell me this. Their number one thing is make it back home safely to your family. You know what I mean? And by any means necessary. Now, I'm not saying that all officers are, murderers or they all bad, but that's their number one sense when they walk inside of a prison. Because I had one officer, a good friend of mine, like a nephew, didn't even know. He went up to the tier, about to take somebody to the infirmary. Dude went crazy. He didn't even see it. Dude had some really, really hot water and threw it on his chest. Burnt him third degree before it didn't get on his face. You know what I mean? Those are the type of things that, they have to deal with. Now, when you know, we're talking about homicide, or we're talking about beating someone, or we're talking about, that's a different story. If a prisoner is subdued, is he's and you've taken it to the extreme, then you have no moral conscience about yourself.
Right, but see, that woman was smaller than him, right? And he took it all the way to the extreme of stabbing her in the neck, the torso, the head, everywhere else. He has no moral conscience about himself.
No, he didn't.
Like attracts like. Like attracts like.
And then therapy. Get him some help.
All right. Also, hold on, Jay. Hold on. So Jay trying to get in there as well. That's because he left earlier. He was here earlier. Maybe now he has something because he was saying something. Anyway, go ahead, Big J.
Yeah, but then there is the thing.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Right.
Thank you to whoever did that.
They said not today, Big J. Bye.
I love it.
I can't stand when these bitches call me a fucking mammy. Bitch, learn what a fucking mammy is before you go on my motherfucking ass. If I said a person needs some help, give them some help. Sorry, but I follow Jesus. I don't follow man. Ain't nothing wrong with giving someone help. You don't know what people been through. You don't know what nobody been through to say just kill them. Because I got kids. Sometimes my kids done been through some shit. I'd be damned if one of y'all motherfuckers killed my kid when all they need is some motherfucking therapy. So your mama
get it. As a mother, it's your job to get it.
About. Yeah, but people are constantly growing. Nobody is changed overnight unless you give your soul over to the Holy Spirit. And none of y'all niggas is doing that. So, like I said, instead of killing people, get them the proper help.
We see countless Black men go into prison for some type of violent offense, only to come out and delete some woman, right? Okay, they solved the problem. And look at it this way. So not only did they take the trash out, right? So they were were they correction officers or police officers that beat them to death? Okay, so those correction officers, I'm pretty sure that wasn't the first time they had done that, right? But because the man died, the situation has become what it is. Now they've been indicted, correct? Yeah. And so you got a 2-for-1. They took out the trash and took out the trash correction officers. So now they finna have to fight for their freedom, right? So you got a 2-for-1.
Wow, that's
okay. The mother. Can I say the mother?
Hold on, everybody. Let's not break down yet. That's an interesting.
Okay.
Hold on. So that's an interesting point of view to look at it. Maybe we should dive into that, as it is a 2-for-1. Welcome to the show, Venus. Koja wanted to jump in as well. So we go Venus, Koja, Tierney. Go ahead.
Good morning. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Hey, Venus.
Yeah, I'm with boo. I'm with Diva on this.
Wow.
Listen, I don't want to get too deep, but the reason Black people have been conquered is because they too fucking soft. And they the only people that's soft, and everybody knows it. I don't understand how anybody's up here outraged at somebody who was stabbing a woman all crazy because he didn't kill her. But what do you think what was the intention when you stabbing somebody in the neck? What you trying to do?
Mm-hmm.
The fuck are we talking about? So because you have a son, Tyranny, we supposed to somehow be empathetic about, I would say the same shit If your son try to fucking kill a woman with a knife, nobody's feeling sorry. That's what it is.
I'm not asking you to feel sorry. I'm asking you don't play God. That's not your position. That's what I'm telling you.
So if your son tried to play God first by stabbing somebody in the fucking neck and trying to kill them, he just wasn't successful at it.
God,
we need to get him. We need to be so fucking forgiving for him. Absolutely not.
So no sin is greater than the other. So you stealing a bag of chips ain't no better than him going here doing something stupid. Do we supposed to delete? That's the mentality of these white cops. Delete the nigga because he did a criminal move. That's not thinking anything different.
Okay. Listen, any man who stabs a woman and tries to kill her, I ain't having no sympathy, no outrage, ain't no police reform, ain't no nothing.
No sympathy's ass, sis. No sympathy's ass. But murder is not our position. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, that is not our position either.
But the thing is this here, is that it extends that type of mentality and action goes to the smallest things. And when that mother I was talking about, they were charging, the only thing that saved her was the body cams, and they was too dumb to turn them off. And they sitting up there constructing an argument to charge this woman with obstruction of justice with violence. If it wasn't for them body cams, she would have ended up in prison. And I implore people to go and look at some of these YouTube videos of these innocent people being framed up and how the only thing that got them off was the body cam. But those people can end up there also. And they do. Because my state got one of the highest post-conviction exoneration rates. That means innocent people that was convicted and got let out, and they are in there too. I'm not saying the overwhelming majority of them are that, but they will take that position with those people too. And you don't know how dumb some of these CEOs are. They literally went. I was at the unemployment office, and they came in there and say, "Who got a high school diploma and no criminal record?" And they took those people and they helped them cheat on the test to pass to be that. So you don't know how dumb some of them are.
How many women are in jail for going upside men's head? Delete them, right? Let's delete all these females that's all up in a man's face, want to slap him aside his head, want to pull out guns on him too. Y'all are being biased. Y'all being one-sided. If
women's prison is like
for
that.
One, don't have feelings for the other. Don't do that. Because a lot of y'all females be going above and beyond. Y'all do get these men in jail after y'all done did the most.
Okay, but women's prison isn't the same as men's prison. It doesn't have the same level of violence, right? Shit. And so there is violence in there, but it ain't like the men's prison. Bitches ain't dropping dead. They ain't shanking each other 24/7. My sister worked in a women's prison for
some of the women can be brutal.
Some of them can, but I'm saying they're not displayed. Not everybody finna act fucking stupid, right? Nowhere do women display the same level of aggression and violence as men. And that translates into prison as well. So fuck, miss me with that.
In Texas, we absolutely do. We don't play down here.
Women rather than the rules. They'll sit here and try to major on the exceptions rather than talk about
one
the rules.
thing I recognize that.
Less. Okay, but I'm speaking now, so we let you finish. These women are not enacting that type of violence. And now I do agree with Koja. The issue of innocent people being locked up, I think that's worth us fighting about, right? But that's not fighting for, some convicted, attempted murderer, getting his ass whooped, in prison. I'm sorry, that's not the same thing. So now, if we want to make a big issue of that Florida mother who they tried to set up and we got the body cam, I say we rally behind that. We'll rally behind black men for any and everything. It's crazy. No,
but y'all don't take any accountability for these crazy ass women.
My mama always said everybody
men
ain't no liable you.
PH. Women set
so
men
if everybody
up
got a problem with your behavior, then that means you need to change your behavior.
Women set men up all the time.
Hype today, PH. But I guess I ain't been on these panels right here in a long time, so I ain't got that much energy for that today. But one thing I do recognize as working in the prison, I don't see not even 25% of what goes down in the dorms and what does. I get people months later coming in for real pain because they got beat up or jumped, then they never reported it because they don't report. So for me to think I have a complete view of the violence that takes place inside those cells is crazy. I don't even, I probably see 25% of what goes down.
That's
as
true.
a professional working on the other
That
side.
could be said on
Right,
both
but
sides
they have
then.
an
So then the men,
infirmary
there's a lot
there,
of crime
and
that
so
nobody knows
people,
about in
if
the
you're
man prison.
severe enough, you have to go to the
I am the
infirmary.
nurse. That's why
Right.
I'm telling you,
And
I
so that
don't
if
see
you
it
saying you don't see
because they
most of
don't
it, then that
report
means
it.
then it doesn't rise to the
That's what I'm
level for you
saying.
to
So
see it.
to think I
And so
have
that's what I'm saying. Right? That's not the same type of violence. If you get shanked, bitch, you going to the infirmary.
no, they don't. I
What
promise
kind
you,
of shit? Come
I
on.
promise you. I have had people who
All right.
done got stabbed, not in places that
Okay,
are.
so the women are just as violent as the men. And so now, ladies, when we see the video footage of the COs beating the shit out of some handcuffed, violent ass black woman, then let's make a big deal out of it. I'm not getting off my
But black
damn
women
bullshit.
are violent
I'm
too.
not getting okay. So find that case and then I'll rally behind it. But I'm not getting out my
many
damn bullshit.
cases.
big enough to
Okay, well
admit
pick
that
one
I
and
don't
let's
see.
rally behind it. But this ain't finna be it.
Sharon, I
All
want to
right,
say
all right,
something.
all right. So, all right.
Can
So
I say
let's not let the conversation break all the way down. I think this is good dialogue that we should mind out. It's good. And I see Venus want to jump in, Tyranny want to jump in. We got Prism at 651. So let's go. Tyranny, 651, Venus, then Prism. So this way, everybody we can hear all types of different voices on the matter. So go ahead.
Okay, my uncle.
Just like the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Damn, they done got they done got her. It says, hey, dump that mammy bitch. God
Thank
damn.
you, whoever sent it.
So it's $20 to bring Tanny back. I know y'all got her back. She got a few. She's also double streaming. I did not know she was streaming with us. She got people over there as well. Shout out to everybody over there. Make sure y'all hitting her like button. Make sure y'all hitting her share button. Make sure you hitting her Cash App and her super chat. Let's keep building. So we're gonna go Venus 651 Real Prism.
Okay. So I agree with Koja and halfway with Tyranny on the fact that innocent people definitely, you know, I appreciate the body cams and people do get jammed up, right? So I want to make sure I'm not conflating and being dismissive of that part, right? But what Tyranny is doing is conflating because that's not what this is. So when we start hearing, but the women, she's sounding like these dumbass men who be up here doing that shit. I don't understand why the fuck we talking about but the women when we talking about a man today. Like, I don't understand. The other thing is, this is the issue with black women. They want to be super apologists for the worst types of men in fucking creation. I can't. And then we wonder why we getting beat the fuck up, abused, mistreated, and everything else. Because you're the biggest cheerleader for it. Like, knock it off.
Okay. Go ahead 651 then Real Prism.
Good morning. Good morning. I like to address some things. First of all, men prisons are 10 times more violent than women prisons. It's not even close. It's male prisons are way more violent. Also, there is a level of respect as a CO when you're working in prison or in the county jail. I worked at a MAT facility. Some of them guys were facing, some of them guys had life, and some of the crimes that they did was like 10 times worse than like the worst of the worst. But you still have to give them respect. I don't think torturing anyone is a level of respect. And plus, as a CO, you don't want to do that because at the end of the day, you in a unit with 80, 90 inmates, and they can beat your ass at any time because you can't beat everyone in there. So it is a level of respect when you, as a CO, when you're working in the county jail or in prison. I did both. So when I rewatched the film and I seen a couple things that, and we could always Monday morning quarterback on a situation like that. A couple things. He sounded like he looked like he was mental health. First off, he was handcuffed. He should have had a spit sock on, and they should have put him in a restraint chair. In that situation, when I was a supervisor in prison, I would have put situations like that. We put the spit sock on, we handcuff, shackle, throw his ass in put his ass in a restraint chair till he cools down. And then, what'd you say?
SHOS cell to cell by itself, where you can't do nothing to nobody.
What?
SHOS.
It's different language for different states.
Okay.
And styles.
Oh yeah. Okay, so then we put him in. But what part? Well,
Okay.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, we would have put them in a restraint chair, and we could keep them in a restraint chair until they calm down. If not, then the nurse can come in. It's a shot that they give them. We call it a juice shot. I don't know what it is. It put their ass to sleep. It like drug them down so they can calm down. So it's a couple of situations. Hitting someone in the nuts while they handcuffed behind their back, I think that's overkill. But again, we can Monday morning quarterback. Handcuffing somebody and beating their ass, I think that's overkill. No one should be, and I'm for the death penalty. And I believe some crimes, deserve, but at the end of the day, as a CEO, you can't cross the line. You got to keep it professional. So I personally seen some things on that video like, yeah, that was kind of overkill. But he looked like he was on drugs or mental health. He should have been in a restraint chair. But and that's all I can say on that.
Okay,
well, they indicted those people, right? The COs.
Yeah, they indicted. Yeah, they got an uphill battle to climb. They can get charged.
It's just an indictment. Go ahead, the real Prism. We know indictments don't mean shit for real.
Yeah, but it's a stressful one.
Good morning, everybody. I really wanted to ask Tyranny a question because let me say this. Let me say this. I don't know the ins and outs. I've seen the video it's very graphic.
It is.
I don't know why there's no sound to what happened. I want all the parts of it before I even make any type of conclusion on what I think. Okay. Number two, I just wanted to ask Tyranny about the Bible. Like, I'm trying to figure out, it's kind of like,
please don't turn this into a Bible conversation. Please.
I'm sorry, I can't.
I went PhD on that.
No, I'm just saying, please don't turn this into a Bible conversation.
I'm not. I just don't understand why she turned it into a Bible conversation.
Because she's saying it's not your job to be deleting people. That's God's job. That's the only reason why she said that. Next.
We have a criminal justice system that was created. The law is for the lawless. That's who it's for. He was in jail for a violent crime. I'm trying to figure out, why are we talking about the Bible when we're talking about a violent offender?
Because they killed him. It's not your job to kill him.
Hold on.
I didn't kill him. So I wasn't there.
I didn't say you, smart guy.
So then tune down.
You asked a question, I answered it.
Okay, let her finish her point. Stop trying to attack just one point. Let her finish her full thought.
Deleting people or whether we're God or not. This is about a justice system issue. It has nothing to do with spirituality. And I'm tired of it always getting somehow conflated about some spirituality, like we're God, we're not, we can do this, we can do that and stuff. And the point of the matter is, why do we never want to talk about the femicide rates in Black communities and children? Why do we always want to talk about, no disrespect, I'm sorry for what happened to the man or whatever like that, but why is it that because I went back and started listening to Sharon's panel on when Sandra Massey got murdered. And I didn't see the same type of vitriol for taking care of the mentally ill or the patients of this. I didn't hear Black men talk about none of that.
Talk about it. I
didn't hear none of
Black woman up here.
I went back to go make sure before I popped up over here.
Okay.
I agree with what you said about talking about that. Can I say one thing?
Before that's a very good point. I want everybody to talk to that.
PhD, but look at
Can I? The guy who was speaking as the CEO, he's right. When somebody have on cuffs, you don't have to do nothing but sit back and let them flop like a fish until they tire themselves out. They are not hitting anyone. They are not at the point that they have on cuffs. It's supposed to be hands off. Let them do what they do until they tire themselves out, and then you come back to them.
Great point as well. And welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, Jay Prince. Good day, sir. How you feeling?
I want to say this real quick. But I want to say shout out to the people that killed Sandra Bland and that Black woman with the pot. She was violent according to PhD. They took out the trash.
Damn.
So every woman that got murdered by the cops, they took out the trash.
Wow.
I'm Jay Prince for president of United Negro.
Oh, I thought you was leaving.
No, one more thing.
You leaving?
No, they drop Unc Man for disrespecting the woman, but Kojo was disrespecting him first. So is this just a feminine foundation panel? If that's the case, I don't think men should come over
When did
here
I
if it's
curse
just
that
gonna be
man?
feminine
You're living
dominated.
your feminine life.
I'm Jay
When
Prince,
did
the
I
president of
curse
United
that
Negro
man out?
Legacy.
You didn't
You
curse
don't
that man,
gotta.
but you
If you're gonna
definitely
leave, can
emasculated
you
me.
hold on? So like, you just came to just
He
throw.
came to derail your conversation, and I will employ everyone up here to not get distracted and start arguing with him about his stupidity. We don't care.
Very fair. That is.
I think he had a good point though.
That's very fair. And so now this, I understand the sentiments of since he is a criminal, he got I believe convicted for 12 years. However, we cannot allow these people to just kill people in jail as they wish when they see fit.
Facts.
Who is we?
Us as Black human beings, because it ain't gonna just happen to this violent man. I understand that this man was violent that day, or he's convicted of violence. However, they're not looking at us, oh, we just doing this to the worst of the worst. They looking at any Black man, they'll do that too.
Look, it was some Black woman who was deleted, in the near past, in the recent past, by some white folk. Wait a minute. It was a Black woman who just got assaulted by a white security guard, and Black men was cheering it, right? Saying, oh, well, she should. But when it's one of y'all, not even the lowliest, the ones who need to be pushing up daisies, right? To better the community. Even Umar said, in order to get this community right, we're going to have to dig a few ditches and fill them up. Y'all know what that means?
That we get to choose, not them.
Well, I choose. Thank you. They chose by proxy. They had my vote. They was using my proxy vote to choose.
So, but that's the thing. I can't. I don't know if I agree. I don't know them. I don't know the man.
I'm not somebody who did
so I do get that.
I'm not gonna shed no tears over. Sorry, it's not gonna happen.
But it's not about us sharing tears over him. It's about
I don't care, is what I'm saying.
It's not about if you care, but it's not about if you care now. Is the fact that somebody that's in jail that is possibly that's there for something
serving his punishment
different. He could just be serving his time, and he could get treated just like this man did for doing nothing. While he is handcuffed with his hands behind his back, no threat to nobody, and they whipped this man to death with 9 officers watching over it, punch him in his groin, punch him in his face, moving his lifeless body. So yes, it did happen to somebody that's possibly where you could argue that he deserved it. However, if we allow this to happen, it's going to move on into somebody that doesn't even deserve to be in prison as well.
Ladies, join my organization, Black Women for Blue Lives.
So
shout out. So that was Jay Prince's whole point. That was Jay Prince's whole point, though, right? When that lady with the hot water got popped, that was Jay Prince. That's why Jay Prince said that.
We don't care about Jay Prince's point, LL.
Okay, so fuck Jay Prince. Okay, so what about the lady got popped with the
no, because that's still Jay Prince's.
She got what she deserved, right?
Care.
Yeah,
nobody
got
cares.
What she deserved, right? PhD, you like to deflect. You're really good at deflecting. Tyranny just cooked you earlier. You couldn't
hold on.
Okay, that's fine.
Hold on. Let's keep it to the conversation, please. So again, so LL. So the problem is that you had to prove that lady that was supposedly, she didn't even throw anything, right? But that lady, you have to prove that she is violent and that she attacked somebody, right? So the thing that PH Diva and Venus is on agreement is that this man stabbed a woman with most likely to attempt to delete that woman.
And he was serving.
But they didn't know that. They didn't know that when they were hitting him.
It doesn't
have any of that information when they attacked him, which means they would have did that. Because when you go in somebody's cell, you don't know everybody or you get them out. So they did that without regard to what he did. That's my point.
Y'all don't know. He's been in there for years.
When they call you to a cell.
Years. You think those people don't know who he is?
No.
That was the first time they ever worked with him?
No, it could be because when you in the dorm, you don't know every. No, you're not working in the same dorm every day, and nobody has.
But we don't know if they knew him or not.
They call you to a cell. You may not even know the name of the person. You may just go in there to the cell.
None of them knew him is kind of crazy.
Yeah, the likelihood of them knowing what
the other. And see, this is how we know that a lot of times we just like this is some weird black male shit, because we'll start constructing stories to try to make something the case, right? We don't
when
know
they call
what are you talking about?
Okay, hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody. We are in disagreements. That is okay, but we still gotta let the other person get their full thought out. I gotta bring some people back up. Please just let everybody get their full thought out, even on the disagreement side. Please.
Can I finish?
We have good conversation. It's moving very well, and it's a conversation that we absolutely have to mind out so we can actually decide on how we are going to defend us as black folks, right? So I just want to preface this way: the other side, they don't give a fuck if that's a criminal or not. That dude that killed that man cold-blooded in the street, that pharmacist, he wound up getting like 50 to almost 100,000, and for his support to fight a case, and he cold-blooded killed somebody. George Zimmerman, he killed somebody. They didn't care. So many times that the other races. Hold on. So the problem is that it doesn't matter if he was a criminal or not. What happened to him at that moment didn't have anything to do with whatever violent crimes he did outside of jail. That is the issue that we're having. And those people, they need to be held accountable. I got somebody else I want to bring up. I want to coach you to finish up her thought. PA Diva want to rebuttal. I believe Venus and Tyranny want to jump in as well. So let's try to keep it as stable as we can. No ad-libs. Let everybody do their thing. Go ahead, Coach.
When they call you to a cell, all of the offers eventually start coming, but don't nobody always hear who they calling for. Sometimes it just may be a cell and you see the person. Nobody, once you go to work in prison, you for a while, you stop reading what people here for and there for, and people are moved around so often and this and that, you don't know. And the likelihood that they knew that what that man was convicted of before they went in that cell and before they did what they did is very low. Then you could say, "Oh, they do this and they do not." And maybe your prisons work different where you are. I'm not gonna say that, but that's not how that works. And they did that because they did that, not because of what he did or who his crime.
I don't care. It's basically I don't. That's the simplest way I can put it. I'm not even like going to expend.
So PhD, but you saying you would have put your knee in that motherfucker?
I love that for you. I love that for you.
So PhD, you would have got you.
That's crazy.
I said we got to be at that. Like, just because we disagree doesn't mean we just jump in. Let everybody get their thought. Koja finished her thought, I believe. So now let Diva finish her thought as we keep on going. I know it's a tough conversation, but let's try to mind it out. Go ahead, Diva.
Yeah, I just think, look, we always choose. Why every black man that start some shit, then we got to come in as reinforcement. Look,
that's right.
I'm not doing it. I am not doing it.
Yes, you are.
I don't care.
You coming with us?
I'm not coming. And
Can I?
I'm calling the cops and telling them where y'all meeting at, the rendezvous point, before y'all even get there. Cut it out.
Can I make this statement before somebody else?
Hold on.
I was next. Okay.
Yes, go ahead. It was Venus, then Tyranny. Let's try to hold the frame. I believe Real Prison wanted to jump in as well. 651 wanted to jump in. I still got somebody to bring up. Go ahead, Venus, then Tyranny.
I'll be quick. I just wanted to make this point because I think two things can be true. The police do not have the right to end somebody's life just because they fucking feel like it. I'm on board. I want to make sure I make that clear. I understand that. But my main point of contention was Tyranny specifically and this super apologist attitude she has about violent men, specifically towards women. So yeah, I just wanted to make that clarification. I'm not in support of police deleting people because they want to. I just don't feel sorry for them either. That's just that.
Okay. Yeah. No. And like I said, I've been a domestic violence victim. I am not saying feel sorry for someone that hurt someone else, but as a mother, I cannot be like, yeah, just take his life. Because when you raise kids, you realize these kids been fucking up since they came out the womb. They always doing stupid shit. People still learning as a man and as a woman. So every time they make a mistake that we don't agree with, what are we saying? Kill them? That's what they get? That's their problem? Really? We don't know what actually happened inside the household. Not saying take it, no, but we don't know what happened inside that household. That's really what I'm saying. Really, this was about police brutality. Police should not be able to say, well, they did something I don't like, even though the caucus been doing evil stuff since they've been over here. They should not have the authority
Okay,
to say.
so Tierney, so you saying you in 100 support of getting justice for this man, even though he stabbed.
What I'm saying.
Right. So this is the argument that people believe that you are saying, that you still want justice for somebody that attempted deletion on I believe a black woman as well. So this is where the conflations get. So maybe you need to clear that part of the answer where you could get to the overarching point.
I'm sick of white cops.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Damn.
Yeah, because she keep on saying, I'm a mother. This
Hold on. They said, nope, not today, mammy. but also she trying to fight back. She said, take away from my time. So she put $5 on it. She said, so,
not the $5.
Yeah, she said she put $5. She said put $5 on it. She don't want to stay down the whole time. God damn it. And also,
I'm a mother. So
also welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, Brownsville, New York. Good day, sir. How you doing?
Yo, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. First and foremost, Cuzzo, let me take my shoes off before I walk into this room. Peace and love to the beautiful queen, the supreme goddess, PH diva. Peace and love to you.
Peace and love.
Peace and love to the other beautiful queen on a panel, the voice of Venus. Peace and love to you. Peace and love to the other beautiful queen on a panel, Koja. Peace and love to you. Peace and love to the other beautiful queen on the panel, the Red Prism. Peace and love to you.
Thank you, sir.
And peace and love to we need more tyranny in the back as well. And then peace and love to all the queens in the chat room, man. Anya Bracy, the SBG First Lady, Robin M, DB, Shiesty Bum, Bomb Cherry Juice, Rogue C, It's Me, Dr. G, Sexy Red TV, Conversations with MJ, Miss Jalen, Genesis, Zero Tolerance, Talking to Ken Folks, M Mills, Keisha G, Renee, Mel, Fantasy Island Girl, Raw G, all the queens, man, all the queens. I don't want to forget about none of the queens. Every time I hit this platform, I'm making my purpose to lift y'all up, give y'all flowers, and show these men, show these knuckleheads how they should be treating the ladies, the queens, and the women on the internet, man. And peace and love to the kings as well. Can't forget about the kings. Interesting topic, Cuzzo. First and foremost, rest in peace to Robert Brooks. My condolences will be sent out to his family and friends and loved ones who are mourning his loss, or who have mourned his loss, probably still mourning his loss. The fact is, he didn't deserve to die because he wasn't sentenced to the death penalty, right? And when we look at the body cam footage, we understand that it was a lot of unreasonable force that was utilized against him, and which contributed to his death. So hopefully, and I'm praying that the people who are involved in his untimely death are prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, right? Because there's no room for people who lack self-control and self-discipline within the law enforcement community whatsoever. So we got to root those bad apples out and get some people that have the ability to make reasonable decisions and not escalate violent interactions. I think the greater conversation, Cuzzo, that we should have, though, is if you find yourself in a situation to where you're at the mercy of the New York State Department of Corrections or Department of Corrections in any state, you must understand that the 13th Amendment no longer applies to you, right? So you're considered a slave. You're considered a servant. You're at the mercy of people who do not believe that you have any rights. And these violent interactions, from prisoner to prisoner, or from CO to inmate, and from inmate to CO, this is a daily occurrence. 651 can attest to it, right? Especially in upstate New York, there's a whole bunch of stories. If you look into Attica, right? Upstate New York, very, very, very violent institution. And a lot of people who did a lot of hard time will tell you a lot of stories that they were beaten almost to within an inch of their life. And a lot of people they know was also beaten within an inch of their life. So those are the kind of things that happen, and it happens a lot, right? And so we need to figure out how we can make it better. But ultimately, you can put yourself in a better situation to not end up in a situation to where you're around a lot of violence, right? We understand that Robert Brooks was a violent person himself, right? He stabbed a young lady or old lady. I'm not familiar totally with the case, but we know it was a violent crime that he committed. Therefore, some people would say, well, he got actually what he was dishing out. I disagree with that. I think that his punishment, he had the right to serve out his punishment that he was given, right? The time that he was given, he should have been able to serve that and walk out of prison with his life. But that didn't happen. And it's unfortunate. But the greater conversation should be, how do we prevent ourselves, especially our young Black men and women, how do we prevent ourselves from being in this situation to where we're subjected to someone else's decision making and someone else's right or wrong actions? So I think that's the greater conversation we need to have. That's the more productive conversation we need to have, is on preventing the young men and young women from being subjected to it. And I also want to say this to LL Unkman, right? Respectfully, sir, the reason why I dropped you is because you were disrespecting the young lady without warrant. Just because she disagreed with what you were saying, that didn't give you a right to just totally disrespect her, call her out of her name, and talk to her as egregious and crazy as you talk to her, right? I need y'all men to understand that you can engage in conversation respectfully, right? You can have your passion about it. You can passionately disagree, but have at least enough discipline and self-control to engage in a conversation with a certain amount of respect, the same respect that you would have when you're talking to your mother, the same respect that you would have when you're talking to your daughter, your sister, your cousins, so on and so forth. It's the same way we should be communicating on this internet. And I don't understand why y'all believe that it's fruitful for y'all to be so demonstrative and prove that you can dominate over a woman within a conversation. It does not make y'all look strong. It makes y'all look weak. And I need y'all to reevaluate that communication style, right? Because you can have a passionate feeling about your opinion, but you have to know how to articulate it properly so that your position is being illuminated in the way that you want your position to be illuminated, right? But when you're just attacking someone, calling them out of their names and so on and so forth,
let me know when I can respond, please.
It just makes it seem, my brother, and I'm landing it right here, it just makes it seem like there's something wrong with you, that you have some sort of arrested development that you haven't dealt with. And that's what you need to kind of recalibrate. Peace and love.
I mean, don't leave now, but clearly you didn't hear how.
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you'll be in danger.
Hey, shout out to Tanner. She said, hold on. She put the extra 15. Hold on. She put the extra 15 on it. She said, hey, bring me back. God damn it.
Yeah, my husband's money is long. So keep playing with me. Okay? Husband money's real long.
I'm sure he doesn't want to spend it on this stupid shit. But.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I'm spending it. I have control over the money. That's what wives do.
I don't understand why people always want to just hate for no fucking reason. It's insane to me. But go ahead, Tierney. So get your point out. Go ahead, baby girl. That's crazy.
She froze. I think she froze.
Dang, froze.
Okay, there. You froze.
Hold on. We can hear you.
It's okay. Y'all understand that I could run the show.
Can I say this here?
Okay.
Right?
Y'all understand I could see what y'all see. Y'all don't have to. It's okay. Tanner, we can still hear you if you want to talk. I don't know if we can hear you though. You want to, Tierney? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
Just like the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try.
Damn.
Come through.
Say this here. Right now, and what Brownsville said about
hold on, y'all. Hold on. I know we are anxious to talk. They dropped a 40 piece, so that means there's only 20 on her name still. They dropped the 20 pins. Also, welcome to the show. Big J, why you don't stay on camera? I don't know. I don't understand it. Y'all understand what's going on. A lot of people just hate for no reason. We see the Rim Princes in the chat just crying and complaining. So Unc Man, we don't need no help with that.
No, I wasn't hating at all. I've never been a hater. But
but saying what you're saying though, you know.
No, I'm just saying as a man, I don't want my wife spending money on dumb shit like
right.
Candy.
And then you say it again.
Oh
that's
my
not
God.
your wife. That's not your wife.
Right. Right, so
like you saying that is meaning what?
I apologize, Sharon. I apologize. I'm not a hater. I apologize. Everybody, please.
After he just said his.
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you'll be in danger.
She put 40. She put 40
Where your
on
kids at? Came
Let's
through.
go.
Came through. Mothers, let's go. Came through.
Let's go.
You can either have the conversation or you can keep wasting money.
Go ahead, Tierney. Go ahead. I ain't
have
even
the
gonna
conversation. Have the conversation.
Okay.
Y'all women get real mad. Like I said, one of y'all daughters put y'all hands on my son, I'm beating y'all ass. One of y'all daughters put y'all hands on my son, I'm gonna kill that man. Y'all saying. That's what y'all saying. Kill a man for hitting a woman. So kill one of y'all daughters if y'all put y'all hands on my kid.
Girl, don't nobody want your
These white
ancient
men need
son.
to stop putting their, I know you pro-white because you hop on white penis,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm not pro-white nothing,
Absolutely.
baby girl.
Absolutely.
Ain't no white man doing a damn thing to us, our black men. We need to stand up.
Yes, they are, and there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do about it. They do whatever they want to your men.
Let me finish. Like
And
I
your
said,
men too weak
y'all
to
is not
stop
finna
them.
sit here
And your
keep
men
harming
too weak
our black
to stop
men.
them.
Ain't no, y'all not finna keep harming our black men. Sorry, it's not gonna happen. Ain't
Oh,
nobody.
okay.
I'm not taking up for abuse, but I'm sick and tired of black women and black men going against each other. Do y'all not understand the agenda? Y'all don't get it.
That's
you
real.
hate black men so much you're willing to sit on master's dick? Are you crazy?
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try.
Can I say this before we get too far away from what Brownsville said?
No, not yet. Hold on.
This is funny.
Miss Jalen with the 100 ball. Let's see how long hubby money is. And I'm tempted to match you. So hold on. Stay tuned, y'all. Miss Jalen, 100 ball.
You know.
This is what independence looks like. Keep her off the panel.
Sheesh.
Brownsville, New York, $20. Drop Unc Man. And if he pays to come back, use one of my credits. The disrespect of black women will no longer be tolerated on this show. Peace and love. The disrespect will not be televised. Okay. And I'm wilding.
The ad-libs is awesome though.
I'm wilding. Okay. Ed Unchained. Gender war. Let's go.
Yeah.
Big J Triple X with the 20 ball. What part of cool? What part of cruel and unusual punishment You don't get it.
Damn. That's
Did he stutter?
How was it? Was it good?
It's just so because it's
Oh, come on, y'all.
also
This is our problem.
let's also appreciate this the way how we supposed to in the name of Dade County.
This is funny. I'm gonna listen off.
Play that back. I need to hear that one more time. She was popping that. Oh, never mind.
Yes.
We can't do
Y'all have a good day.
I would like to go back to what Brown just said in the 13th Amendment. Can I get this out? Because right now they are ramping up the penalties for other crimes that will have a lot of us sitting in there because those immigrants they deported will be replaced with inmate labor that is cheaper than immigrant labor. So while we're talking this, we're seeing things put in place and not connecting the dots. They actually were circulating because I'm from an agricultural town. The pictures around of them going to increase, and they've been doing it in my community. They've been doing it in Texas. They literally have people, I want to say, picking cotton in Texas or wherever. So understand when we advocating for this police to be gone wild, what the whole goal is. So, no checks and balances will ultimately end bad for us.
Can I say something real quick?
Okay, yeah, go ahead, and then Big J wanted to respond.
I ain't gonna be long.
You see him huffing and puffing, so yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Big J, because you did pay money to come back, bro. My bad.
Yeah, and it might be my last time I pay money because this is a
Slap
clown.
the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Damn! Hey, Big J, I had nothing to do with that, brother.
It said, "Hey, big dummy has nothing to any combo." Bye.
Damn.
Big J, I had nothing to do with that, brother. I didn't know, brother. But real quick, to Brownsville, clearly you wasn't here when she popped up. You know what I mean? Because you didn't hear what she said. You know what I'm saying? I don't do the gay shit, none of that. I don't be disrespecting people. But Miss Koja, I would like to apologize because I don't be disrespecting women like that, calling them all bitches and all kinds of weird shit. You know what I'm saying? If you was listening to me, you would have understood, one of the first 2-3 times, I said
I understand. I hear your apology, but I'm gonna say this here. I would not want to be in your presence because you do seem unhinged. And if we was having that convo in person, I would be very worried about where it's in. You can't even control yourself on the panel. So I would hate to see
in person. You wouldn't say that stupid ass shit to my face.
I could still have a conversation with you in person.
That's fine, me too.
And see, it's the underlying threat of violence that you just said right here. That
I said you wouldn't say that shit to me. I'm a black man. You wouldn't say it to my face. Most men wouldn't say it to each other's face. That's all I'm saying. I didn't say I was going to hurt you. I didn't say I was going to touch you.
I understand.
What are you talking about?
Silent threat, what you just said.
See, it's like I said you wouldn't say it to my most people aren't that disrespectful to disrespect each other in their face. You're missing what I'm saying. No, you're not getting it. You're not. I just apologize.
You're unhinged.
I think you're unhinged. I think you need therapy. You said you're a CO?
That lady who had to have her son pew that man in that restaurant. That is you.
This is how it happened last time.
You are that man.
I even apologized to her. And I'm still
you act like your apology better.
Y'all got it.
It don't make me damn type of way.
Mrs. Brownsville, you got to pay attention, brother. I said nothing disrespectful to her, bro. As a black man, Brownsville, he's a cop. He's not going to disrespect me to my face. He's not going to do it. Sharon's not going to disrespect me. He's not going to say, "Hey, man, you's a bitch." He's not going to say,
"You so thin-skinned and feckless."
I didn't say nothing.
You're thin-skinned, sir. If a couple of words goodbye, a couple of words. I didn't even curse you. I did not even curse you.
I'm dropping. I'm only leaving because she just said I threatened her.
I did not
I apologize,
you.
I'm gone, bro.
Okay,
she just said I fucking threatened her. I didn't.
Have a great day.
Calm down. So again, so what she is saying is that it was a threatening tone, and you could just address what you meant by your tone, and so you could correct it so she could understand what you're saying. This is the problem of communication where I don't understand. So when you have an opportunity to correct and say, "Hey, that's not what I meant. This is what I actually meant," so on and so forth. That's how she felt about the tone. You cannot police how your words and your actions and your tone was making her feel in the moment. And this is the problem with communicating with the opposite sex, clearly. That we don't understand. We don't care about what the other person thinks. That's not how you communicate. If you're communicating to someone you feel like is important enough and you don't want the person to feel wrongfully the wrong intent that you are trying to push out, you should pay attention to it. Say, all right, you felt like I was telling you, let me tell you what I was actually doing. Take the time out to actually listen to our sisters and say, all right, this is how I actually meant it. It is nothing wrong with it. Same way on the other end as well, right? Like PhD was getting plenty of pushback for what she's saying. It's okay. Like it's all right for us to just be able to have the conversation. We don't always have to keep just make it, oh, you said you accused me and I accuse you. It don't have to stay that way.
So you just contradict yourself. She's policing how I should talk. She's policing
I said how
my
I felt
tone.
about your apology, sir.
Hey,
And
so
I said what I
let me
said.
say this
So
real quick.
I'm not
Let me
policing
say
how
this
you
real
should
quick.
talk. I'm just giving you my opinion.
Hold on, let me say this real quick.
I didn't say you should or shouldn't do it. I'm giving you my
And as a police
opinion on
officer,
what I see
Brownsville,
about
you
you.
hearing this? I really want to know what you think, because
Let
she
me
just
say
said
this. So
because I
hold
don't.
on. So this is what I think, right? Hold on one second, Queen. This is what I think, right? Now, you did apologize, right? And I respect that.
Very
right?
genuine.
I respect the apology, right? That shows that you're willing to at some point take some accountability. However, once you apologize, right? Now you can't have a certain thought or interaction about how somebody sees your apology, right? So now it's your time to show empathy. So what she's trying to communicate to you is how the interaction makes her feel when she's in a conversation with you, your tone, your delivery, what you say, how it affects her in real time, right? And part of that apology is also taking accountability for how you made someone feel with the way you chose to communicate with her, right? So another level of taking accountability is being a listener, right? And understanding what she's saying to you, right? And without having an adverse reaction, being easily emotionally triggered because you don't like how she's communicating her feelings to you. You see, as men, right, we got to understand to listen and allow the woman to speak, right, without this combative tone to where, okay, I got to respond to this, I got to respond to that. No, listen first, right? Understand where she's coming from, right? And then if you're sincere about your apology, then you can address how you made her feel.
I don't give a fuck how I made her feel. Fuck her. I didn't say nothing wrong. I didn't say shit.
That's what we talking about.
I even apologize. I'm so genuine. I'm a genuine person. I apologize. And she pretty much said, fuck your apology. You still a bitch ass nigga. That's what I heard.
Okay, so now
then she said that, and then she said
you should get your hearing checked.
Then she said I threatened her. No, you get your hearing checked. I said I don't want grown men in the bathroom with my daughter. If I have to pick a war, I'd rather play the racist war than letting a grown man go in the bathroom with my daughter. That's all I said. And Brownsville, you wasn't here for that. She came up here and said, I'm worried about my booty. My booty. Then she said, you worried about your daughter's booty. Don't bring my daughter in the shit, bro. She don't be on these panels with me. Don't ever, bro. I'm chill, bro. Okay. See, that's what happened, Brownsville. You wasn't here, bro. I didn't disrespect her when she came up.
Okay, so yeah, let's get a unbiased voice in real quick. Go ahead, Saint.
I just, and the sister who talked about, it's up to God to judge and it's not up to man to judge. And I definitely don't want to make this a biblical conversation, but I have to say, as a Negro only Israelite, we tend to deal with more of the actual truth of what the Bible says. So the Bible actually would agree with PhD Diva, because the scriptures do say that the Most High puts the spirit, that the Most High did create spirits of vengeance, and it says that He kill and make alive. So the brother who got beat up by the correctional officers and died, right? According to the Bible, that would be a judgment of the Most High God killing him and using those men to do so. So and I'm not trying to disrespect the brothers and sisters that believe in Christianity, but I have to be honest. They tend to not deal with the actual harshness and truth of the Bible. Like I know some atheists that are more willing to deal with the truth of what it actually says as opposed to what make people feel good. So I have to disagree from the standpoint of I don't rock with Christianity's understanding of the Bible. I actually do study the Greek and the Hebrew, and I know what it was translated from. So I've done a lot of scholarly work on what it really means it says.
And so the way that man spoke to me, if it would have been physical, you would say that the Most High put that spirit in him for that vengeance.
Well, concerning not concerning not having respect of persons or not being afraid to stand on what I believe in, no matter how controversial it is, I would say yes, that is true, sister. That's the understanding of the
And then
Bible
it
I
would
would take.
trickle down to
Because
women. You made me feel some type of way. So the spirit of the Lord is vengeance, and I need to correct you, and I need to unalive you because that's where it continues to go. See, when we don't have boundaries and we let these statements go, they go to other places, and it
if you
ain't
could
got
just let
nothing
me
to do.
finish for one moment, sister, because
Now she's
nobody has
spitting.
to subscribe to the Bible. I'm not saying anybody has to believe what it says or even believe in the God of the Bible. I just wanted to make a point to the sister was talking about how God is the only judge. But when you look at the truth of what the Bible says, whether you believe in it or not, it does say he created spirits of vengeance and that I kill and make alive. So if somebody died, however they died, according to the Bible, he did it, whether we believe in it or not, right? And I also wanted to make a point to what Diva said, to what the sister said, right? So the two young ladies in Las Vegas that shot the man in the head in the room, right? Had they got to the county jail and the police would have beat them to death, I can't really speculate on how America or we would feel about that because it didn't happen, right? I understand where she was going with it. You see what I'm saying? Because the law would still compel us to say that they don't deserve to get put to death by correctional officers just because they shot the man in the room, because they didn't attempt to kill the man. They actually did kill him, right? But because that didn't happen, I'm not going to speak on something that actually didn't happen. So I do understand what she's saying as far as women do harmful things to people too. But I also have to agree with the brother. It's in men's nature to be more violent than women. So we're not going to act like women are just as violent as men. That's not even close to the truth. So that's all I
isn't
want to say.
lesbians DV cases high as fuck?
Say it one more time, brother.
Lesbian DV cases.
Yeah, but that would be an exception to the rule, brother. You can't say that women overall are more violent than men. It's in our nature to be violent. It's in our nature to conquer. It's in our nature to start wars and take the spoils thereof. So concerning not being sensitive and dealing with the actual truth, it's in our nature to be more violent than women. It's not natural for women to be violent. Like women MMA fighters, that's not natural. But to see men fighting in MMA, that's kind of a natural thing. You know, if you had a fist fight with a brother and y'all didn't kill each other, there's a certain level of respect that would come from y'all actually fighting each other. That's a part of being a man. So I can't say that.
So, Mr. Saint, I gotta agree with Ed Unchained. I think they're just as violent, but they don't deal as much damage.
So here's the problem.
Just go ahead and drop me, nigga.
I'm not trying to drop you. So
damn,
I'm so scared of.
All right, I apologize. I think it's funny. I love it. You know, I ain't tripping.
Okay, so if you're not tripping, then let me just have a conversation with you.
Ahead,
so the problem is that majority of the time that y'all not understand when y'all use that talking point of women being violent towards each other, that y'all forget to say that majority of the women that are dating women, somebody is the more masculine one. They have higher testosterone. They have more masculine traits. So they are acting as if they are a man.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons why when we go into the other side, when it's a man relationship, they are more feminine. And so that's how come the gay men don't tend to want to physically fight each other, because they are more feminine, so to speak. And so that's why it's just a horrible argument when you try to break it down with any kind of real evidence. And plus, it's such a low percentage of women that are dating each other that it doesn't even make no sense.
Oh, stop it. Oh, my God.
It doesn't make sense.
I want to say one thing real quick. I apologize.
It's such a small population to the community that it doesn't even make sense to even have
I understand. I'm just saying everyone is violent. But I just want to say one thing to Saint. You can't say that, bro, because everyone is going to try to use that fucking excuse when they go to court. Oh, the Lord told me to do it. The Lord gave me a sign to do it. You understand what I'm saying?
I'm not saying it's okay, brother.
But men are so thin-skinned and bruised ego will make them feel that. It could be a child that they think has disrespected them or whatever. So you cannot use that for the justification, because y'all thin-skinned and ego. Has nothing to do with the Lord, but it makes you feel that
I just wanted to put out what it
vengeance.
actually says. Some people believe in the Kemetic way. Some people don't believe in the Bible at all. You don't have to subscribe to the Bible. I just wanted the context of what it actually says to be front, because sometimes our Christian brothers and sisters don't deal with the harshness of the Bible. They only tell you that God loves everybody, but they don't tell you to talk about him killing people in there and that he hates Esau. I just wanted to bring what it actually says for. You could believe in Kemet, skydive, worship the devil, sip wine. You can do whatever you want to do. You don't have to subscribe to the morality of the Bible. I just wanted the truth of what it actually says to be at the forefront. This is what it says.
No, I understand what you're saying, G, but what me and Coach are saying, that's a dangerous message, because I'm saying everyone is going to try to start using that to try to get out of jail. Well, God told me. God
That's
told me.
not a legal defense. There's no legal defense that
I'm
involves
saying people are
God
just going to
told
say it.
me.
I know it might
But
not fly in.
we have
It might not
lawyers
fly in court,
and
but
a
I'm just saying
process
people are
for
going to
a
try to say it.
reason. So you not
Well,
gonna
you don't
just
have to
be
believe
able
in
to
the Bible,
go
brother.
in
The
there
world doesn't
and
have to believe
say
in the Bible.
the
I
devil
mean,
made
like
you
I
do
said, there are people that are atheists. There are people that believe in the Kemetic ways, the laws of Ma'at. I know Native American brothers and sisters have different spiritualities. The world is not subject to believing in the Bible. I just wanted the truth of what it actually says to come forth, because when people say, well, God is the only person that can judge, that concept is coming from the Bible, and the Bible doesn't say that.
But also we gotta understand, right? Because I think there's a misunderstanding of what you said, my brother, when it comes to the spirit of vengeance, right? In Deuteronomy 32 and 35, God speaks to vengeance belonging to him. The same thing he said in Psalms 94, right? Vengeance is his, right? He will repay the vengeance, right? So I think that it's misapplied when we say, well, those men were acting under the spirit of
Thank you,
vengeance from
Brownsville.
God to commit that crime that they committed. No, because there's also spirits that God said he doesn't give us, right? So they could have been operating out of the spirit of hate. They could have been operating out of the spirit of evil. There's all
Who's that
types
talking?
of
Brownsville?
spirits. There's all types of spirits, right?
Oh my God, that brother's from New York. He done dealt with us. The 5
Yeah,
percent.
no, let him
You
spit.
already know that
No,
brother's
go ahead,
from New York.
Brownsville. He's spitting.
He deal with us on a regular.
Yeah.
But I wanted to say this, right? The Bible does call the Israelites the Most
I
High's
didn't
battle
land
axe,
it, my brother.
and it does say he healed and
Hold on,
wound,
my
right?
brother,
So he
I
does
didn't
use
get
people to create vengeance, though.
I didn't get to land the
Concerning
point.
what it actually says.
What I'm saying is what the scripture actually says. What God said is vengeance belongs to him and he will repay, right? That's what the word says. So I don't want to misapply it and to make it seem like those men were operating out of the spirit of vengeance, right? Because that's most likely not the case. They was probably operating out of another spirit, an evil spirit, and which is why they committed that crime.
But see, here's the thing, brother. The Bible says the Most High God does evil. So, like I said, you don't have to believe in what it says, but we do have to deal with the balance of what it actually is saying. The Lord ain't having Barney, Betty Bop, and a carnival come out the sky handing out hugs. Some scriptures talk about the Most High being terrible, literally. So I just wanted to put that out there because a lot of times we don't deal with the harshness of what it actually says. A lot of the harsh stuff that's in the Bible is the reason why a lot of people don't even believe in it, and understandably so. Just to be fair to the conversation, right? So I just wanted to say because the sister's quoting something, and she may not have studied the Greek, she may not have studied the Hebrew, she may not be as well versed in the Bible as you are. Because I know a lot of the brothers in New York know a little bit of science, the Bible, Kemet. Like the brothers in New York are very smart and conscious and woke. So I understand you got a better idea of what I'm saying, Brownsville, than what the sister might have, right? But I just wanted to put out there, if you're using that as the measuring stick, then the Bible does have examples of using humans to commit judgment on other people. So what I'm saying is the Bible would agree with PhD Diva more than what the sister said.
See, y'all so narcissistic that y'all want to feel appointed by the Lord to do this. Because if y'all God was as strong as whichever one you believe in was that strong, you will allow him to do. God give us free choice. But man want to be so narcissistic to say, I'm special and I need to do what God didn't do. And he picked me because I'm special and I'm chosen. It's just your narcissism.
Okay. And let me read this real quick. Go ahead, Diva. I don't know if you want to rebuttal to anything, but go ahead, Diva.
All right. Just my 4 cents, $5. The inmate was serving his sentence. Justice was served by the courts. No need for a second sentence by the correctional officers.
I agree. What's your thoughts on that statement, Diva?
I don't have any thoughts on that statement.
All right. Go ahead. But now you could talk.
No, I'll respond really quick, and then I was
okay. Go ahead, Saint. Yeah.
So it's not my narcissism. It's me just telling the truth about what the text says. An atheist would have told you the same thing, and they don't even believe in the Bible. It's about me just showing you what it actually says. nobody in here has to subscribe to what it says. The idea of God comes from a lot of different cultures and areas. The Kemetic way of God is different than what Aboriginals believe the Great Spirit is. It's different from what Hindus believe. Different people have different morality. So I'm not being narcissistic. I'm just simply saying what the text actually says and the true understanding of what it's saying. You don't have to believe it, sister. The world doesn't have to believe it.
Okay. Yeah, and I think go ahead, Unc.
Yeah, so once again, I hear everybody's, and I'm not trying to keep going back and forth with it because that's just a waste of time. But you know, all Tyranny was saying, and I'm agree with Tyranny and Koja. Nigga, you're not that. God didn't tell you to go delete that dude, bro. Go beat his ass until if he wanted to happen, just make it happen. You know what I'm saying? They literally, did you see the video, Saint? They literally beat him, stomped his nuts out.
I didn't see the video, right? But if my
my God,
is God, I did see the video. I saw it in detail.
Oh, you did? Okay.
But if
they beat his ass, choked him on a wall, hung him like a noodle.
No, brother, no. Honestly,
you think the Lord wanted? You think the Lord wanted him to go through all that because he beat up?
My position is simply this, brother. If I believe in the Bible, then that's what I got to subscribe to. If I don't think it was the Lord that did it, then I need to put the Bible down, go sip some wine, worship the devil, jump out of an airplane, join Kemet,
that's fine.
do something else with my life.
I understand.
Okay. See what I'm saying, brother? So if I don't believe that, then I need to stop subscribing to it and move on with my life.
I understand.
All right, and go ahead, Diva.
All right. Unlikely. F this. Drop PH Diva and her henna ass.
Y'all nuts. But I absolutely agree. Like, I don't care that I think justice was already served by him doing, I believe, 12 years. He got sentenced. He's supposed to weigh out his crime that way. And welcome back to the show. She has something to say to me. Let her go before, because I know she's busy doing other things. Go ahead, Venus.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I just had a thought. Random. It's not random. It's related to the conversation. I noticed when these things come up, specifically like lately within the last few years with Black men and injustice against them, there's a divide between men and women, right? Most women are kind of taking a step back, and they're not just quick to want to rally and protest and do all these things that they're known for doing for Black men, right? And this highly offends Black men. They get very upset. They don't understand it. So what crossed my mind was, do they understand that by getting on the internet day in and day out, spreading propaganda about Black women, being highly disrespectful toward Black women, do they have the self-awareness to understand that they are the reason that Black women in droves are no longer in support or have sympathy for them the same way they used to?
Ooh.
I gotta call the cap on that because Black women and Black men are getting married more than ever. So
she said on the internet.
Did you hear anything I said, or what do you?
She said on the internet.
I don't understand.
I think on the internet, sister, concerning the battle of the sexes, I think the Black man and Black woman really don't care about fair or take consideration. You know, is whether it's the divester or whether it's the passport bros talking about how horrible Black women are, or whether it's divestors talking about how horrible the Black man is. I don't think they really take into consideration the good Black men or Black women. A lot of times we'll talk about the bad of our group, but a lot of times we don't talk about the overwhelming good of both the Black man and Black woman. So I personally think they don't care, sister, to even give y'all the benefit of the doubt. They didn't already made up in their mind they're gonna bash you.
People so full of shit. You talking about people?
So you didn't address what I asked. I'm gonna ask it again. Are Black men self-aware enough? The ones that are highly offended, every time these conversations happen, they're in an outrage. They don't like the way Black women are speaking. They don't like the Black woman's perspective. They don't like that Black women don't have this sympathy and empathy that they once had. My question was, are they self-aware enough to understand that by them getting on the internet daily doing what they do, that they are the direct cause for that? That was my question, not about marriage or anything else you're saying.
No, I believe they are. I believe they know. I believe they are self-aware of the fact that they don't have that support. You know,
that that wouldn't make sense, because if they understood it truly, they wouldn't be offended when things go the way they go. They wouldn't be offended at the Black women's
even
perspective.
if you do understand something, that people still are offended whether they understand it or not. You know,
that's
a lot of times people ignore things when you really should pay attention to them. So you could understand something and still ignore that it's right, even if it is right. So I think personally they just don't care anymore.
So you think the Black men who are upset at Black women's lack of support when things like this happen to them are conscious of the things that they're saying and doing when they cause women to feel? This is what you think?
Oh, of course they are, because
Oh
they
my
would.
God.
Because you have black men like myself that's married to a black woman. We have a beautiful black daughter.
So this the
I have an
problem.
overwhelming
This
amount of support from a
conversation.
lot. If I could
This
finish
is
real quick,
no,
sister.
because you keep
I got a
going
lot
to.
of support from a lot of black women. They don't view me the same way as a black man that bashes black women all day long. So
Okay, so
I couldn't understand something like that because I don't disrespect black women. I don't.
right. So
My
you
wife
shouldn't
was a
even
black
be
woman.
talking.
We came
You shouldn't
together
be
and
talking
made
right now, right?
right.
Because
But what I'm saying is
this
a
is the problem I keep
men that go
having.
at black women, they've already made up their mind. That's what they're gonna do. It doesn't.
Look at the Lord.
Is he still speaking? Because
Look at the
I don't know
Lord.
if I'm not.
I think
speaking.
he probably got a phone call or something that interrupted in between. Go ahead, Venus, while he handles what he got to handle with his microphone. So go ahead, Venus.
This is the irritating thing about having conversations with these strangers on the internet. If it don't apply to you, then it don't apply. If you hear the conversation, it always goes to, well, me this, I'm that, I'm this. Nobody's talking. If you're not the man that's bashing black women, then I'm not talking to you. It's as simple as that. Everything I say somehow gets personally. No, because I'm married and I don't fucking know you and I don't care. To be honest, I'm not talking
I don't
about
think
you.
you are talking to me, sister.
So
But
then
I
why you
do.
so like you the
No,
first
but what
one
I'm
jumping
saying
up
is this, though.
speaking?
I do have conversations with black men who despise black women, and I do explain to them how that's not okay. So I don't
Oh
take it
my! I
personal at
don't
all.
care about the
But I do know
conversations
black
you
men who,
have.
no matter what you say or do, sister, they are always going to have a problem with you. I do know black men that are like that.
Great. Okay. That is not. We could. If somebody else gonna address what I said, or we can move on because he's trying to have his own conversation and he's not addressing what I said.
It's a comprehension thing, you know,
It
not
really
just
is.
reading.
I swear to God,
It's not
these
just
men are
reading, they don't
fucking.
comprehend.
I don't understand.
Sometimes it's spoken word they don't comprehend. You know, words matter.
So Venus, to answer your question, or like hit on it, I honestly think a lot of people are full of shit when they come on these panels. Like we've already debunked all this dumb shit around here. Men who are fully married, happily married, get on here talking about women and niggas who don't get coochie talk about women. Like we've already been around the block with this one. You know what I'm saying? There's a bunch of lying bitch ass niggas around here. That's all it is.
So let her ask the question one more time. So she want to make sure her question is answered. Not ask the question one more time. So that's where we can get to the answer first.
I'm gonna do my own show later, and I could freely get into it. I'm not confident that any black man is just gonna be honest and address it, so we can move around.
No, go ahead. Ask it one more time though, because it's important. It's a question.
I just really feel like it's gonna fall on deaf ears.
It's okay.
I do.
One more time. I got you. Go ahead.
The men, for example, Jay Prince just came up here. He was highly offended, right? He's in the chat talking all types of crazy shit. He just came up here and said that the black women who got deleted by police deserted, right? Let's use him as an example. Okay. That is the same type of black man who says horrendous things about black women all the time. Says that they should be hung for dating interracially. He consistently builds content around disparaging black women. But then you see things like this, and it'll be that same man who's in an uproar that black women are not in support. So my question was about those men who put out that rhetoric. How come they're the same men who are offended by black women not supporting them when they build their content on black women hate? It's simple. It's a simple fucking question. I don't understand what's happening up here.
So she's asking the question about the ones that are building their content on negative statistics, stats, or whatever about black women. Those are the same men that say, see, black women don't support us black men. They want to see us dead because PhD was said he had the spirit of the Lord in those offices. That's what she's talking about. So we could just answer that and not turn into what we want to talk about. Go ahead.
The simple answer to the question, the voice of Venus, that these men are double-minded, right? They're unstable in all of their ways, right? And a prime example of this is what happened to you, right? On Izzy's channel, right? When you were engaged in a conversation with the angry man, right? And the angry man was saying, well, black men have no accountability or responsibility when it comes to the emasculation of their sons, right? And you ask a simple question, well, why? Where are the fathers? Why aren't the fathers involved? And nobody could answer that, right? But instead, what happened is you got disrespected, right? You got called out of your name, right? Because you easily dissected and debunked his false narrative talking point, right? Idiotic talking point. And the issue, though, is that Israel Mills didn't step in to try to debunk the argument either, right? So my issue is with the men who are silently complicit, right? They come across and they'll say, well, I'm balanced. I'm for women and I'm for men and I'm just for the community, right? And these same men will sit by and allow a man to just totally disrespect a woman, even though she debunked his talking point in real time, right? And was not disrespectful. And they'll defend it. That's the issue that I have. It's those men who are wolves in sheep's clothing. Those men who are wearing masks, right? And they are pretending to be something that they're absolutely not.
Those men are afraid of other men. This good guy, bad guy are a team. The good guy gets to exist off the bad guy because you're like, I'm not him, but he needs him to have identity. And they're never going to confront the bad guy. What they're going to do is tell the woman, you shouldn't have did that. You was disrespectful. That's why they want this collective submission. They want women to submit to all men, so they never have to be that protector. So a situation where the woman who got unalived, had her son to unalive that man who had punched this woman out in that restaurant. No one came to her. She was simply ordering her food, but they say they protectors, but then they'll double it to, oh, just my family. But they want collective submission from women, saying, women, if you all weren't so disrespectful, which she was not being. But it's always moving the goalposts when they had the opportunity to be those protectors and those leaders and providers to pivot to something else. And this good guy, bad guy, they just different sides of the same coin that operate together and hope they never have to have that conversation and correct another man.
I agree, and you make me think when that happened. I remember being upset because there were a lot of shows of black men who were somehow making her the bad guy because she actually had a son who was more of a man than they will ever be, who stood on business about his mother. Because that's what you're supposed to do, okay? But they were somehow making her.
Then they wanted to vilify him.
Right.
They wanted him,
They were like, she
the
ruined
black
her
man.
son's life. She put her son in this position. She ruined his life. And I'm listening like, ain't no protector bone in these niggas' body. Because at the end of the day, the law is the law, but when it comes to your creator, you're supposed to stand on business. I'm sorry. That's how I feel about it. Nobody's gonna be in front of my face doing anything to my mother. I'm gonna deal with the consequences later, and I'm a woman. I'm sorry. So I don't understand that weak ass like that. It was just a ton of shows about that. And then there was another show where they were talking about like fighting for your sister, fighting for, and all you will hear are excuses. Well, I gotta think about the future. I'm not trying to go to jail. Well, what did she do? Jay Prince wrote in your chat, well, what did that woman do to get stabbed? Right? It's always a like anything. They'll reach for anything to justify some shit that they're doing and justify just not protecting women.
But they want the respect and the goodies that go with being viewed as that protector. They want all of those pluses, but they don't want to produce. And even then, that lady was going to get food for her son. She was feeding a black
man. This is the reason why I called these men lovers of men, right? Because the protection and provision of black women is just a facade for them, right? Because when we see them engaged in these conversations, who do they naturally incline themselves to protect? It's the men.
Right?
When you were being disrespected by the angry man, how many men that was on the panel said, no, I understand what she's saying. What she's saying is correct, and she deserves an answer to the question, where are the men when their sons are being emasculated by the mother, right? That was a legitimate question that went unanswered because those men rallied around the angry man, even though he was wrong, and he was the one disrespecting you. In real time, it happened, right? But yet, these are the same men who pretend to be balanced and who pretend to be protectors and providers, right? But we know that they're not. And that's what I'm saying. They're wolves in sheep's clothing because they're lovers of men in disguise of being protectors and providers for women.
But did his son choose to go back to the mama after he had the son for so long? What was he not doing in that home? Because I think his son went and moved with the mom. He claimed he was, if I remember correctly.
We don't want to get into his personal life. You know what I'm saying? That's not what this is. But his talking points, yes, they were dumb. That's why I came up there to challenge him. Like, when you make a blanketed statement like black men are emasculated because of their mothers, and in the conversation, I'm like, okay, the fathers don't have nothing to do with that. Society don't have nothing to do with that. The black man image. There's a variety of reasons if we want to really have that conversation. But no, we want to put out the perspective that, oh, it's because of their mothers. And so, yeah, Brownsville is correct. I never got an answer to my question. But at this point, I don't expect anything less. Like, I understand I'm talking to people who are blind. They're blinded by their pride. They're blinded by wanting to push out things that are incorrect because the narrative is we hate black women. You know what I'm saying? So anything that supports that, they're going to say, and their people are going to agree. Because I know for a fact, it was probably over 100 people watching that show. I refuse to believe every man in that chat agreed with him. I refuse to. I know they know fucking better. But did anybody say anything? Of course not. Because like Brownsville said, it's a lover of men thing. It's I need the approval of this digital stranger who ain't gonna never do shit for me. But that matters to me more than the fucking truth. And that's the sad thing about black men today.
And so, like,
but the two children that froze to death, froze to unaliving. You know what I'm talking about? When the mom said, "Hey, I need you to get these kids," and you know who they still got smoke for? The mom. The two children.
We was kind of divided on that one. The man is definitely a bitch ass nigga because all she asked was, "Hey, can you please get your kids? I'm in a casino parking lot." You know what I'm saying? But high key, both of them niggas sound like they lying. Both of them full of shit. But I understand what you're saying, Goja. But both parents is dumb and just wrong. The whole thing is fucked up.
No, she had went to all of the social service agencies. They said that it was she basically slipped through the cracks. Her thing, so she had done her due diligence in trying to get help.
So she didn't have any family or anything like. I don't even want to talk about it.
They would not. They would not.
You don't think that's for a reason, or you think that's because it's literally
they could have said she didn't say keep me. She didn't say give me a place to stay. She asked for the kids.
Right. That's why I think he's a bitch.
So regardless if she was not, she didn't say, even if she was problematic, and I'm not saying she was, but let's just consider she didn't even say let me in. She said let the kids in.
Well, he has a girlfriend.
Right.
Apparently him and his girlfriend live with the girlfriend's parents. So it's not like he got a place. You know what I'm saying? So he really is an ain't shit nigga, right? So he living off some woman and her parents.
The other thing is
the mother's mother was with her. So I don't know, what other family they would have, but I just, sisters, we got to consider, and I don't think that lady was all the way right in the head. So, but for other women, you got to just be very realistic and, don't have more than you can take care of yourself.
But she was married.
Baby, daddy's maybe.
But they were living together.
It doesn't matter. It's always optional for men. That's what women have to get into their heads. So don't have no baby that you don't want to take care of by yourself, or you can't take care of by yourself.
That's real as
fuck.
Because
it's always optional for men. Now you hope you get a man who decent enough to opt in and really be in, but it's a lot of married single mothers as well. So it's always optional.
Goddamn.
But it's people that woke up. It's people that woke up to not having a job.
You got it.
So like you got to ask a question.
Let Koja finish her thought, and then Saint, you got it right after Koja. Let's go.
People that have woken up recently to not having a job. And, these are the high earners. So life can change, even though she might have been holding it down. But in the last couple of months, something could have changed where she had not had a job or anything that can happen to all of us and that we're seeing happening to a lot of people. So I don't know the full story behind that part. but I could have been doing everything well for 20 some years raising my kids, and something could happen. I could have an illness. So I can't, if I don't have that, you know, even though I was holding it down, doing it and doing it well, things
Okay.
change.
And so that's the thing. So if you could do everything right and it could still go wrong, then don't shoot yourself in the damn foot. Come on. You got to try and try to make sure this thing gonna work out for you. A lot, and stop. Look, we got to just start being real about some stuff. And a lot of Black women make some piss poor ass decisions when it comes to their reproduction.
I agree.
A lot of Black women will prioritize laying up under a man and pushing out babies than ensuring that she got some way to take care of those babies first. I got them in my family.
Okay, go ahead, Saint.
Oh, okay, Salakia, which means excuse me for interrupting. I just wanted to ask Venus, sister. I mean, when you talk about Angry Man's channel and his platform and his audience, I mean, why even go over there and have that discussion with him when you know that's the way most of his audience is going to feel and that they're not going to reason with you? So, of all platforms, why even go over there and have a conversation with him about that when you know even if you say something that's correct, they're going to overwhelmingly agree with him?
So I didn't go to Angry Man's channel. I even watch Angry Man's channel. I was on Israel Mills's channel, but you're not wrong.
Oh, okay, I see.
But you're not wrong. Bottom line, you're not wrong. So yeah, I won't be doing that again. You're right.
Damn.
He's correct. He's right. Like, I've had enough of these conversations to know content creators will tell you, hey, come over to my channel. We're gonna have balanced conversation, and repeatedly it's the same shit over and over.
Damn.
So no, he's that right.
Oh my! I'm happy somebody finally said it, man. That you might have to clip that one, brother, because I done been on panels where they say it's okay, you can disagree with us, and I just say 3 things and mute, block, kicked off the channel, banned. So I gotta agree with her on that one. People will say that, and they really don't have tough enough skin to hear something that's different than what they're saying.
But what blows my mind is nothing that should get people to the emotional state they get to, right? I think there's a severe issue. Okay, this is why I'm starting a new series on my channel called Black People Problems. There's a mental issue, a psychological issue, where the truth, when you're even speaking in general, causes this emotional disruption in these men, and the way they hold on to lies and mistruths, even when proven wrong. I think there's something mentally not okay about that. And we need to figure out why. But to his point, we do need to stop wasting time talking to like deaf ears. That's kind of why earlier I said, you know what, I don't even want to talk about it no more, because I'm learning to assess quickly when people are just not understanding because they don't want to or they just don't, whatever it is.
And no, sister, they wasn't trying to be sincere with you at all. You know, people will draw you onto their channel just to get views or likes or make money. So wherever you went, they wasn't trying to be sincere with you.
Right, and that's the issue that we see. Like we see it with like Jay Prince, think that he's the genuine one, but he just goes to places where he is allowed to just say hateful things, and he can't prove none of his hateful things at all. Even when we ask him your own anecdotal experience, is it what you are talking about? He would say, no, that's not it. Plenty of Black women helped me in my life, and then he'll go on the channel and just talk bad about Black women. It's insane.
It's a mental issue. He'll tell you a woman sold her body to pay his rent. He will tell you a woman invested in his small business. He will tell you all of that, and then he will turn around and say Black women need to die, they ain't shit, and yada yada yada. So, like I said, there's a mental issue with these men.
But it's a mental issue with the women too, because while he's saying that, it's a bunch of women in the chat watching him, cash happening. So it's enough crazy to go around.
Pim's even want you to co-host over there.
I don't disagree. That's why.
And there we go.
Yes, Black people problems and not Black men problems. It's Black people got some.
And I think another problem is that right there where LL just displayed, right? Black people got to be a perfect Negro for them to say anything. And they did say they had a McDonald's burger once in their life. Oh, so you talking about being healthy now? You want to eat cucumbers, huh? Oh, you want to talk about blood cholesterol now? Wasn't you eating Burger King when you was 13? When you was 21 years old and you didn't know no better? like now that I know better, I'm doing better. I'm moving as I'm getting information. I think it's a problem with Black folks to adjust in real time. Like it is okay for us to be involved in something, reassess it, recalibrate your value system, and say, you know what, I don't want to be a part of that anymore because now I see the true meaning of it. It ain't about whatever it was, what you thought it was. And then now it changes it to what it actually is. And we should be able to then make the adjustment and not always constantly, well, what about, because, you know, that's what they do with me. Sharon, what about you 20 years ago when you had your children at 18 years old? You had 2 children by the age of 18, Sharon. You over here now you want to talk. Yes, because I've been through something.
Sharon, she was there with all
I'm 43 now. So yes, I was a part of that whole system of how Black men are trained to think.
You didn't know,
I was
Sharon?
a part of that.
As a Black person, you're not allowed to grow and evolve. Black people hate that.
Wait. But this is the thing. And so I'm sitting here because I don't know what point Man thinks that he's making.
Right.
Because anyone who was over there when I was hosting on that channel knows that.
But why would you affiliate yourself with someone like that?
No.
I know you're the contrarian over there.
Let her land it, and then she's trying to understand your point. Let her land it, and then you get to respond. Come on.
But that's the thing. You sat up here. Well, weren't you over there hosting? If you knew I was the counterpoint to him, then what fucking point?
No, you've been saying the same shit for the last 2 years. Delete Black man, blah blah blah. You're very consistent.
Okay, so
Venus, you were working with
are
Daryl.
you talking about? No. What the
yes, you can grow. I understand that.
Your ass said you was the co-host.
But don't contradict yourself and talk shit about him when you was over there with him.
No. I was talking shit
so
about
full
him.
of shit today. This nigga's so full of shit. Y'all need to start calling people out, bro.
Okay. Now I'm finna drop you because you
ain't doing shit. You ain't doing shit.
Why are y'all speaking over me?
Please let her get.
I was actually talking. She interrupted me.
No, you weren't.
You wasn't.
I was.
No, you. She started to address.
Okay, go ahead and tell us how you contradict yourself. Go ahead, bro.
Oh my God.
Okay, how about this, Sharon? I'm finna send you that $500. Bitch, you won't
Nobody
come back over here.
Bitch.
Never
Send it, bitch.
again.
Nobody give
bitch.
a fuck.
Okay, well you better say all you finna say
the
now.
internet.
Sharon,
$500. It's a fucking channel. Who cares?
You.
No, I don't give a fuck.
That's why
what your shit is, bitch.
That's why his ass
These bitches up here contradicting themselves. You was on Daryl's dick and she was on Jay Prince's dick. Let's say what it really was.
I'm subscribed to your channel.
I ain't mad about
very,
shit, bitch.
Very interesting platform.
I'm blessed.
And I do want to ask you one question before I go.
You're a miserable 40-year-old bitch. That's all it is.
Hey, cuz.
No, I don't even drink. I don't drink no more. I'm good, baby. I'm good. I'm good. I just lost 30 pounds. You should do the same. You might get a black man, or you might get a man if you lose weight. How about that?
Nigga, you don't know
Big back, big back alert. Big back, big baby back berries. Got you. Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up, nigga.
Y'all some hypocrites up here. Y'all, this is terrible.
You're angry and you.
I don't give a fuck, honestly. I'm blessed.
Why do you want to be so disrespectful?
Nobody cares.
I'm not.
That's the only way a person like him knows how to get attention.
I'm honest. See, I'm honest. That's the difference between me and them. I'm honest.
He doesn't have anything of substance.
She was co-hosting for Jay Prince. I love the fuckery. Jay Prince, I told you, bro, I'll take care of it for you. Because she's always talked about, dude, this the black man. This black man. I don't even know why you had her over there, Jay Prince. I've been told you, bro. But it is what it is. And this
for the same reason your mama had you.
Excuse me, she used Daryl. Excuse me.
That's why you had
used Daryl. And now she on this Aaron, what's his name? Dick.
That's why.
Yeah, fuck out of here. Nobody give a fuck about this shit.
And what about
for the same reason your mammy gave you away, bitch. That's she laid her hand you.
Look at me now. Look at me now. I needed it. A black woman was smoking crack when I was in her stomach. You're right. You're right. Yeah, you're right. A black woman was smoking crack while she was pregnant, and then gave me up.
That's what I was over there.
That's a black woman, right?
That was the part I was supposed to play over there.
You got 8 kids. You got 8 kids and 5 of them was crack babies. That was a black woman, by the way. You got it, sister. You got it. Y'all don't like being called out. Y'all hypocrites. Y'all like talking about black men and bullshit like that.
Mammy is. I'm talking about your ancient mammy.
Drop that 500, bitch. Drop that 500, bitch.
That crackhead ass bitch.
Drop that 500, bitch.
I am.
Yeah.
Right. And that crackhead ass bitch that had you, that's what I was over there
doing. She was a black woman, right? She was a black woman, yeah. But look at me now. You talking about my mama.
You better hype this up and get this $500.
Look at me. No, talk about me.
You ain't You ain't shit, nigga. You drive
Sharon,
trucks.
60
You
with no
drive trucks
kids and
in
you're
the
not
city. Are
married.
you fucking
Good job.
serious?
Good
You're
job.
not making no
Money,
money,
it's
nigga.
money.
You
You're
live
not
in
married. I got
Ohio.
a PhD.
Ohio cost of living is
I got a
cheap as fuck.
PhD.
Are you
No
fucking
one gives a fuck,
crazy?
ma'am. No one
Are
gives a
you
fuck.
fucking crazy? You drive trucks in the city, nigga. You
I
ain't
get
doing
money. I
shit.
do a lot. You
You
want to hear all
are
I do?
the fucking
You want to hear what all I
outcome
do?
that
You want
your
me to run
ain't
down?
shit crackhead mama.
You want me to run down
That's
the
what we
list?
expect
You want
from
me to
her.
go down the
We
list?
expected her to
Yeah,
produce a
fuck
piece of
out of
shit
here.
like you,
I don't
right?
have a PhD and I got more money than you. How that
Oh,
sound?
okay. Let's put it
I
up
drive
here.
trucks and I got more money than
Oh,
you.
okay.
How does
Let's
that
do it.
sound?
Oh,
Fuck
okay.
out of here. Don't talk about money, bro.
Okay, so how much can you put your hands on right now, baby doll?
What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
I was reading.
Isn't it
I was
President's
reading
Day?
on
Isn't
Confucius
the bank
Day.
closed?
They say comparison is the thief of joy. Comparison is the thief of
Anyway,
joy.
like
So
I
I
said,
think
y'all
there's
up
gonna
here
be a
talking
lot of
shit about them
joyless
two men,
people.
but y'all was
Thank
fucking
you,
with them.
Sherrod, for
Y'all know
allowing me
all the
up.
antics. Y'all know everything
I
the
need
niggas
to
was
get
doing.
trained and
I
try to
already
get
know
my
it,
thing
nigga.
in
How many homes
check.
you
Y'all
got?
have a good one.
Oh, okay. But
Anybody,
you got
y'all
more
don't
money.
ever say nothing about. Oh,
Right.
I apologize, Miss Koja. I didn't know she was leaving. My
Right.
bad, G.
Right,
Have a blessed day.
Hey,
No, I
peace and
want to see
blessings
you
to
have more
everybody
money
on the
than me.
panel.
I
Sharon,
want
I
to see you
was gonna
have
ask
more
my
money
question,
than
No,
brother,
let's
but
go
me.
back to why we
Apostle
was on Jay Prince
Boondocks
dick
No,
Radio.
no,
every night.
I think
no.
all of us
Show
should
me you
definitely
got more
invite
Why
you
we
to
money
on
go
Jay
than
Prince
YouTube
dick,
and
me.
nigga?
take some
Let's
yoga
see.
lessons, smoke
Yes,
some
nigga. Now
weed,
you up
and
here on Sharon's dick,
take
nigga.
Shaolin Temple
Get
and
Fuck
just
out of
take a
calm
here.
down. The
screenshot
black
of
man and the
your
black woman.
account
Hallelujah.
balance, and I'll take a screenshot of mine.
Oh
I'm gonna
my
take a screenshot of one of mine, and I bet you can take a
I don't.
screenshot of
Why would I
every
care what
single
you have in
one
your
of
bank
your accounts,
account? Why
and
would I
I'ma
You
care?
put
still
it
dick
up.
You said you were
drag
gonna
your
drop
ass,
500 on me. I'm still
and I'ma
waiting because I
still
don't
dick
give a
drag
fuck.
your ass. Oh
Drop
no, I'm
the
finna send it.
500. I
Okay,
don't give a fuck. I
okay,
want you to pay him. That's what
I'm
I'm
finna
doing.
pay him.
I'm a
No, you
troll.
don't. You a
I'm
hater.
a troll. I
Right.
love this shit. I love making
Oh
money
no,
for
no,
these
no. Okay,
people.
but we
I
passed
love
that. I'm
this
gonna
shit.
send it to
It's
him.
nothing.
But
It's
I want you
nothing.
to show me you got more
No, you
money than me
spend your
first.
money. Spend
No,
your
no,
money.
no. But
You
you
said
just
you were
said,
gonna
okay,
spend
I'm finna spend
500.
that. That's
You
already
said you were
done.
gonna spend 500,
Yeah,
right?
I'm finna drop it on you.
Back to what I
That's
said.
already
Back to
done.
what I said. You was on
That's
Jay
already
Prince
done,
dick. Now you on
sweetheart.
Sharon's
But
dick.
now show me you got more
Sharon's
than
thorough.
me.
Sharon's one of the most
Show
thorough people
me,
around here. So I'll
show
give
me
it
you
to
got
you.
more
I'll
than
give
me.
it to you. But
Oh,
as far
okay.
as Jay Prince, you was there
Oh,
every single night, eating that shit up all night in the middle of the night. Fuck out of here.
You know what he is? He's like, I think us leaving those men triggers how many women left him, including his
I
mother.
don't care.
He's
I
a
have a
violent
woman. What are you
shit.
talking about? And she's bad.
You're mad.
You're fat and
You're
40.
mad
What are
that
you
people
talking about?
leave. You're a homosexual alcoholic.
I'm gay. I'm gay. I'm gay.
We
Fuck it.
don't
I'm gay.
care. You up here bragging about
You're
getting your
still
ass
fat as
licked.
fuck. No
Why
kids
are
and
you
not married.
bragging
Now
about
what?
getting your ass licked?
Now what?
Why you up here with a
Now what?
bathrobe looking crazy?
It was amazing.
Why
It
are
was
you an
amazing. It felt
alcoholic?
amazing.
Like
I saw
nobody
the
even
sun,
asked
stars,
you.
and the
You just
moon.
added that
I
to the
saw
conversation.
Jupiter
Like
when
you're
she licked my ass.
disgusting.
Now
You're
back to you being fat
disgusting.
as fuck with
You're
no kids and not married.
disgusting.
How about
You're
that?
disgusting. You're
I got a
alcoholic
bitch.
who
I got
likes
a
to
bitch and she
spread
like
your
way
legs
bad.
and arch your fucking back. You're a hoe.
well, she ain't shit if
Oh
she
What the
wants
shit.
fuck
you.
you talking about?
She
You
ain't
took
shit
a
if she
homeless
wants
bitch
you.
in and you want to brag about a homeless bitch that is
Who's
disabled.
with you?
Get the
Who's
fuck
with
out of
you?
here.
But
Bitch, I would
who's
never
with
let
you?
her.
You're alone.
Nobody like you.
Go get
Right.
that
Nobody
But
rose.
like
I
you.
got more
Go
money
get
than
the
you. I
rose,
ain't
Nobody
seen
ma'am.
you
like
Go
with
you.
a
get
bag
that
on
I'm
you.
rose.
getting his ass licked.
I don't
You're
need a
getting
rose,
my
honey.
fucking ass open. Are you dumb?
The fact that
Fuck
he
out
got
of
a
here.
living
You
woman
bragging
and
about
she
a
still
Get
homeless
the
got a
bitch
fuck
living
out
in
of
rose.
your
here.
house.
The fact that she still got a rose and he got a living woman. She living with a nigga and still got a
She was
fucking rose.
homeless.
So
She
wait, so are you
living with
saying
a
women aren't
nigga
allowed to
and
masturbate? Is
still
that what
You
you're
got a
saying?
was
Women aren't allowed to
fucking
homeless.
masturbate?
rose.
Is that what you're
You
saying?
short dick
No.
bitch.
Is that what you're
You
saying?
can't even get the
I would
woman
literally
home.
pull my
Shut
dick
your
out
ass
right
up.
now. I would
Shut your
literally pull my
ass
dick out
up.
right now.
She need
Teron, I ain't
somewhere
gonna
to
disrespect
stay.
you. I ain't gonna
This nigga
disrespect
got
you.
a
Do it again, I'm
homosexual
pulling my
in his
dick
house
out.
and he
I
got
promise you.
Yeah, that
I
big
promise you I'll
big
pull
ass
my dick
dick.
out. I don't give a
That
fuck.
itty ass
Bro.
big
I don't give
ass
a
dick.
fuck.
Nigga,
Bro.
What the
you
I
fuck?
don't
wanna
give a
fuck
fuck,
cheap
nigga.
bitch
Everybody, I will
anyway.
pull my. I don't give a
I
fuck.
you
We
wanna
don't
Yeah,
need no
keep
palm bomb.
talking.
so
What
We
else
don't
cheap
you
need
got,
no
bitch.
man?
palm
I
bomb. We
know
don't
you
need
What else
no
you
wanna
got?
palm
see it.
bombing.
I'm
Gay
not
ass
We
broke.
don't,
I got a
He
big
was
ass
bragging
dick.
about taking
My
in a
bitch is
homeless
bad. What
woman.
else?
No, you
What else?
don't.
You're a
What else,
homeless
man?
Is
What
shelter.
that
else?
what the
You're still
boys
single,
tell
You're
no
a
you?
kids,
homeless
no
shelter.
ring.
You don't
What
know what
else?
I am. That's the
Is
problem. Y'all
that
think
what
that
the
you don't know
What
what
boys
you're
else?
tell
talking
What
about.
else?
you?
You're a
Venus, you're
homeless
not married.
shelter.
What are you
You're
talking
a
about?
homeless shelter.
What
And
the
you're
fuck are
a
you
baby
talking
daddy
about?
who got given away.
What do you?
And you
I
took in
got
a
you,
homeless
Koja.
bitch.
Hey, add me on
You are
Instagram,
a
Koja. I
homeless
got you, Koja.
shelter.
Add me on Instagram.
Poke
I'll
You're a
over.
send you a
homeless
picture of my dick.
shelter.
I don't
You
give
are
a fuck,
community
nigga.
housing, sir. That's what you are.
For all the
You
men in the
told the
chat,
story like,
this
oh
ain't
my
my fault.
God,
Hey,
she
this they
needed
fault.
somewhere to
This
stay.
they fault.
So I
She
let her
said she's gonna
in.
put
And now
500 on
she's
me.
my woman
Then she
now.
said I had a little
Damn.
dick.
Nigga, you
You
had
do
to
have a
post
little
your
dick.
homeless bitch.
Pull
Don't
my dick
nobody
out.
want
That's
you.
why
no,
you. Well, why you
That
don't
girlfriend
part
pull
got a
right
anything.
there.
rose?
Don't pull nothing out.
Why she got a rose?
Just add me on Instagram. I feel you gonna be like, oh well,
I'm
okay,
not
Why?
even
Why
well,
gonna
she
let
got a
this go,
rose?
like if
man.
you
You
said I was
showed us
ugly,
that.
I'd be like, you got
You
me, you
are
got me.
You
ugly,
showed
nigga.
us
You
the
I'm
know
ugly.
you.
rose.
You
What
got
the
me.
fuck?
You said I was an
That's
alcoholic. I
why you
haven't
got a
drank liquor
homeless
in like
girl.
3
We
months.
know you
What
Well,
ugly.
else? What
good.
What the
else?
fuck
What
you
About
else?
talking
time you getting
about?
your
What
life
else?
together.
What else?
All
You
right.
guys done?
You took
You're
that
a
gun out
loser.
your
I don't know
mouth.
why you up here talking to
You
us.
guys done? What gun?
Yeah, because I
gun?
like to get my ass licked. You a piece of, you a trash. So
Yeah,
you talking like that?
You know,
it was amazing. It was amazing.
This what
It
you
was
up here
amazing.
bragging about as a man.
Penis,
You're
you only get phone calls
pathetic.
at 3 a.m.
You're
Nobody's fucking you
pathetic.
in the daytime.
You're
What are you talking
pathetic.
about?
You're
What are you talking about?
pathetic.
I would never be seen with you
Bitch,
in
why
public. You
is that
understand
even a
that?
conversation?
You
I
understand
don't
that?
want you.
I would
I
never
don't
be
want
seen with
you.
you out in public.
I
I
would
wouldn't
never
stand next
stand
to
next to a nigga who brags about getting his ass ate, arguing his
you.
back.
If I didn't tell you what you know, so
You're
that's
a
stupid.
bitch.
That's stupid.
You're
You're
a
just
bitch.
talking. You're just talking.
You
You're just
like
talking.
arching your back.
Stop.
Why
Next,
would I
next.
want you?
Your turn,
Why would I
PhD.
want
But
an
next,
alcoholic with
next.
substance
Wait a
abuse that
minute.
wants
I
to
haven't had
eat?
a drink in 3 months.
Your
Next.
mom has had
Jalen
substance
said
abuse.
good.
You have
Anything else?
substance abuse. It's in your genes.
Anything?
Nigga.
Anything
Who
else?
wants
Anything
you?
else you want to
Nobody
say?
wants to reproduce with a nigga
See,
with
I
substance
said
abuse.
something that was true.
What the fuck
See what I'm
wrong with
saying?
you?
She was on Jay
I
Prince's
said
dick.
something that's true
He was on
too.
Daryl's dick. Aaron Long's dick. I can keep going. There's a
And
lot
you
of
on
dick she
all
was on.
they dick. That's why you up here
You
fighting
used
with
a lot of
them.
niggas to get to where you're at
Nobody
on this
said your
YouTube
name, but you
bullshit.
up here sucking
But
their dick.
it is what it is. It is
Nobody
what it
said
is.
your name, but you up here
It is
sucking
what
their
it
dick.
is. Shout out to all the fat
Nobody's
black
gonna
bitches
come to
out
your
here that's
channel.
single, bro.
Nobody's
Ain't
gonna
got no
come to your
ring, no kids.
channel.
You're just alone. Look at the dog.
The
The
homeless
fucking
bitch
dog
wasn't
doesn't
wrong,
want to
and
be
you
with
took
you.
her in.
That nigga about to jump off
You
the
look like a
balcony.
ticket of
About to
homeless
go
bitch.
play in traffic. Trying
Why
to get
your
the
baby
fuck up
mama
out of
left
here.
you? Why your baby mama left you?
Oh, she said what?
Why she left you?
Who?
The same reason your mom left you? Because you ain't shit,
Who?
nigga.
Who left me? Who
Your
left
baby
what?
mama. Your
You
baby
didn't
mama
hear
left
me
you.
when I
Your
told
mother
you to
left you.
drop
Your
him?
homeless
My
bitch
baby
gonna
mom.
leave
What
you.
about my baby mom?
Everybody's gonna leave
You want me to drop him?
Certain
Yeah.
relationships just don't work.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try.
Dumbass nigga. I don't know why the fuck they come in here play. This same thing I don't understand. You could talk about the route long all day. That don't mean shit to me. That's your secret weapon.
That's
Oh my
what they
god.
think.
You used to be with that route long. Oh my god. Let me tell you, Unc Man is the biggest hater. He's mad because I saw what he did earlier when you were getting paid, right? And I was gonna say this to you. Do you notice the only people that discourage people from supporting your channel financially are other men who are also content creators? Do you notice
Damn.
that? They are so jealous of you. They come over here and sit in your face, Sharon, but do everything to try to undermine you. And I saw that shit earlier when he was pocket watching, but then saying he don't care. But then you directly discouraging people from supporting the show. But then we'll go to his channel and he will be asking for fucking cash apps. That's what we know.
Crazy. It is kind of crazy.
Another thing is nobody said anything about him, right? So what they'll do is throw themselves in the middle of some shit that don't concern them because they want to be the one to get into an argument with Venus so they could go to their channel and review it where 7 people gonna fucking watch it.
Ugman, it's $20. Cuz dropped a 20 ball on you.
I just want, don't lie, right? Keep the narrative consistent. Now, when I was over there, they were telling Jay Prince, you need to get her from over there. Over here, she disrespect you. She talk down to you. She make you look crazy. She try to act like she got more power than you because I would drop his ass. Right? But now is, you was over there with him like I was in cahoots with him or some shit when I was always the counterpoint to his stupidity. And that's why they didn't like me, because I would actually talk shit to him. We gotten into several arguments because he had a family member or some shit who had went to prison for touching a child. And I was like getting on his ass like, nigga, you still around this motherfucker. That's how we found out it was his family member. Because we finally got mad and, went off and was saying like, I can't help being around this my family member, but still. So yeah, don't sit there and tell that lie. You niggas are always lying. And Unc Man, I was gonna drop 500 on you, but then I said, yo, fat, oh, I ain't gonna use that word. Gay ass.
Thank you.
Because you done already told us several times about how you done sucked the dick and all that other shit. So don't do it, sir.
That's crazy.
Don't lie. Because if you lie on me, I'm gonna tell the truth about you.
And there's several fucking shows with me arguing with Jay Prince about why you treating your kids like this. Don't talk about your daughters like that. That's the reason I'm not fucking there anymore. Dummy. What are we talking about? And just like that other nigga, nobody was talking about sex, but you just decided to throw it in there. Yeah, I like to get my ass ate. But this the same man who think he insulting you, telling you, I would never fuck you. Bitch, why would I want you? Why would I want an alcoholic who's incoherent, belligerent, has no self-awareness, and a fucking drunk, and then the woman you brag about is the same woman you said needed somewhere to fucking stay. So we know you qualify for bum bitches. But then they'll be like, I would never fuck with you.
Nah, she ain't big. She
She
cute.
ain't big. Somebody in the chat says she a big back.
We don't care what she is. The point is, He came on here being dumb like niggas are, telling his fucking business, telling us she needed somewhere to stay. So how you bragging about, I would never fuck with you when we see that you qualify for homeless women, bitch nigga?
But
Not the
isn't
lot
that good?
lizards. He took
Isn't
the
he?
lot lizard home.
But
You
isn't
supposed
that
to
good
leave
that
a lot lizard on the lot.
he's
You can't
protecting the
take the lot
black
lizard
woman?
home with you.
He's protecting the black woman. He's saving the black woman. Isn't that good?
You're not supposed to take the lot lizard home with you. You supposed to go. You meet her when she plans.
But you don't think she deserves love?
No, I appreciate it. I think
You
that he's
give
a
her a
trick and
few
he doing what
dollars to
tricks
do
do.
what y'all
He's
gonna
doing what
do,
tricks do.
and
At
then
least he
you
know he
burn
gotta
out
pay.
and leave the lot lizard there.
Yeah.
Damn.
So
That's how that
PhD,
go.
but PhD, but I don't appreciate you mocking CDL drivers. I have my CDL, and you know we're part of.
And look at you.
Oh my God! What does that mean? What the fuck does that mean?
See
Okay,
how y'all throw yourself in it? See how y'all throw
that's an
yourself in it?
honest. Listen, that's an honest living, and you can make a lot of money at it. Why mock? Why mock CDL drivers? Huh?
Oh, you know what? I saw a report a couple days ago about how it's several CDL serial killers going from state to state, deleting women.
Oh yeah. Well, I can't. Well, I can't do that. I'm on
Right.
probation.
Oh,
Yes, I'm
well,
not killing.
good. Wait till
I'm
you get
not
off
killing
probation,
nobody.
baby.
I'm
Yeah,
not
that be the
killing nobody.
drunk man up here making y'all look bad, okay? Because I know some well-to-do CDL drivers, but it always concerned me how he was driving trucks and he's a fucking alcoholic.
Yeah, but
Nigga, you better go and get your life right and mind your motherfucking business. That's what you need to do. The fuck?
He drive a box truck.
who? What's wrong with that? He's making
Yeah.
money. Making money, man.
Tyranny in the chat talking about stay away from argumentative women. Tyranny, what are you? Please stop. Like, what the fuck is she talking about? Again, I mentioned the self-awareness being a problem, D, but to your point, it ain't just fucking men. Her slow ass in the chat, all of a sudden she on her pick me shit today.
Damn, y'all must have had bad Valentine's weekend. Nobody took y'all out this weekend. What's going on?
No, we just not
She
for the
say
bullshit.
she married. What is you?
What the fuck?
She say she married now. What is you?
And her husband money long, but she ain't back on the panel. So what's going on?
She said she got to take her kids shopping.
I'm got time today.
But been in the chat, Twitter fingering it up ever since, you know?
She got a
Stay
man.
away from argumentative women. This is the same one caping for these niggas, but then was up there caping for Jay Prince when he was calling her all types of bitches and all types of shit, right? You that same one. But your dumb ass still want to keep the same rhetoric. You want to be up here being a fucking advocate for the worst types of nigga in creation. Like, get the fuck out of here. But stay away from argumentative women, though. Come on now.
Let's do a poll. Is tyranny argumentative? Yes or no?
No,
Ladies,
she's
one
a
in the
docile,
chat,
feminine
for
woman.
yes, 0 for no.
She's a docile, feminine woman. She's the example for black women everywhere. The fuck out of here, girl.
Wait, who got suspended for drinking and driving?
Oh Lord. Jay X, welcome to the show.
I'm mad.
But back to the original point. But back to the original point I was trying to make. Does the Constitution matters in this case of what him being beat up like that? Because cruel and unusual punishment. I think that's the eighth amendment of the Constitution. Does that matter anymore?
That's
Go file a constitutional law case and take it through the court system so we can see.
No, well, it's blatant right there. That is go against cruel and unusual punishment. I don't need to be a constitutional scholar to see that was that was not being deserving.
Okay, and now what?
You're talking about the prisoner?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, because that could have happened to Fighter Complex. They don't care about what they in that goddamn jail for.
Yeah, and I'm black, and there they put me down as black, so they would have done me dirty.
Damn.
And cruel and unusual punishment applies to the actual adjudication process, right? So when you are sentenced, if the judge gives you a sentence that is much harsher than sentences typically given for similar crimes, then that's cruel and unusual punishment. those correction officers who were acting extrajudiciously, that has nothing to do with cruel and unusual punishment. They're just criminals, right?
Yeah.
If somebody is how long would the sentence be? 15 years, right?
Your
So
microphone
if
is
he was
low.
having 15 years sentence, and then agents acting upon is acting upon carrying out the sentences, executing the sentences of the judge. Therefore, and they kill him, they beat him up and do all these horrible things to him. Well, that does goes against cruel and unusual punishment because you're not allowed.
What was he locked up for, Big J? What was he locked?
First degree
assault. First degree
assault.
Okay.
Once you are convicted, you are considered property of the state, right? Cruel and unusual punishment refers to inhumane punishment.
Yeah.
Property don't. The humaneness of punishment, either way, is not an issue for property.
Yeah. But basically, anytime you commit a crime,
was that inhumane? What happened to the
He's property at that point. He's not a person. He's property.
Yeah, but that was inhumane. That was inhumane.
Yeah, but he's not a human. He's property now. Once you are a
you gave up your human rights. Yes,
you are property. You have the rights that the state will give you as its property. So they probably what did they indict them on? What did they charge? Because it's probably a property charge or something to that effect.
Damn.
Yeah, but Piers, come on, that wasn't right what they did. The way they were treating them.
Well, we're not. I wasn't debating.
I'm
not here talking about it not qualifying as cruel and unusual.
So now, like what they did, right, in certain states, for like saying if you fight in prison, right, they'll give you 5 to 7 days, in solitary confinement. But now they deem it cruel and unusual, and this is the language they used. And now it's only 3 days. So if you could get in a fight and you're gonna only go to the box for 3 days because they deemed it that long being alone, they deemed it cruel and unusual. So sometimes they modify certain laws. Some states they're giving inmates tablets where they could have free phone calls every day.
So it's a sealed indictment.
Damn. Okay.
So did he hurt a woman, or it doesn't say at all?
To go into prison?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he stabbed a woman several times.
Not that it has anything to do with it, but yeah.
So we don't even know what the indictment is because it's sealed at this moment. But it's in the process of us, finding out exactly what they're getting indicted for. So that's a great question. Because if it's for property rather than civil rights or human rights or being inhumane and all those type of things, man, that's going to change a lot of conversations. And it's probably important that they did have it sealed at this point, because majority of people are not going to say that it's okay for them to be the judge and jury of something that he's already convicted for. Like, he already serving his sentence now, so you cannot add an extra. This is where Big J is saying the cruel and unusual punishment part, but that would mean that. So the part that Big J misses, that they would have to say, "Hey, we are sentencing you to jail to get your ass whooped by non-white officers." They're gonna punch you in your thing. They're gonna punch you in your face. They're gonna kick you. They're gonna move you like a rag doll. They're gonna do whatever they're gonna beat you to death physically with their hands. Is what would be cruel and unusual punishment.
I'm not gonna lie. If PhD was a warden, I'd be scared like a motherfucker. You heard?
Y'all would be coming in and out of that mug.
Yeah, I'd be nervous as hell.
The medical examiner's office ruled his death a homicide. So what that means is the indictment, once it's unsealed, they're going to be either charged with homicide or felonious assault.
What's felonious?
Felony levels.
Felony. You know the lingo, inmate.
Not inmate.
Well, other people might not understand that lingo. They don't understand that you are just a number when you're in there.
So I guess Black people, specifically Black men, didn't really pay attention. How long ago was that? Damn near 20 years ago now, when the FBI released that report saying that white supremacists had infiltrated police departments. Right. But so it's not limited to that. Right. So they go into those correctional jobs too. And as a matter of fact, I watched something last week that talked about how most of those people actually came from the military. Right. A lot of this extremism is coming from the military, people from the military. And so like at some point you gotta, figure out how you're going to deal with that issue.
Yeah, and that's the issue that I really have with it, is that regardless of if he a criminal, you still don't get the right to whoop his ass to death. I don't give a fuck you don't get the right to do that. I'm sorry. You don't allow that shit to happen to your people. You don't give a damn if the person get ahead and shot somebody in the cold blood in the middle of the street for no goddamn reason. Y'all find some way to even get up on Annie up and GoFundMe to support that degenerate white male to get him out of jail so he could fight a case. And we gotta have that. We gotta have to start having some kind of line like, hey, we gotta use this goddamn criminal as a way to get some goddamn prison or law reform. Hey, we gotta do it. But you cannot just go ahead and take life into your own hands because of that person's in jail.
That's fine, but I still feel like we're not focusing on the actual issue, right? That we need to be focusing on, because folks worried about him when that's just yet another example. There have been plenty, right, of how white supremacists infiltrating law enforcement departments impacts Black people. And so wherever you find law enforcement, you're going to have this problem. And so while we're focusing on, they shouldn't have beat them, focus on the fact that you got to figure out a way to address the issue of your police departments and prisons being filled with white supremacists.
Yes. And we did attack it a little bit earlier today when we're saying that, hey, we got to start talking to our local people. Whoever's in that local part of the government, whoever's willing to listen, we need to get their goddamn ears and tell them what we want to have, what's really going on in the street. And also we need to get some kind of voting block within our own communities so we could push out certain agendas one at a time and say, hey, we got 1,000 votes for you. We know last election you got 1,200 votes to get you elected as the county sheriff or the county mayor, whatever that number is. And you can show the power that way. So that's where we can start getting things moving in the direction of what we need as a people, because clearly other people don't give a shit until the shoes on their foot. Because now we see in California what they're saying now. They wish they was on our side from the beginning. But hey, you showed your hand. So hey, it is what it is now.
Well, yeah, I mean, so certainly all those things, but I think Black people have been doing all those things. And so we're gonna have to. I just feel like as Black people, our only solution to Black problems can't be white systems, and you get what I'm saying?
Okay.
And processes. So we're gonna have to figure some stuff out, right? And so if these people are being what do they call it? Where they become extremist, radicalized. If they're becoming radicalized in the military, and they're bringing this knowledge, the military knowledge they get back, and they using it for their own whatever. Okay, it's plenty of Black people in the military, and so what? Now I'm like Big J. What? Why aren't they bringing any useful information back to us, or something that we can use? Or I don't.
Well, I think it's this. So we do have a situation where we did have one community where they show that they can actually protect their own community, right? That happened in Cincinnati, right? So at least we have one example of it, and hopefully we need more leaders to start having a conversation with them, because they figured it out. They was able to protect their own community without using the so-called white system that you talk about. So we need to build more of those.
But I don't know. I think I think there's a mentality issue that is very pervasive. And
I agree that it is a mentality issue, and it got to start somewhere. We got to start by calling out who has the fucked up mentality. That's number one. So now we're starting to see who has the mentality. Maybe it starts with just their names. Maybe because they was, even though they said they both their parents is black, but since their name is Juan, maybe that's why they have a double mindedness. They don't know if they want a quesadilla or a buffalo wing. They get confused about it. Maybe that's the issue. I have no idea, but it is absolutely 100% a mentality thing. And we got to start. I'm glad we're starting to have a conversation. We're starting to mind it out. The women are taking a back seat to a lot of this shit because, like, look at it. All this shit talking that they say that they are for all these black men and black men, this, that, and the third. I ain't seen none of the top dog content creators talk about this shit at all. They don't care. Clearly, what they did care about was a woman that is clearly have a mental health issue. That is a one-off. So I don't know. But I think now we're starting to see that as a clear divide of what's really going on.
But I think to PH Diva's point, right? Because she's absolutely right in terms of the infiltration with that ideology. And it's not just law enforcement, it's in all positions of power and influence, right? So you got the judges and justices who have been swayed by that ideology. You got the political officials on both sides of the aisle swayed by that type of ideology, right? So it is pervasive. It is an issue that we need to discuss, right? But I think the delineation that we need to make in terms of the Robert Brooks situation is when it comes to excessive force against prisoners, and Fighter can speak to this. I'm sure. My question is, Fighter, right? How many times did you see inmates getting excessive force utilized against them to gain compliance, right? To where
I'll be real.
hold on 1 second, Fighter, hold on 1 second. So when the inmate has already complied, right? But the officer is still applying additional force that was unwarranted, but then nothing happens as a result, because as an inmate, you don't necessarily have the same rights as a Big J would have outside of the wall, right? How
Yes.
often do you say, did you personally see that happen?
I'll be real with you. Most of the time that someone got manhandled by the COs, they kind of were looking for it. I'm gonna be real. If you swing on one of the officers, punch him, knock him out, whatever, they're gonna do you dirty. They're gonna stomp you out. Me personally, I've never been abused by them. It was just like verbal abuse, or they'll do other things like they'll send me to the box for no reason. Never physical, just like more mental games they'll play. But
But
yeah, I was.
Fighter, so you said you said that they would stomp you out, right? So that's their
If you hit
situation
one
with the
of them,
officer.
yeah, if you hit one of them,
Right.
yeah, they're
So if
gonna
you
do
hit them,
it.
right, and you hit them, and let's say you don't cause damage, but they're still going to stomp you out until you're incapacitated, correct?
Oh yeah, but they're not gonna do it out in the open when there's cameras or where there's other inmates. They'll let it slide, and then they'll take you to. They know the cuts. You know all the cuts. If you work there, you know where there's no cameras. They'll take you where there's no cameras and rough you up. You know.
So that's what he's talking towards. He's saying that after they put you in handcuffs, they still whoop your ass after.
Yeah, if they don't like you.
Okay,
You know,
so I need you to pay attention to the conversation. That's what he's talking about.
Yes, those are extreme cases though. Those are extremities.
So if you hit somebody, if you hit an officer, they put you in handcuffs and they take you where the cameras can't see you. That's only extreme cases, or that's more of a normal practice that you're going to get.
If you hurt an officer, you better be expecting for them to rough you up. Because they gonna dogpile you. You know, like when they come for you, they're gonna go in your cell. There's no
You
cameras in your
understand that?
cell.
All right. So therefore, you agree with us that they are doing excess because you are locked up now, correct? You are handcuffed.
Yeah, but it's not
So,
every
so the
time
problem
thing.
is that you agree with the roughing up part. That's the problem that you have it.
That it happens, but not as much as you think.
Right, but you agree with them getting roughed up. If you hit
Oh, that they should, or
yes.
that it happens.
This is when
I'm
the
asking you. I'm
I know,
asking you a question.
I'm trying to work through your CTE. So
LGBT, get the dicks out your ears and listen. I'm asking you a question. Are you talking about when that it happens, or that I should be okay with it? Like I don't know. What are you asking me?
it's okay. So again, so I don't know what you're confused about. So again, so you don't have a problem with the officers beating up a guy that hit an officer without the cameras being seen. You don't have a problem with that, correct?
No, if that happens, that's wrong.
Okay, so that's what we're trying to have a conversation about.
Oh yeah, so I said when that happens is wrong, but you're exaggerating the amount of times that it happens.
We're not exaggerating. He asked you a question.
No, I'm telling you right now. What you don't understand? Are you slow, bro? I'm starting to think you're slow, man. Like, cause
it's okay. I know, understand. So, how many times does it need to be happen for it to be like unexcusable?
That's a different. You're saying something different now.
I am. I'm asking you a question.
No, it's showing. If it happens one time, it's wrong. What are you talking? That's besides the point. That's besides the point.
So now you understand that. So it's not exaggerated.
Yeah, but there's gonna be horrors and evils always happening in the world. So,
no, but I guess my question, Fighter, is how often did you see it while you were in there? How often were you made aware? Oh yeah, that this happened to so and so. How many times, if you had to count, how many times were you made aware of it happening during your stint?
Under 10 times.
Okay, more than once. Under 10.
Yeah, under 10.
Okay, so again, regardless, some people they get their ass whooped so much that they like, hey, shit, yeah, you could get your ass whooped. This is the culture. We in here. If you do whatever you did, you deserve to get your ass whooped for it. That's how some people look at it, and that's why this dude was able to took it to the whole nother level. That sad to say that he died. They probably didn't want him to die. Probably right. They just want to get their aggression out because their wife wouldn't do whatever. It was it was around the holidays, so they stressed, they angry. Whatever the case is. As we had somebody on the show earlier, they said he knows the psychiatrists that deal with people that work inside these type of prisons, and the vast majority of the white men that's in there, they have issues when they go home. They are not the leaders in their household. They do not get to say so. So when they come here, they get to work, they get to working on your ass. And that's how they get the aggression out. So
right, but Black men are operating under that same thing, right? So Black men don't run, nothing outside, and so then they do the same thing with women and children, Black women and children.
So that's a good synopsis. The only problem is that you have to have psychiatry. Like, so she's a psychiatrist that said that this is happening. Like, when she speaks to them, this is a known fact that this is what's going on with the majority of the ones that is abusing their power within that system.
Right. And so it's a common, so in psychology, which is actually what she's talking about, there's what Freud called defense mechanisms, right? So there's something that's so threatening to the ego that rather than deal with it, your mind will engage in all of these, fallacious things in order to protect you from having to deal with it. Right. And so one of those defense mechanisms is called displacement. And displacement is where, like Black men say, they fight out, they getting their ass kicked out in the world all day. And then when they get home, because they couldn't stand up to the white man out in the world, they take out all that frustration and whatnot they displace it upon the women and children in their houses. And that's common in psychology too. That's actually been well known. As a matter of fact, when I was in undergrad, and my Black male professor, he was cute too. was teaching us about it, that was the example he used to illustrate it to us. The black man getting his ass kicked and then going home and kicking his wife's ass.
Damn, it kind of goes to the conversation that damn, I forget his name. That's the guy with his eyes bulging out, always smoking a cigarette.
The one you debated?
No, back in the civil rights era, Nikki Giovanni and
Baldwin.
Yes, and Baldwin. They was having a conversation. It kind of that was kind of the synopsis of that conversation, right? She said, "Hey, figure for me too."
Right. Don't come here and now you want to be the frustrated you. Absolutely not. Right.
That was the perfect conversation for it, right? Hey, I go outside and I gotta be nice to the white man. I gotta play nice. I gotta do this. I gotta put on fake smiles. And then when I come home, I'm tired. So now you get the aggravated me, the so-called this is the real me. And the real you is disgusting and nasty and want to be abusive. That's a problem. If you're gonna fake it for that goddamn white man, then you better fake it for your goddamn black wife.
So yeah, I just think that would be a weird thing for a psychiatrist or a psychologist to highlight and not present the other side of it.
But the only difference is I see that those men chose to be in that profession for a reason. And that the ones that's always doing the offense, they all have that same kind of psychology in their mind.
Well, no. So this is the thing. Even with police officers, they've done studies that show that even there's something that can change the way people behave within police departments. So you may not, display all this aggression on the front end. You get in there, and because of the culture and the way things, work, some people may find themselves over time engaging in stuff that they never thought they would have engaged in, right? So, I mean, I just don't think that we can say, oh, well, they're in these jobs, and so that must mean, that's kind of crazy. You can't, that's inappropriate.
No, not the ones that's in the job, but the ones that's doing the offense. They have that same psychology as well.
Right. Yeah, no, I just don't think you can say that because it's going to be plenty, because it's going to be niggas in there doing the offense too. Right. It's going to be
the main ones.
People in there doing the offense. And so
right, and so also she referenced that the white counterpart, they had that ideology at a higher rate. That's what she was saying. She was saying that it didn't happen on other races, but them, the ones that was doing the criminal part of it, they had a very high rate of that mentality of they don't have control outside of their goddamn job. The ones that commit the offense.
Yeah, again,
so yes, the black men, they might have that same ideology, but the white man was at a higher rate.
And people got to remember.
I find that hard to believe. I would have to have a conversation with the person. I find it very difficult to believe.
You got to remember with those correctional officers, in a way, they're locked up too, man. They're there all day. They work long hours. So they just go home and sleep, and they're right back at the job. A lot of them, they pull double shifts, work over 60 hours a week. So in a way, they're locked up too.
Thank you. They are not, but I
understand. In a way, I mean, Sharon, why you being a faggot, bro? Like, you know what I mean when I say that.
No, why are you using that word?
You know we can't use that word as a content creator, and you're a content creator,
right?
That I don't even understand it sometimes. Like, it is okay that I don't agree. I understand the sentiment that we locked up too, shit, but you get to go home. You ain't locked up, bro.
Right.
You don't you have all the power in the world. You can make a phone call if you get threatened, and they're gonna come and help you. You don't have that same power. If I get locked up now, I cannot say, Turtles, can y'all please come and help me get the shields and the batons and the pepper spray? I can't do that if I'm locked up. They ain't locked up with your ass. I get the sentiment of it. Yeah, I get it. They gotta watch you. I get it. But they ain't locked up for real.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I understand like the metaphor towards it, the excuse towards it. And you know, a lot of women would say too, like, hey, that shit made me a little bit rougher. So when I come home, it's a little bit hard for me to bust it wide open. They said when I come home, I tell his ass to lay down, let me sit on your damn face and shut up before I make a phone call. And some of you men like it, clearly. Some of you men just like to get your asses licked, clearly.
Gross.
And that's I got to talk about it and let us know about it. We didn't even ask that information. Like that wasn't. We didn't ask for that info. Diva, did you ask for it?
Certainly not.
So like, go ahead, cuz.
Yeah, I think to Fighter's point though, there is a level of when you become a product of your environment, if you're not participating in healthy habits in order to release that negative energy, right? Because particularly if you're a prison guard, right? Corrections officer, however you say it, you gotta be on point because you're around some dangerous individuals, right? Always. So you gotta stay on point for hours and hours on end. You're breaking up fights, you're finding contraband, you're, always responding to a negative situation. And if you're always responding to a negative situation, that negative situation can creep into your spirit if you are not actively engaging in ways to release that negative tension and energy and unwinding properly, which is why, to Diva's point, she always brings up how law enforcement officers typically have a high rate when it comes to DV and things like that, because they're not properly redirecting or rechanneling that negative energy away from themselves and their family. So I think that is a conversation as well. Yes, those prison guards, they're under a lot of stress. They're dealing with a lot of unfathomable situations for hours on end. And it takes a level of discipline and also them being able to reach out to people who can help them to release that negative stress and energy so that it doesn't totally succumb them.
There's a hierarchy even.
And give me 1 second, Koja.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Go ahead, Diva.
All right.
There
Just my 4 cents. Oh, just my 4 cents, $5. Wait, who said black men was upset about lack of black women support? Don't recall black men asking black women for support except black pastors, grifters. Unlikely. I'm definitely pocket watching. Omar Smith, $10. Good morning, PhD Diva. Good day, Omar. I agree, because when I was doing time, I was horrible. Flooding the tears, setting fires. Just being around so many low vibrations can bring the worst out of you. 390 whole time.
Damn. Go ahead, Koja.
There is a hierarchy within law enforcement. Corrections officers get it the worst. They the least paid. And with the privatization of prisons, that makes it worse. But there is a long-term thing in effect when you see them saying stop recruiting black people into the military. It will be a trickle-down effect, and it will be to eliminate more black people from working in that section when they get to doing what they really want to do. And that's something we really have to consider. And that's easy. I know I hate when they be spreading the poop on the walls and doing the other stuff. But once you allow these type of actions to take place, they will slowly begin extracting people of color who may disagree with some stuff. And the pushbacks that they will be given will be for less extreme stuff. But if you support it now, you won't be able to come on the back end and say, now I don't support it, because it's a multi-phase plan. And we will be receiving harsher sentences for stuff, and it is bigger than what we're saying in this conversation. So I'm not just like I'm saying, yes, that man shouldn't have died. I think he had on the green SHOS shawl in that video, which meant he had already been detained, at least for a little bit, because they had to remove his clothing. He probably was on unalive and watch, because that's when they go to putting them green shawls on people and taking their clothing. So he had been to medical and had done other stuff that before. I don't know why they pulled him out and didn't leave him in place, or maybe they hadn't put him in at that point. But some intervention had been done.
Did you see the video, Diva?
No. I don't watch stuff like that.
Okay, the video is wild.
Yeah.
That's
a form of psychic violence.
Yeah, that shit is when somebody, because I wasn't, so somebody sent it to me. It's like, hey, why are y'all not talking about this? I was like, that's a lot. I can't even show the video because it's a lot. They beat that man up in handcuffs behind his back, punching his genitalia.
Hey, Sharon and everybody, I'm back again.
Good day, prison.
Peace to the chat, except for Big J. Anyway, I'll say this. I believe there's an open door season for everything. And when I say that, let me make some clarification. I think when I came to YouTube, my initial conversation was around trying to get around all these spaces. I didn't care what space it was. I went to multiple spaces to have a conversation with Black women about certain things, like, because the femicide thing was starting to increase because of some of the type of conversations that were going on in the social media spaces. So one of the things that concerned me is we're at a point of standstill right now. They're stopping all the civil rights cases at the Department of Justice. They're getting rid of all these judges. They're making them resign. If they were pro civil rights, they're getting rid of all those people. I'm trying to figure out. One thing is, I agree. And I every time I listen to Koja, no matter where she is, PH Diva, no matter where she is, it's always, whether people like it or not, it's always it's truthful. Whether you like it or not, it's facts. Okay. And I'm not saying anybody else, because I'm getting to hear Mr. Bronzeville more. So I'm understanding his law enforcement background as well. We're at a standstill right now. I want to see how many of these conversations really become something, because what I'm getting tired of is, like, I know when I came, I got dragged into a bunch of mess by these people who like to spin these little stories. And now that you're trying to get the information to see where we need to go, we're having these conversations, and now we're at a standstill. We're at a door. No one's going to listen to us right now. Okay, where this type of administration is going on, and they're trying to get rid of rights and doing certain things, gender ideology, that's calling yourself Black or white. Okay, that's not gay or straight or lesbian. That's gender ideology. That's having pride in Blackness. So don't even sit there and act like we don't know what's going on here. We're here at a place that we want to start trying to figure out how to help people who really didn't want to help themselves. As Black people, when are we going to make the decision of who we're going to drag? Are we going to continue to drag the good with the bad? What are we going to do? Are we going to separate ourselves from the stuff that's going on that's really taking toll on our culture? That's really taking the toll on it. Who's really speaking for us now? Who's really saying anything for us now? No one. Because our voices are being muted. The only time we're having conversations like this is when some tragedy happens. We're not talking about the positive Black men who are doing what they need to do in their communities, like the guys in Michigan who were going at the gas stations and helping women so that at nighttime they wouldn't have to be worried about somebody harming them. They were standing at the gas station, letting these women pump their gas, walk them to their car so they can get into their car straight and go home. When are we going to talk about more positive stuff of how to build the Black cultures, and in those little communities where there's a predominance of Black people, what are we going to do? Are we going to continue to have conversations? Are we going to be, just like you started off, Mr. Sharon, solution-based gang? Are we going to be solution-based? Are we going to start writing letters? Are we going to start talking to these people? I kept telling everybody, call. Do we need a crime bill as Black people? I kept saying that, oh, she a divester. I'm not. I'm a Black woman, just like everybody else. Whether I have kids, not married, all that shit is irrelevant to the fact that I care about what's going on, what's going to happen to my nieces, my nephews, your children, your family members. Are y'all not concerned about the kids? Yeah, that's it, Chicago Real, New Era, Detroit. I talked to those guys, and I'm going to tell you, like, when are we really going to start doing stuff and stop having conversations? When I wanted to get women together and talk about femicide rates and how the social media stuff was starting to bleed down into our schools and stuff, I had those little people, those women, I'm sorry to say it, that, and I don't want to call them mammies and pick-me, they're just dangerous women that come into these situations and these kind of conversations that put other people at risk, destroy relationships with other people, try to make it content and monetize themselves off the destruction of other people. When are we going to stop this? Then you got weirdo men online who sit around all day long when you go to one panel to the next panel, stalking you, making videos, trying to add their little add-ins to it. When are we going to start correcting some of the bullshit that's been going on? Go ahead, Ms. Koja. Mm-hmm.
I don't care how Black women and Black men don't like each other. We are handcuffed. You cannot advocate for the demise of Black men without advocating for the demise of Black women, and you cannot advocate for the demise of Black women without advocating for, because they linked. We conjoin. So if you're out there pushing, get rid of Black women and get rid of Black men, you're pushing for yourself, because we are governed under the same laws. It's gonna apply. It's not gonna be, oh, they're gonna let me stay and you go.
Right.
So it's crazy because you're advocating for your own demise. If I'm a woman saying, oh, lock them up and throw away the key, I'm the next part behind that. So it's crazy that they have those arguments. But I did see those Black guys who walked on white supremacists at their neighborhood when they came down. And I'm sure a lot of them was not the people who was considered the good guys. Some of them probably shouldn't even been able to own firearms or be in possession of them.
But yeah, but every time
and so you said that to say what?
Go ahead, Miss PhD.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was saying, like, I really respect, like Miss PhD was talking about psychic violence. And I started doing a profile on psychological online violence. And I have to refrain sometime and step back from listening to the shit that's online. I remember Miss PhD a couple weeks ago, you guys played something from one of those Israelite groups and stuff. I went over there and I think I found about 400 violations according to YouTube policy. 400. One where they were advocating for the unaliving of Black women, saying gang rape, and I'm trying to figure out why y'all say this online, graping and unaliving and stuff, because on other panels and other places in white spaces and Hispanic places, and crime places, they use the word murder, they use the word rape. I'm trying to figure out if it's educational and you're not using it to hurt somebody, it's educational and informational. So you guys can stop refraining from saying grape and all that stuff. It's not going to stop that stuff from going forward. But I just really wonder, going forward, how are we going to I want to connect with women and men who really want to do something. And honestly, I hate to say it, we can't get nothing done without them. I'm sorry. Everywhere I go, everywhere I've been, whether it's police or whether it's in government, I have to work with everybody. I'm sorry. Whatever their politics are, all that stuff, I have to work with everybody. We can't get it done without them. But I know in this season, we're not going to get it done. Now,
Who is them?
Let's go ahead.
Who is them?
White people. We're not going to be able to get nothing done without other parties. We can see what's going on. But I know in this season, we're not going to get anything done.
Okay, I would disagree with that. I don't.
Go ahead. You can.
I just don't think that we. I think we were sent here with everything we needed. And I think in times past, our belief that we needed to be in league with other people has actually been our undoing. And so, yeah, I think this is a problem we're going to have to solve ourselves. I don't think we can wait on other people or,
But
depend on other people.
But one of the first senators to ever have a bill supporting and having the same type of protection for Black women and little girls who are missing, like the big what do they call it? The what's the alerts we get on our phones when kids are missing or stuff. So one of the first people to do that was a white woman in Minnesota.
Okay.
So why can't we, but we've had senators who are Black and African American. Why was she able to get that done in her state, but we can't get that done in all the other states to make sure that we have the same equal television, radio, that if we have somebody missing, why do we not have that same equality for it? What are we going to do here? So it wasn't a Black woman that did it, it was a white woman who did it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I was in a bad place, so I missed the last part. You said, why was the white lady able to get that passed, and why?
Do we have other people who are in government who are African American, men and women? Why is it that we're not able to get those? Like, we have people in Atlanta, we have people in New York, we have people in DC, we have people in California, we have senators and congressmen everywhere of color. Why are we not able to get those same alerts for our Black girls going missing, our Black boys going missing, and whatever else is going on in our different communities? Why are we not able to get the same benefit like that white woman did in Minnesota? She was a white woman. She got that same system.
Okay. So there is an Amber Alert system. Is that national or is that a state thing? Does that vary by state?
So the Amber Alert system is national because you get reports all over your phone. If something's going on in your individual state or city that a child is missing, you're going to get that on your phone. But if we have Black girls or little Black boys missing, we're not getting those alerts like that. We're not getting, they're not televised as much. People don't know they're missing. You could be walking past that child that you're seeing missing every day, but they don't give the same type of quality of attention to Black children as they do to white children that are missing, or girls or women that are missing. So number two.
Wait.
Go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
So, okay. So there's a national, the Amber Alert is the national system that, and Black kids or people aren't being put in the Amber Alert system when we go missing, correct?
I would say that they are, but I can say that they're not being televised in the way that maybe some of the little white kids are being televised. And I'm not saying this is it could be racism as well, Miss PhD, but like I'm saying, I'm open to those type of conversations. But the thing is, the truth of the matter is we have a problem with crime in our communities at large anyway. We have a problem that we don't even really want to talk about.
Okay. So, but I'm trying to understand what was going on with this Michigan law. Okay.
Minnesota.
So then Minnesota. Okay. So then a white lawmaker. Okay. Go ahead and tell me.
No, it's Amy Klobuchar from Minnesota. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so what does this new thing do? Explain it to me.
Well, actually, it's been around for a few years, but she was one of the very first senators who's been congressman that's been able to have it where it's in her state where they would be it would be televised, that they would put a lot of emphasis on that Black child being missing. And they're not doing that everywhere, Ms. PhD. We already know they're not doing that. Okay. We know they're not doing that. We talk about it because we're sensitive to it. If we see a Black face of a girl that's missing, we talk about it.
Okay. Okay. And so the law that Amy Klobuchar drafted and got passed into legislation says that the missing Black kids, they have to show on TV. I have a hard time believing that that's what what it actually is.
It's to gain more attention to that Black child being missing, boys, little girls and boys, and women being missing. So it would be girls and women, but it's girls and women. But yes,
specifically Black girls and women.
Yes, ma'am. Specifically.
Okay.
I can send it to you.
Oh no, I'm looking it up now. Because the thing is, I don't know about televising, because I guess they don't do that with the Amber Alert system.
Well, if you live in that state, probably. But I'm saying that everybody knows that Black people don't get as much attention to things that happen to us as much. That's what I'm saying. Sharon is sitting here showing the example. A lot of people didn't even hear about Robert Brooks. They didn't even know what was going on. That's an example. Why did we not know about this? A whole bunch, 13 people beat him up. Some nurses are involved as well. Nobody knew about this. That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. What's going to happen after we have this conversation, Miss PhD? But what I'm saying, what are we going to do after this conversation to figure out, are we just having a talk? Are we just talking? Or are we actually going to do something?
Right now, from my understanding, there's a lot of tech people out of business, out of work. And it's going to take somebody who have skill set to just say, I got time, let me go and create this because I have the skill set to begin to do it. And it's going to take some people contributing to them doing it to make that system. We know we got tech people who know how to do it. I don't have that skill set. If I had the skill set, I would probably try to connect. Hey, cuz you ain't working right now. We need to do this. We know the Black Panthers really started the school lunch program?
It was the free lunch program, which they're now rolling back. Yes, ma'am.
So, and we know that at the same time we was having them problems, YT people was having them problems, so they came and co-opted it and stole it because we thought we was the only ones on, but they was too. But it's just gonna take somebody like that to say, hey, I got time. I might not have the equipment. We're gonna have to start our own watchdog groups, and we're gonna have to fund it because those people are not working when they have to work on these projects. And we have to form them. Do we demand some accountability for it? And then people say, no, they have to get paid because they kind of have to have lights. They got to have electricity to run the computers to keep them up. They have to have this. We say, we're going to donate, but we need to see some accountability, open, whatever for this. And that them people get paid and somebody don't come and say, hey, they getting too much money for doing this. That's what it's going to take.
Okay. I would agree, but I'm saying, like some people are saying, whatever, moving the goalposts, that we need to stop separating stuff out. But the problem is something has to start somewhere.
They're not going to do it for us. We know this. We could say how much taxes we pay and everything. They're not going to do it. But we could keep yelling about it. It's like that other group that they formed when they was going to get off, I think it's called Fan Base. Now they open it. I wish, and they asked them for people to buy stock. I wish they were like, what is it, public.com, because it's a certain amount of money you have to have, a certain amount you have to pay. And I won't want to buy that money. But if they were on, I think it's public.com, I would definitely go and buy that amount to support that.
Well, so this is the thing. We got to start looking at the fine print. And just because a person is out in front, Puffy should have taught us this, right? Just because a person is out in front promoting something, don't actually mean they own it. And so when we start peeling back the layers on Fan Base, we find that Isaac Hayes III is actually a minority owner. It's some non-Black people that's the majority owners. But they put him out to get all us to rally behind him and put our money in it.
I didn't even know who was the face of it because I didn't even know it was his son. But I wouldn't support to the amount that is required to buy into that. but I would have supported something. I go and spend $5 at the gas station on some chips and a soda. So I know if I could have got, a piece of share or something for $10, I was like, I ain't gonna have no chips and soda today. It's okay. It ain't gonna make me or break me. But yes, I do agree that we do have to do that. But that's why I said the transparency. And the transparency can be in full sight. It can be part of the website.
I love it. But are we going to, like I said, I came in, I have something now. I'm wondering, that's why I wanted to get in touch with PhD Diva and women like you, Miss Koja, because I know you've been on myriads of numerous times. So I want to know what we can do, because it seems like if it's going to get done, we're going to have to get it done. It's going to have to be, it's only going to be like-minded people. I already know that everybody's not, I'm not going to bring everybody along with me. I'm going to tell y'all that right now. I'm not. I've seen too much on these streets of YouTube. I'm not bringing everybody along with me. I'm not. I want people who really know what they're talking about. People who know how to conduct themselves one space, and you're in another space with other people, you know how to conduct yourself over there as well. I want people who know who they are. Not just have information, but I really want them to know how to contribute to get the work done. That's it.
I like it.
Right now.
Yeah, that's how. I mean, this is how it starts, right? We got to talk so we can find who is like-minded in the first place, and then we got to keep on moving to the next level, and keep on moving on. And that's why the conversation is the point while we minding it out and find the like-mindedness and maybe even possible angles that we didn't know existed, because somebody else might say something. Even the slow ones, they might say something good every once in a while.
Right. And I don't even have to take the lead on this. I'll give the reins of lead to somebody else, as long as you know that we're not taking everybody else along with us. I don't want everybody there, because everybody's they're not really about making any solutions. They're really not. It's all about a bunch of conversations, a bunch of trolling. It's a bunch of this. I don't want to hear none of that stuff. I don't want none of those people in the conversations. What if I got a black son? I got a black daughter. I don't want that stuff. We need to think about people outside of us who are not in these conversations, because that's who it's affecting. So
transparency is very simple. Transparency is very simple. And I don't even know how to use Excel. You take in the amount of contributions that you get, and you put it on there. On 1125, I received $10 from whatever the person name, you can hide out whatever. We received XYZ, and therefore you got a simple line with what you took in. It even added for you, and I don't even know how to use Excel, but the basics. And I'm supposed to be over there on the other app learning, because they do got a Excel for Dummies over there on their STEM section. And then you put out what you spend out. Right. And you create that transparency, and you say, this is what we purchased this time. This is what we purchased that time. So it can be built into the system if you wanted to, but for people who are considering it a grift, it won't. And for people that say somebody who working in tech and who responsible for these systems shouldn't be making $100,000 a year, but they should be doing all this work, is crazy.
Okay.
They came in and got the Lakeland. He came in right with the Lakeland Riley Act. But what about why didn't we have an act for way ahead of time for Corinne Gaines, about how cops should interact with black people who have possibly a mental issue going on? How come we never had an act for something like that? He came right in with Lakeland Riley. We didn't say anything about Shanquella Robinson. Why didn't we start pushing a bill for Shanquella Robinson a couple years ago? Why did we start doing stuff then? That's why I'm saying there's seasons and stuff that happens, that when you see something and you see it's hot on the press, you need to jump on it. You can't wait 2, 3, and 4 years and talk about it.
We could absolutely right now start divvying up what's going on by state, because my state is FDLE. Every arrest for every crime is listed there. They have the race of the assailant, the victims, and what. We could very well start. I could start breaking that stuff down by my state. Somebody else could do it for their state. And if they got multiple people in the state, divvy it out by counties, or you take 3. And we could very well compile this information.
And now what information?
Be home. Like we could say arrest. We could say arrest for murder, arrest for grapes, arrest for whatever. I could go in and I could very well upload that, put that stuff to Excel. I would have to do it the old way because I'm still on Excel for Dummies. And we could very well, perpetrators begin to partial out this crime, because every state, I would say, would have to have a state agency which they report all of the crimes to. And then I can do my state, another person can do their state. And I would suggest you divvy it up by county, not by states. And we can put it all together and show whatever to double check these things that are being reported. But that takes time. Am I gonna have, I can't do a whole state by myself, but we can do these things, but people have to be wanting to do them and agreeing to do them, and then come together, and somebody not be worried about who is the leader of this and who is the leader of that.
Right. And then, like, for example, about the issue with Mr. Robert Brooks, how come we don't have, this is not the first time it happened, so we know it's going to continue to happen, but we got women impregnated. We got women in prisons being impregnated by prison guards. Why are we not talking Black women? Why are we not talking about stuff like this? They're being raped in there. When are we going to talk about stuff like this? I'm really sorry about what happened to the man. That's way above my pay grade. I'm not going to be able. I'm not in those offices to be able to adjudicate what's going to happen with that. But what about real time stuff that they're doing with the LA project?
But we just had a juvenile correction guy convicted of raping in juvenile corrections, white man, of holding down a kid, a boy, and raping him. But we ain't heard that, because if it ain't in your algorithm, it's because you're not interested in stuff like that. If you ain't seeing it, you need to say, what is my algorithm giving to me, and what does my algorithm say about me? Is it saying that I'm only concerned about one thing and I'm not worried? Because why would I have an interest, according to everybody, I'm a gender banger? Why would I have a concern about a kid, a male, being raped in a juvenile facility? It comes up in my algorithm because I'm concerned about that. And if everybody, all they seeing is one thing, you need to reset your algorithm, but more so reset your mind to what you are interested in. And if it's saying you only interested in you, then we know the answer, or things that represent you.
Yeah, I don't think everybody, I mean, like, look, it takes all types. And so people who are led to invest their time and energy into those type of issues, that's fine. But there are going to be people who don't want to invest their time and energy into those type of issues, and that's fine as well.
Absolutely. I mean, everybody doesn't have to do it. I'm just saying there are some people that are like-minded. They really do care about these issues that are going on. Like, I know that I am severely invested in the stuff that's being said on YouTube and other spaces, because I'm there all the time. There's a criticism that's all, she's always online. Well, that's not true either, but I do get a lot of data. So that's my only concern, is like, what can we do? What, separating it out, if it's going to be for men, if it's going to be for women. Particularly, I think, my niche is worried about the women and the girls.
Okay, let me welcome into the show, User 112. How you doing?
Hello, everybody. I hope you are doing well.
We are. What would you like to add to the conversation?
Yes, what is the topic about?
Lord have mercy.
What you hit the link for? If you don't know what we're talking about.
All right, so you figure out what the conversation is about, and then you let me know in the back chat. You let me know in the back chat when you want to add to the conversation. Are you ready to talk now? Okay, he said he's ready to talk. Hold on, let's see.
Miss PhD, but look in the back chat, please.
Okay.
Let me see. He said he's ready to talk. Hold on. What you saying? What you're saying?
I am saying that I am a white American, and we love Black people, and we support Black people.
Where you from originally?
Originally, it's not important, but I am just a white.
The reason why it's important, because you said you're a white person. So where are you from originally?
Originally, Afghanistan.
So what makes you think that you're a white person?
I am white. My ancestors were from America. My mom and dad is from America, and they are white. But I was born in Afghanistan, but I'm white.
And clearly you speak their language as well, right?
Yes.
And so I guess that's the issue that men like you believe that you are a white American when you are not clearly a white American. I will put you on camera, but it's my first time seeing you, so I'm not sure if you're going to do something strange because people come on this channel when they not known, they do strange things.
Yes, it's not important if you put me in the camera.
Okay.
I just want
Is your
to
skin color brown?
No.
Tannish olive? It's like pale, no melanin.
He look like Spanish.
So you say your parents are white American, but where did their descendants come from? What was their grandmother?
The grandma is from Mexico, and
Boy, shut up.
And the grandmother is from.
So you ready for your
Belgium.
FAFO? You ready for your
What?
FAFO moment?
No.
All right, so this is what we're gonna do. Usher 112. I'm not sure if you're here to troll or not, but to prove that you're not here to troll, you need to support the show financially somehow, some way. Send a super chat
No.
or a cash app.
I'm not ruling. No.
All right,
I'm
so
not ruling.
okay, if you're not trolling, I would appreciate it if you financially support the show by sending a super chat. You could choose how much you want to put, but this is how we'll know that you truly actually want to have a conversation. So send a super chat. I'm gonna put you in the back for the meantime, and you can show us that you really actually want to have a conversation. And
that's why black women is sitting out. That's why they sitting back drinking their tea and wine.
Yeah. So so like that. The crazy part that he believes that he's white. If you was to see him, he doesn't look white at all. Nobody's gonna mistake him for a white man. Not even close.
He don't fit the profile.
No, he don't fit the profile of a white man at all. It's interesting though because a lot of it's interesting. I don't know. It's this race appropriation thing is getting very interesting as we move through the records. Also on the Cash App, don't let her turn the convo to victim-ish. Thank you so much for the Cash App. Go ahead, Venus. What's your thought?
I'm white, and I'm just here to speak for white women. My parents are white Americans, and my grandparents are Mexican, and I was born in Afghanistan. Okay, but I'm a white American. Okay. I'm trying to understand what the hell.
I guess you could tell he's a boiler that.
I'm just here to let y'all know, just respect what I identify as moving forward. I'm a white woman, and that's what I want to be.
Really? Ask the people in Yemen if they white.
Right.
Ask the folks in Yemen if they white.
Yeah, and if you see him, and this is no disrespect to him, but definitely look like he pumped gas before, right?
Oh
Like,
my gosh!
you know what I'm saying? Like, and it's okay. That's just the stereotype that they get, and it's okay.
You
And
can't say that.
my bad. I'll just say, there you go. He coming back. I think he about to send a super chat so he could speak his mind. Because I want him to speak his mind, but I need to make sure that he's not trolling. I'm not sure if he is. He's still back there. He's still back there. He's on
Okay,
camera
so can
too.
I speak to the white man, sir? As a white man who retains most of the wealth in this country, could you please contribute financially to the minority? You know, as a white man, just do your part.
Right. So, but like, so he believes that he's supposed to talk before he support the show. I guess because he's saying you brought me down and don't let me talk, but you want me to donate to the show. Yeah. So we did let you up. We did let you speak. It's not like you want to have a race conversation, which we're not necessarily talking about a race conversation 100%. But since you want to hop on the show, show some love and support to the show, and we'll bring you up. I don't know what else to tell you from there. Like, you could try to have your moment of saying, but you won't let me. It don't matter. You're on my show. So if you want to be a part of the show, you want to contribute, show your contribute. How you going to contribute? And you can show it by sending. I didn't even ask you for a certain dollar amount. And so, like, we see that they have an issue with supporting. And a lot of people have issues with supporting, even though they want to be a part of the conversation, but they don't want to support the conversation.
Right.
They just want to say whatever they want to say and leave. But no,
And
that's
want to
not how it works.
discourage.
I built this environment so you can have a conversation about said topics. So therefore, now you're not going to tell me when I can ask for a donation, especially
they
when
wanna
you haven't contributed anything to the conversation of my channel so far. This is your first time ever being here. You're not like everybody else that's on this panel that's in the chat that let themselves be known by saying comments, by hitting a like button, by hitting the share button that's here every day as we build this thing. So you're gonna have to put in some work to be a part of the conversation. You don't just get to be a part of the conversation because you say you white and look Mexican and look like you're from gas for a living. Absolutely not.
Oh my God. Stand on business, Sharon. I ain't mad
That's
at
right.
you.
You better pump it like gasolina.
Okay.
Because he said he's Mexican too. So
Do habla español?
no, he's Arabic, I believe. I think he speaks Arabic.
Okay.
And it's okay. And I don't mind him having a conversation with us. I'm more for it, but you got to show some love and support.
Listen, you ain't got to keep explaining yourself. You ain't wrong. Everybody on this place is here because they want some financial support. And we're going to stop like trying to isolate certain people and make them a bad person for it when everybody's doing it. That's just what it is in their own different ways. So I get it.
Yeah. And especially today, all I asked for was likes and shares. and even though we had damn near we damn near hit 300 today, I can't get to 200 likes. That's weird.
Mr. Sharon, I want you to hear the irony. Today we're talking about somebody who everybody's considering a victim, but somebody gonna send you a super chat or a cash app to say don't let her turn the comments on to talking about victims. I want you to hear it. I want you to think about that. I want you to think about that. Talking about women and girls, that's victimhood. But we were just talking about a man. Okay? I just want you to think about how people think. So anyway.
Yeah, it'd be weird sometimes. They try to, and this is kind of the conversation me and Pierce even had before too, right? They try to make the moral police against us. Oh, you just want money to have a conversation. So
yeah, but content creation is for monetization.
It's like, so like, why do you think that's supposed to make me feel bad? Oh, you want a brick? So
no, but she
you
said
just want to have the
content
conversation
creation.
you want to have. Yes.
Yeah.
YouTube channels are free. Okay, everybody can get one. But like she said, content creation is for monetization.
That's
for
right. That's exactly what YouTube is for.
So
let's keep it real.
Somehow they're gonna go. What we've seen a lot of times is they'll voluntarily send money to a content creator before they even speak. But then when you ask for money, it's like, oh, you're just doing this for money. It's a jealousy thing. Like I said earlier with Uncle Man, I just put the two and two together. Like every time I see a man, it's a man, first of all, who does that to you. And it's always a content creator that does that to you. People who understand the most.
That's the weirdest part.
So that's why it's not weird. It's very intentional. It's jealousy and it's hating.
It is definitely strange that they continuously do it, right? Like it's a practice they continuously to do to try to convince other people to think as hateful as them. Go ahead, Diva.
Omar Smith, $5. Not Arabic, Sharon. Afghanistan is Asian speaking Pashto, not Arabic, but an Islamic country.
Ah, okay. See, I didn't know that information.
Me either.
Okay, I did not know that.
I mean, the nerve of you, Sharon, taking 3 and 4 hours of your time and not want to be compensated for it. Where else can you get that done but other than in America, huh? I mean, the nerve of it. I'm not trying to be mean, but that's what I'm saying. This is what content creation is for. But everybody talking about, oh, that's all they do is beg for super chats. Well, why do you think that YouTube implemented a super chat?
Not only that, he came to the conversation saying, I don't even know the conversation. I just seen he think that he could overrule us. Like just that arrogance alone. I don't know what y'all talking about, but I can't talk about what I want to talk about.
Right. Never supported the show or nothing. Never been here, but you know, I'm entitled.
Well, I think you should, in general, just have a like non-Americans and non-blacks need to pay before they come up here and talk to us. Absolutely. We privilege in blackness.
Yes, I like that.
Bah.
We gotta have a privilege somewhere, you know.
Very true. We gotta have it somewhere. And like even Fighter, which I don't think that he really is a hater, but for him to say that word, it's like, well, what is that?
Yeah, that was kind of at this point we're gonna start calling a thing a thing. We give the benefit of the doubt too much. It could have been a slip, but like people who the interesting thing is that the slips are coming from people who know better.
That's the problem.
And so how many excuses we gonna give you?
Right. Even when Angry Man, when he had his slip, when he showed a gun on screen, it's like, how you have that slip here out of all places?
Yeah,
Because it ain't
because
no
he goes
slip.
on several shows and we never seen his firearm before. But on Sharon's show, all of a sudden, I got to show my firearm when I know that goes against YouTube guidelines. It's sad because they'll make it seem like black women are the enemy of black men. But if you just look closely, black men do some of the most underhanded, shadiest shit to each other.
And think that we're supposed to just say, my bad, and I'm supposed to just forget. I ain't forget. I be trying to it is what it is. But it's definitely a weird situation at all times that it keep happening over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
That they keep trying to say, oh, don't go to that show. Like, that's just crazy.
I don't think your husband wants you spending money up here. What the fuck? Are you her husband?
The fuck?
Are you on anybody else's show telling people not to spend money? No, they know better. They respect those other men, but they feel like they could do it to you, Sharon. That's why they
Shit
do
is
it.
crazy. Yeah, shit is weird. Shit is definitely weird. Like Jay Prince would say, the butler, and
The most they're gonna do is shoot out. I mean, people off some oral bullets. This is not going reporting people channels. That is not us. That be them.
that is true too. And then he's over at Chaotic Truth Channel going hard. Like, so it's like, man, y'all so fake and phony, it ain't even funny.
And I'm still white, so don't disrespect me on this panel.
Were you a DEI hire? Were you a DEI hire, Miss Venus?
Yes, I was. I'm African American, like that actress Charlize Theron. Okay.
Yes, I know. I love that for you.
And I would love for Brownie Ellie to hit the panel and explain to me what is dumb about the conversation, because I'm not understanding what she means. Maybe she's talking about something.
She talked about it in the chat.
Oh, okay. So I would like to hear that conversation. But yeah, but I think this thing, even though he is a criminal and he's
never go back.
I think that, hey, listen, we can't allow them to just whip anybody ass because they're in jail and delete them. That's the only issue I really have with it.
I agree. But unfortunately, Cuzzo, I mean, and this is the point that I was making when I was trying to have.
I'll bring you up in a second. American White, he came back. His name is American White now. He came back. And we still waiting on your super chat. So please hit the super chat, American White. So this way we know that you are actually a part of the show and we can hold you accountable if you try to do something crazy. So go ahead and hit the super chat. I ain't see a super chat from you yet. Go ahead, Cuzzo.
Yeah, so it's important for us to understand that this isn't a one-off, right? And that's what I was trying to establish with the back and forth I was attempting to have with Fighter, right? Is that from an inmate point of view, you know, they see this excessive force every single day for the most part, specifically when it comes to the institutions in New York, right? You know, it's not uncommon for an inmate to be treated with excessive force way more than necessary, right? And I don't think it's ever going to change. It's not going to stop, because the truth is, once you become ward of the state, as PhD Diva said, you lose a lot of your rights, right? That's just a fact. And people have the mentality that you're less than human at that point, right? So I think the greater conversation we need to have should be focused on prevention, right? Our young men, what kind of productive conversations or things that we can implement to prevent our young brothers and sisters from engaging in criminal activity that would result with them becoming a ward of the state and being mistreated by the state and having excessive force utilized against them. So I think that should be the the conversation, the focus of our conversation today.
Yeah, I agree with that. But clearly we might have to, I don't know, we might have to move a little different, because clearly the men and the women do not agree with protecting the ones that's locked up. They don't care. So we gotta it seems like to protect black folks, as we starting to move down the line, is that like if that person's not exceptional, then that person ain't got no protection.
Come on, they don't have
It's
to
the
be
truth.
exceptional. They just can't be trying to kill us, right? And so, no, there's a lot of real estate in between exceptional and what this guy was.
I agree. However, when we see who gets attacked, hey, they look for one wrong thing. That's all it takes. One wrong thing you did, hey, you up on the chopping block. Elon got 13 kids, nobody give a shit. Elon's do a whole salute that is, we know what that salute was really about. Hey, it's all good.
Right, but our entire history with these people has shown us that they are lacking in morality, right? So we should expect that from them.
But not for ourselves, though.
I don't think we have to follow suit. Yeah, we can have standards. And I don't know why, like, black people find it so offensive to have standards. We got standards of behavior, standards for how we treat each other. Right? And so if you're violating all of that, and then you end up in a bad situation, to then expect the community that you've been violating to, reach out for you or, anything, it's kind of like, well, goddamn. Nevertheless, there are some people who are going to be led to, fight for this issue or whatever, and more power to them.
Okay.
It's just not something that I would spend my time on.
And that's because of his character.
I think we spend a lot of time as black people focusing on the least of us.
Okay.
The motherfuckers who, instead of, hey, how can we help the ones who trying? How can we get them a boost?
I think it was a quote is that if you build a society that encompasses and takes care of the least, it'll automatically take care of the most. So if you build your safety net where nothing, the least of the people are protected, everybody above that will also be protected.
Well, that hasn't worked in our community, right? Because they've been protected. The least of them, they done gave housing, food, whatever, and they'll still come and bash us across our head. So that's not helping us. And I get that it sounds good and it's a nice sentiment, but the reality is that,
and that's why you don't allow the.
I think I'm with what you're saying, Diva. The ones that are moving in the right direction. I think I was a part of that at one point. The whole this is what I'm talking about, the exceptional person, right? Because the people that's out there grinding and trying, they are afraid to even ask for help because it looks like as a certain thing. Like the whole term that that you changing my mind on. You ain't trying if you ain't cheating.
That's why when you find that tap root for the weeds, even though it's on the north side, you pull it up because if you let that tap root grow, it's gonna continue to extend to all the other sides. So you pull it up then. You don't allow it to proliferate and then try to clean up the mess because it's gonna be everywhere. And they're gonna expand more deeper roots in more other places. So even if that one is eventually pulled up, the tentacles will still continue to flourish.
Right. And I think we just gotta be able to curate a situation when the people that's doing good or great, that they could get help as well too. Too many times we act like somebody's getting some kind of assistance that you ain't shit. So like Elon, for example, $300 billion man, he still got government assistance for $230 million. Everybody like, yeah, that's great business. And we got to do the same thing for, like what Diva said, the ones that's doing good and moving forward and doing the best they possibly can. We need to help their ass too. Get them extra push. Why we don't help and push the person that's actually doing good? It is a weird thing in our community that we don't talk about enough. The people that's doing good, they need help to get even further because hopefully they will trickle down instead of it trickling up. I think that's so I think what Coach just said that it seems like if we do for the worst, that it would help the ones on top, but it should be, the other way around. We help the ones on top, it should trickle down to the ones on the bottom. Because that's just the way how things flow. And we got to make it a thing.
But the sad reality is there's men who are going to prison and they're getting essayed, right?
Damn.
There are men who are going to prison and they're getting extorted on a daily basis. There are men who are going to prison and they're getting cut and stabbed on a daily basis, right? We understand what happens in the confounds of prison, right? So to PH Diva's point, right, we got to focus on prison prevention, right? Because if you find yourself in a situation to where you have to go to prison, there's a good probability that you're going to get violated in some way, right? And there's not many people that's going to be advocating for you to be treated fairly. That's just not the environment to even have that type of a conversation, right? So the conversation, like I said, should be geared to preventing putting yourself in a situation where you're getting violated, right? I think that's the more productive conversation to have. Unfortunately, yes, these kind of things happen, and when they happen, they're unfortunate. But what I'm saying to you, Cuzzo, is this situation with Mr. Brooks, it happens to somebody in some type of institution every single day. It's just not the outcome. They're not dying, right? But they're being beaten and violated within an inch of their life. Is happening. And if you talk to anybody who's ever spent a significant amount of time in prison, they'll tell you that they know somebody that this happened to, right? And it's somebody that none of us ever even heard of.
And I just know this guy who was in prison. The best thing for him was getting deported because he was Haitian. It was around 2003, 2004. Right now, he is in Greenland. He went back to school for engineering. He has a wife. He met a YT woman who was a circus performer. And they have a wife and kids, and he is productive. So would I have wanted that for him? No, I don't even know what his crime was, truth be told, because I stopped looking a long time ago. So, for the ones that do re-offend and stuff, there is a small section that don't.
And I think it is just something with us that we are afraid to show love and support one another, especially if somebody we feel like don't need help, whatever that don't need help means. I'm confused about it at times, why people are afraid to hit the like and share button to something that they are a part of. But our community is definitely afraid to help and support the people that should get help and support.
Well, it's going to be a whole lot of people who sat in positions. Maybe they weren't that honest. I know they just picked up the OIC, who was a captain at the prison I work in, for PPP fraud and some more. I want to say Miami-Dade or somewhere, they picked up like 20, 21 officers. So a lot of people who thought they were good, helping citizens, I don't know how they did that PPP along and didn't know it was fraud. I did.
That was
and they
in
gotta have
Broward.
some good upstanding relatives and stuff who thought they were good people that's been possibly find out. I think they started at the bottom of the state and working up.
Yeah, but those officers were Broward officers.
Okay. And I think the good example of recently somebody sent me a video of 19 Keys arguing with a person about the support that he get and the content that he get, and they was mad. Hey, you started, whatever. They try to same bullshit that they try to do. I mean, like, I don't know what it is about Black folks. We really are afraid to support one another in public. Like, a lot of people support in private, but in public, it gets a little strange for some people, especially when it's a productive thing. Positive, productive music, that's underground. They got their degenerate music.
The war is The gender war ain't stopped. It ain't stopped. It just transferred locations a little bit. So it's still going strong in the other spots. It is going. They gender banging.
Yeah, they definitely gender banging. And in other spots, hey, they don't care. They don't care if that man is a degenerate. They don't care if that woman is a degenerate. If they look alike, they'll support that damn person. That's another weird thing. Hey, they come out with a new toilet paper. It don't even matter if it's a weird looking piece of pillow that is oddly shaped that we can't sleep on. They'll all go ahead and buy it. They see some new shoes. Oh, let's wear some web shoes where it got all our toes in our damn shoes. They all bought it. Some white folks buy that shit. Got their toes out in real shoes. Right.
Oh, the shoes with the toes in them?
Yeah.
I have those. I wear those.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so
are they comfortable?
Yes. They feel closer to walking barefoot.
Yeah. And it protects you from getting stabbed.
I've been thinking about them.
Get some.
You absolutely should get you some barefoot shoes. Absolutely. It gives you better balance, makes you stronger and everything. And like so, but what I'm saying is that regardless, they culture is willing to wear something that might look weird to support one each other. Oh, it's going to do something healthy for it. It might look weird that your toes is out in some goddamn rubber, but the health benefits outweighs the so-called ugliness. They willing to do it.
You know, one of the most disgusting things I heard when they was talking about, and so many people had no problem with saying this, was that the lady whose kids, froze, that she should have tricked. She should have been tricking and selling puss. What's the alternative? And I was like, really? We really got women saying that? And is that why y'all want women to be so broke and so depleted of funds so they got to sell puss? That was the sentiment. That's crazy.
Wait, what happened?
I was listening in one of them spaces, not on YouTube, and they were saying that the lady who children froze, that she should have been out there selling puss.
Oh Lord.
That's crazy. And this is crazy to me, right? This is crazy to me that this is a narrative that anybody would say. I understand, right? So Sharon, the hate would never live. I never heard in these spaces good things that PhD Diva and Venus ever said about black men, and black men built the space. Why do they shit on, I guess, this demons? So the crazy part is, right, they are on a black man show right now, so that it just disproves everything that you are saying. Literally, she went to a black man's channel, Israel Mills, and she got disrespected there when she was being respectable. So again, sometimes y'all just don't.
But every black woman on this space have contributed financially to your channel, haven't they?
So it's like I don't know what is missing in a mental. Like I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to call them stupid. But it's like I'm losing words. I don't know what other word I could use. You're literally saying that they don't support black men while they supporting a black man. That's the weirdest shit I ever heard. How is that possible?
I just hope that the conversation can progress. Venus, I still got area down here that I'm trying to develop and stuff. So if my sisters want to come and help me out, we go and throw some panels on there and do solar farming and sell it and open up that thing, that line of business. I'm still here to build.
And I think that is crazy that a lot of men and women were saying that she should have sold some pussy while sleeping in the van. That is wild.
Women said it too.
That's wild.
As a matter of fact, I want to think that a woman started the convo, and I was like, really?
And she looked like she had something wrong with her though. Clearly, that woman looked like she needed to be in the.
She might be slow, but I don't know because she had did all of the things and all of the paperwork that it took to carry it out. So I don't know if she was just traumatized and had a flat affect, just numb. But it's possibility because everybody like to have children.
Yeah, but that still don't make her any less slow.
I'm saying she could have really been slow, and that's where it would have been good to have a community around to help
Look,
her.
come on now, damn. So this is the thing. The community can't have any input regarding whether or not she should actually be laying up having children, right? But when she take it upon herself to lay up and have children that she probably mentally is not prepared to care for, now the community need to come in and help take care of the kids. I think that's where that's how we lost the community aspect, right? Because we were putting such a drain on the people who try to do things right. And look, a lot, what's his name? Many hands make the work light. And so when you working in groups, it's supposed to make it easier, but we'll find some way to make it harder on some people so other people can just do whatever it is they want to do.
That might not be your ministry. You know, it's a different ways in different ministries. You know, to some it may be helping those people. To some it may be picking up trash. To some it may be building a park or something. For some it may be the elderly. So that's not your. But I'm saying a community don't have to be single subject focused. And you know, your contribution don't have to be towards that. It could be toward the elderly.
But like something needs to be done where we can say, hey, this person is not in the right state of mind or the right genetics, the right everything, that you should not be having sex, period. Because your ass is too dumb to be even having sex or have a boyfriend. You're too stupid. Sorry, Jay Prince, you shouldn't have no goddamn girlfriend. You're too dumb for one. Whatever this young lady is, I'm sorry, you're too stupid to be having a boyfriend. You're
And
too dumb.
Somebody probably preyed upon her who had more sense than her, but because she had sexual value, impregnated her. I don't know the level of what the other guy was. Somebody stated both of them look slow, but somebody will see her that got a little bit more sense to her, who bottom part has no integrity, and go and impregnate her. Or it could have been somebody slow like her, but.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's just hard to get that bill passed, I guess. And say, hey, you want to be, you shouldn't have no children ever.
A whole lot of bills finna go. There's gonna be a whole lot of more pregnant people because the reality is the world is in an uproar about not having children. But when people had children, they were at least prepared for it. There were a lot of teen moms. And that's why you see the white adoption rates down, because those white teen girls aren't having babies. But across the board, all of them aren't having as many babies as it used to. So the birth dismantling was the abortion. The next dismantling is the birth control. So it's going to be a whole lot of more slow people having babies, not waiting 2 years or whatever is the recommended time, so your body can recuperate to be the best way to have the healthiest children. So
And
a whole lot of that's going to happen.
And since we are on this conversation, welcome to the show, Jalen, the Grim Reaper. Perfect timing. I thought he damn near corn bombed me for a second. I was scared.
Is that the same Jalen, Man of Strength or Man of Storm? That's the same one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, I'm glad he's not reproducing. I hope he still ain't getting no puss.
Yeah.
Don't worry, he ain't.
He ain't, yeah. And hopefully we can keep it that way, because goddamn, be insane. But I don't know. Ain't no regulation on it, Diva. I think we should somehow figure out a way. You need to pass some kind of goddamn parenting test. I don't know how we're going to do it. Just like the driver's license, at least answer 20 questions. I mean, goddamn.
The YT lady I used to work with as a nurse, her daughter was high functioning, but still slow. She would work as a cook, and she was attractive. Back in the days when she still could find a doctor to do it, she had her daughter sterilized because she knew she didn't want to. But you ain't gonna find nobody to do that these days. And she lives independently, but she knew, and she liked men, and men like her. So she knew she was gonna be in no position to take care of all them grandkids. But they don't have that, and that was done off the record.
Damn. And then, but so that's the dangerous part to it, right? Because then we have people just justifying getting people. It's such a slippery slope, like that conversation. Because then we're gonna have crazy people that pass off as sane, and then they're gonna get their children to be sterilized when they shouldn't have been sterilized. So it's just dangerous all the way around. That's why the conversation is
especially
very
dangerous for Black people because we know they will find every excuse in the world to sterilize us, so we won't be here no more. And that's
right.
why we have to.
And they're gonna use every PhD we're talking about. You see, they're like, let me just go to something that PhD even said 2 months ago. Let me, how stupid you niggas are. That's how y'all niggas.
Marvelous opinion, $5. Contribution to the show. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marvelous. Appreciate it.
So my question for the queens, right? And I know, I think all three of y'all are single, right? So I guess my question for y'all,
I'm looking for a future. To be having a future ex-husband. I hope soon to have a future ex-husband. I just don't know where he at to get this paperwork done.
Go ahead, cuz.
so I guess my question for y'all would be is how often do y'all run into these no good suckers in real life, right? You know, because we hear them online, and I'm inclined to think that this is just a subset of men who aren't outside for real. Because I don't run into men who speak to women this way, not in the inner circles where I operate, right? The only men that I kind of run into who communicate this way towards women are usually the degenerates who are getting arrested. So, do y'all believe that this ideology is infecting the men in real life, and are y'all experiencing these men when y'all are out and about?
I think so. I run into them. Do they speak to me that way? No, because I'm not in the relationship with them the way some other women that they speak to that way in. For example, they may not speak to me that way because I'm passing them on the street, but they definitely have spoke to the person who in relationships with them that way. I just don't trigger them or am in proximity long enough with them for them to come at me that way.
Yeah, and I think it's also I don't know if PhD and V. I'm not sure if Venus is there. She might be busy, but if they want to answer that question as well.
What was the question?
Do you experience the rim bros, the no good suckers, in person? Do you believe you meet them and those are the men that you are shutting down? You believe, or any kind of encounter with them?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but like very brief encounters, right? Because you can usually tell who they are.
Well, you can, because you got a list.
Absolutely.
And I think that's the real issues that majority of people, they don't know who they talking to, and they cannot quick enough to pick up the nuance. Like, oh, that's who you are. Like for me, if I've spoke to one of these devious women that they be trying to talk about is the majority of Black women all the time, I'll be able to pick her right away. I know she ain't talking like a normal person. If I'm talking to her and she just busts out a child for no reason, I'm like,
I can't say child.
Not for no reason.
Why not?
Hey, because it just doesn't come out in regular conversation.
I wouldn't say that with no man anyway.
Hey, how you doing?
Unless he assists.
God damn it, girl, you look so lovely. What's your name? PhD. But would you like me to if you don't mind, we here. I like to buy you a cup of coffee, and then she just busts out a
child.
So I'm like, oh shit.
Okay.
I'm like, absolutely not.
Oh, cut it out.
That is a clear sign. Like, oh, there's something wrong with her.
So if I say yes, you can. Would you say I'm off?
I could work with that. I could work with that. You know what I'm saying? I could work with that. But she just say, "Child." I'm like, oh shit, what the?
I don't think I would use child unless I thought I was in the vicinity of a LGBTQ man.
Really?
Child? That's something I really say more like with women.
Yes, I agree.
Right. Okay, yeah.
And so that's how I know, like, it's something like, oh, that's how you speak to a man. Let me get this coffee and get the hell up out of
Unless
here.
she thought you was one of them.
Like, you know what I'm saying? I get the coffee. She like, so I thought you wanted to talk. Nah, I gotta go. I gotta go. I was just enjoy the coffee, ma'am. I probably even told her, enjoy your coffee. Ciao. Shit. What's up, Marvelous Opinion? What's your thoughts?
My bad. I don't know. It's just a lot. You guys have a lot of different opinions right now. Went from the gentleman that was in prison, what happened to him, and then we moved on to people having babies and not having babies. I don't know. It's a lot. It's a lot. And then the community and the state of the community. Yeah, we're a little bit everywhere right now.
We just don't want certain people putting their tongues in other people's mouths. That's all.
I agree.
So, what's your thoughts on any one of those three topics?
Police brutality, or even just police brutality. Police brutality. There's no excusing that. Those men are gonna get what they deserve as well. It's unfortunate, like what Stan was saying. For the most part, this is a common thing. It happens more often than you believe. And I just got done with prison training back over in or break training back in August. And they actually, police in the military, they're supposed to have their rights. They actually have more rights than they did, at least with us. Going in, they really protected from all types of situations while they're in prison, or at least in jail. There might be something different in prison, because I actually set people up in jail, not prison. But yeah, it's unfortunate, and it is a situation that probably won't ever change. I honestly, because I look at human behavior, and I'm like, people's emotions are tied into it. It's not justified. I mean, you can justify it by how you feel. Like people right now feel like he deserved because, well, he did this and that, and that's how they feel, and they're entitled to it. But that's the thing. Even those prison guards, they felt the same way. They just be like, "Hey, man, he a piece of shit. I do what the fuck I want. He's not a human." And it's just like, I can't say that there's nothing in me that will make me not do something like that. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm also human. You just got to find the right type of thing for the right person to set them on fire, to do something like those men just did. Because you can all say, like, "Oh, I would never." You haven't been put to that test yet. You know what I'm saying? If this guy had did something to your mother, your daughter, your brother, or something like that, and you know what he was filed for, and you felt like you didn't get the right justice because of how you felt, you might do some stuff like that too. So that's why I say it's all emotional stuff for the most part. It's still not acceptable though, and it really is no fixing it, honestly. But like I said,
So the only problem is that you conflating a different scenario to what actually happened. Those 10 white officers, from what we understand, none of them had any personal dealings with him outside, and he did something to one of their members, family members, anything like that.
oh yeah. I'm not saying that that's what that was. I'm just saying I'm saying in general human behavior, like people justify anything if they feel strong enough. Like if let's say it was racism, right? If they really feel strong about that, that's what they're gonna do regardless. What I'm saying, like some people are very emotional.
And we shouldn't do anything about it, you saying?
No, I'm saying that there's really no prevention. Like I agree with your cousin. Like there really isn't much we can do. We can get as many rules as we want, but then people, like I said, once you put people in a certain mood and how
And
they
this
look
is
at people, especially if it's like a bad person, they're
and
going to
this is
definitely have their own reservoir. You know what I'm saying?
and this is when PSD would be making me like, damn. Like what you mean? The other cultures, they don't give a fuck. They make sure something happens where it doesn't happen again.
I'll give you the insidiousness of racism from a medical perspective. Now, as a nurse, they came to me and say, we don't want you to refer these people to the doctor for renewal of medication. Or when they did refer Black people to let's say you got GERD and you was on omeprazole, they will only give most of the Black inmates a 3-month supply, necessitating that he come to sick call again and pay a $5 copayment, while they will give the white inmates a 1-year supply, not necessitating that they have to pay $5 every 3 months. And you see it and how it shows up in there. It's like you really having a hierarchy within prison and how you treat people when it's medical conditions. And I see it all the time. And I speak up against it so much so that I'm not in a good place because I refuse to do that. And so I'm not in a good place right now with those people. And I saw it and I kept notes of it. Not all of them, but an overwhelming majority. When I start seeing it, I'm like, well, how you saying don't do this? But this one here got a same 1 year supply. Oh, it's up to the doctor discretion. Well, both of them have GERD. So you begin to see how that stuff plays
Okay,
out,
man.
even when you're dealing with it's the hierarchy.
See, I didn't know that, Mel. Okay.
I believe that's too. As I said, like this is why I said there's gonna be an implicit bias,
It's
man.
true.
There's gonna be a lot of bias going on, and that's why I said like I really kind of feel your cousin. It's kind of dark and gloom, but it's kind of true, man. There really is not gonna be much change, even if you're in the system and you work for it and you see it. You really not gonna be able to do much, especially if you're in the minority or something like that.
Well,
You're
we
really not
can't
gonna
think.
change.
So that's the problem. We can't think in a defeated mentality.
But it's not defeated. It's more like your cousin said, we have to prevent ourselves from getting in the system in the first place.
It is absolutely a defeated mentality.
But that's the thing is you're not really giving up. You're trying to find and solve ways, like your cousin said, just prevent going in the first place.
And this is the part of the double-mindedness, right? You cannot in one end saying that we got to fight for something, and then on the other end say like it doesn't make sense to fight. It's either one or the other.
All right, so it's one of those situations where, like, let's say, like, I don't want to conflate too much, but basically, like, terrorism, right? I can say that there's really no defeating it. All we can do is prevent it. That's a fact. There's no actual defeating terrorism, which is why this whole thing in the Middle East is nonsense. But all we can do is do prevention. This is one of those situations.
I don't even think.
No comment.
Fortunately, this wind up in my algorithm. This black man was coming home from work, went to pull up in his yard. The officer said, I saw him speeding from this particular distance. I didn't radar him. I don't have a radar gun reading on him, but I know he was speeding. And you could tell when they looked at the video, like, no, there's no way. And then arrested the man. Thank God it had video cam, dash cam. And then we began to see all of the things that they're literally arresting people for, even YT men. And we are allowing this conversation. YT men should be concerned. They should really be concerned because they paint us as the picture of it. So they allow these practices to begin to take a foothold.
Not only that, another case that happened in Ohio, in the affluent part of Ohio. A black man coming home from work, white woman walking down the street with her family. She thought he was trying to do something. She ran to his house. The ironic part about it, she ran to his house, acting like that was her house. And then he pulled up in the driver, was like, "Man, what you doing here?" And she went running, screaming, "Help! Somebody's trying to kidnap her kids."
And those people, for God forbid, would end up in that prison. And we're saying it's okay for them to take that approach because it happens more often than people think because we aren't looking. And because we're not looking, we assume it's not this way. It happens a lot.
Right. So, because we can't just assume.
Could be us.
Right. Because we cannot just assume just because he was a violent person that it won't happen to somebody that is in jail by accident, somebody that is in jail for a wrongful crime, that it won't happen to them, even though, you know what I'm saying? Like it can happen to somebody that was an innocent person as well. So we cannot just wait for this is what I was talking about, dude. We cannot just wait for the exceptional black person to have something happen to that person to say, hey, now we can get out there and fight for them. That's what I meant by it.
And I mean, I don't know. I ain't never been to the county jail. And people don't really understand that the county jail, you could literally sometimes end up with inmates who waiting for court at the county jail. They really done already been sentenced, been in, and it's not just
they got life already. Yep, they got life already.
Yeah,
so they don't care.
Absolutely end up in a situation where you're in the cells with hardened people and you innocent. This man watching the Super Bowl called and said something about his truck got stuck between the gate and all this and this and that. The man had to put the man in the jail for over the weekend because he didn't like how the man responded to him. And that man only say, I don't think I should be talking to you. Let me get my attorney on a 3-way. Came back, had that man arrested in the holding cell over the weekend. And what happened was he had the thing on his TV where he was at his home, that he was absolutely at home watching the game or whatever. He had reported that it was an employee who had the accident. And had he not had that recording, but he still sat in jail, arrested for 3 days over the weekend.
And since 7, you might not have met somebody that was in jail on accident, but it absolutely happens. People go to the jail by accident. Absolutely. They didn't do the crime at all. But maybe we'll come back later on today. Because we about to hit the mark.
Hey, so one quick, and I seen a video of a white teenager drowned a black kid, and guess what? He got out scot-free because of white privilege.
Thank you, Jalen.
White supremacist system.
Okay, Jalen. Marvelous, you got any final words?
Nah, not much, man. Yeah, not much.
We're gonna get your spirits back up. Go ahead, Coach. You got any final thoughts?
Thank you for allowing me up here. I'm glad I learned a couple of lessons on the YouTube. I was able to woo out. You have a great day.
Thank you, Coach. Always show me love. Thank you. Brownsville. PH Diva.
Bye, y'all.
Yeah.